Chapter 3661. Brat, don't ever meet me, or I will make you wish you were dead. Uchinya's eyes were filled with killing intent. This time, he was absolutely confident. He believed that the divine art he unleashed would be able to kill his opponent. Finally, it was time for revenge. He wanted to prove to everyone that he was the genius, and his opponent was just a lucky trash. Ghostly looked at Lin Xian and smiled coldly. Di Ling snorted. The first place of this round will definitely be me. You are not my opponent at all. The last time he was surpassed by Di Ling, it was the greatest humiliation of his life. So this time, no matter what, he had to step on Di Ling. The others felt their scalps go numb. It seemed that the 8 geniuses were really confident. He wondered what kind of power the divine ability they comprehended would have. At this time, Wushuang City warriors walked out and said coldly, "All right, the test will begin now. Follow me." They left the area where the stone tablet was and came to another area. This area was very spacious, and it was still within the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. The test this time was very simple. You can choose your opponent, and you can only fight one-on-one. Those who succeed will advance to the next round, and those who fail will be eliminated and immediately become an in-name disciple. However, although it was a one-on-one battle, the winner can continue to fight with others. Everyone can fight at least once, and at most 5 times. You should understand, right? Hearing this, many people's faces changed. What? You can fight 5 people in a row? Their expressions were filled with fear. If Di Ling was an expert like him, he would be able to defeat 5 people. That meant that 5 people would be eliminated. Damn it, this way, even half of the people would not be able to stay. Previously, they thought that the elimination rate was only 50%, but now it seemed that it was not so. If an expert was ruthless enough to join forces, most of the people would be eliminated. The originally cruel situation had now become even more cruel. Uchinya, Ghostly, Di Ling, and the others all revealed a sinister smile. It was great to be able to challenge 5 people. Uchinya was the first to jump out, staring at Lin Xian. "Kid, come and die. I will ruthlessly step on you under my feet." Lin Xian shook his head. "I refuse. Fight with them? What kind of joke was this?" He wasn't interested at all. Puff. Uchinya spat out a mouthful of blood. "Rejected. Damn it. He actually looked down on him. Brat, are you a man or not? Fight me if you have the guts. You're too weak. I'm not interested." Lin Xian still shook his head. "Fuck. I'm going to kill you. I'll definitely kill you." Uchinya had completely lost his mind. He was too weak? Not interested? Damn, Brat, what are you pretending for? He was a 4th heavenly layer sage. Even though he was suppressing his cultivation state right now, he had comprehended the mystic skills on the heaven steel. He could definitely take down the other party. The surrounding people's mouths twitched. They didn't expect Lin Xian to directly reject them. He really didn't give them any face. "Brat, if you don't dare, then quickly kneel down and kowtow to me. With me as your superior, I can consider sparing your life." Uchinya was extremely arrogant. Lin Xian finally sighed. "I've rejected you twice, which is equivalent to saving your life twice. I've given you 2 chances. However, you didn't cherish them and even dared to provoke me. Since you want to be eliminated so badly, fine, I'll fulfill your wish." Lin Xian walked out, and the others retreated. The 4 Peerless City martial artists formed a seal with their palms, forming an array in the arena. Then, they stood on one side. There was only one rule, and that was no killing. "All right, it's starting now. Uchinya, you should feel lucky that the rule here is that no killing is allowed. Otherwise, if you fought with me, I'm afraid you would die 10 times in a second. Damned brat, don't be so arrogant. Go to hell." Uchinya was really mad. The other party's previous disregard and the current disdain was something he, as a genius, couldn't tolerate. Heaven-piercing finger. He raised his finger and pointed forward. Suddenly, the laws of heaven and earth surged and thunder roared. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. What kind of mystic skill is this? I know, this is one of the mystic skills on the heaven steel. It's the heaven-piercing finger. Many people screamed. They had tried to comprehend the heaven-piercing finger before, but they couldn't comprehend it completely. They didn't expect Yuchinya to be so talented to be able to use the heaven-piercing finger. Even the other geniuses of the 8 great geniuses exclaimed in shock. This Yuchinya was incredible. If given a chance, he might be able to improve again. Oh, the mystic skill on the heaven steel? However, you haven't mastered it yet. Lin Xian sneered. He waved his hand, and a sword made of laws appeared. He held the sword and slashed forward. Between heaven and earth, a terrifying sword chi filled the air. Everyone felt their bodies tremble. In the next moment, they saw the sword chi transform into a giant ice bear, roaring at the sky. It could freeze everything with a wave of its hand. What kind of sword technique is this? It's too terrifying. Many people were shocked. Some of the top geniuses were also shocked. There was no such technique on the heaven steel. Indeed, they had comprehended the heaven steel, but they didn't see such a sword technique. Suddenly, someone screamed. It's not one of the 12 heaven steels. It's one of the 10 Xian steels. I know. It's called the Sword of 100 Battles. What? The sword technique on the 108 Xian steels. Heavens, isn't that the weakest mystic skill? What is this Lin Wudi doing? He wants to use the mystic steel's mystic skill to fight against the heaven steel's mystic skill? Isn't this hitting a stone with an egg? Everyone went crazy. In their knowledge, the heaven steel's mystic skill was the strongest and the Xian steel's mystic skill was the weakest. The only thing that could fight against the heaven steel's mystic skill was another heaven steel's mystic skill. But now, Lin Wudi actually took out a mystic steel's mystic skill to fight against the heaven steel's mystic skill. Guili sneered. So he's an idiot. I wanted to play with him, but now I don't have any interest. Ling snorted. Such a person, and I'm treating him as my opponent. What a joke. The first place of the second round will be mine. Yuchinya laughed loudly. He laughed until tears came out of his eyes. He doesn't know what's good for him. He dares to fight against me with such a mystic steel's mystic skill? His eyes were filled with killing intent. Even if he couldn't kill his opponent, he had to severely injure him. He wanted to torture his opponent until he wished he was dead. The heaven-piercing finger was extremely terrifying. It was as if it could pierce a hole in the sky. It was too easy to kill his opponent. But in the next moment, he was stunned. Not only him, but everyone else was also stunned. The ice aura on the ice field giant bear directly sealed the heaven-piercing finger. Not only that, the ice field giant bear rushed over with its powerful physique and directly slammed into Yuchinya's body. Bang! Yuchinya was pushed back. With a bang, a huge crack spread. Yuchinya was also pushed back. He spat out blood, and a thick layer of frost appeared on his body. Chapter 3662. What? Yuchinya was pushed back, and the surrounding people were stunned. How was that possible? The Mystic Tablet Divine Ability had fought against the Divine Tablet Divine Ability and won. Could it be that Lin Wudi had the ability to turn something rotten into something magical? Damn it. What the hell was Yuchinya doing? Guili frowned. Ling sneered. Don't worry, that was just the first move. Maybe Yuchinya was careless, but if he got serious, that kid would definitely die. Yuchinya stopped in his tracks. His face was terrifyingly gloomy, and his handsome face had turned malevolent. Damn it, how dare you hurt me? I'll kill you. Careless, he was indeed careless. He thought that his opponent's divine ability was weak, but he did not expect his opponent to have some tricks up his sleeves. Kid, you're not bad to be able to cultivate the Mystic Tablet Divine Ability to such a level, but this is your upper limit. My Divine Tablet Divine Ability is not something you can compare to. I'll definitely kill you with my next move. Next move? You still want to kill me? What a joke. I'll defeat you with this move, and you'll be eliminated and become an honorary disciple. Lin Xian's lips curled up in disdain. From the beginning, he had never thought of Yuchinya as an opponent. The others felt their scalps go numb when they heard that. That move was enough to defeat Yuchinya? Indeed, it was not over yet. The Sword of 100 Battles could transform into 15 types of beasts, and the move would only be over when the beasts disappeared. Someone who had cultivated the same sword skill quickly explained. When the others heard this, they understood that the Icefield Giant Bear was still there, which meant that this move was not over yet. Could it be that Lin Wuti wanted to use this move to defeat one of the 8 great prodigies? You still want to defeat me? Dream on. Yuchinya was really mad. He waved his finger, and it was like a heavenly sword piercing through the sky. The heaven-breaking finger was once again used, and it was surrounded by terrifying laws and the power of heaven and earth. Shred, shred, shred. Lin Xian waved his sword and roared 3 times. Suddenly, the giant bear in front of him went berserk. His body grew twice as big as a mountain, and the icy aura around him became even more terrifying. With a wave of the bear's paw, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Streaks of spatial energy shot out one after another, filling the air. He roared, his eyes completely red as he attacked Yuchinya. Yuchinya's heaven-breaking finger directly hit the head of the ice-field giant bear, shattering its skull. However, this was not a real demonic beast. Instead, it was formed from a sword chi. Although it had lost its head, it was still capable of attacking. His bear paw ruthlessly slapped Yuchinya's body, causing Yuchinya to vomit blood. Damn it, block it for me. Yuchinya clenched his teeth and roared. However, in the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, he was unable to use some of his abilities and physique. He could only rely on the heaven-piercing finger to defend himself. However, before he could unleash the 3rd heaven-piercing finger, his body was torn apart. Saintly blood gushed out madly, and he screamed in pain as he flew backwards. Miserable cries rang out, making people's scalps go numb. Everyone was stunned. Silence reigned between heaven and earth. What did they see? Yuchinya was defeated. He had really lost. He was defeated by a single sword strike. Lin Wuti was too strong. One sword strike, using the Xin Monument's divine ability to defeat the Tian Monument's divine ability. This was a heaven-defying move. At this moment, the 8 great geniuses all gasped for breath. Those who were comprehending the innate techniques of the heavenly steel all had extremely heavy expressions on their faces. If they encountered this sword, would they be able to withstand it? What was going on with this Lin Wuti? Some of the people who were comprehending the sword of 100 battles were terrified. What was going on? Was the sword art they had comprehended so powerful? One had to know that even a tenth of their strength would be considered formidable. However, why was Lin Wuti able to display such a powerful might? Could it be that this was the difference in talent? Thinking of this, their faces were filled with despair. The 4 warriors from Wushuang City were also surprised. Their eyes shone with a strange light. As expected of Lin Wuti, as expected of the heaven-defying monster who set the record for the first trial, to be able to display the power of the sword of 100 battles to such an extent, he was probably the only one. A person walked out and said in a deep voice, "In this battle, Lin Wuti had won and Yuchinya had lost. He had been eliminated and was now an in-name disciple. No, damn it, I haven't lost. I still have the strength to fight. No, you can't do this to me." Yuchinya screamed like a madman. He had been eliminated and was now an in-name disciple? What a joke. He was one of the 8 great geniuses, and he had the confidence to win this round. But now, he had actually lost. If he went out, how could he face the others? He still wanted to struggle, but the people from Wushuang City waved their sleeves and formed an array to teleport Yuchinya away. Those who had lost were not qualified to be here. Outside the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, Yuchinya's figure appeared. His broken body had healed in an instant. The suppression of his cultivation base was gone, and he had completely recovered his cultivation base of a level 4 sage. With a roar, heaven and earth shook. I can't accept this. He really couldn't accept this. But what could he do? It was not his turn to behave atrociously here. If he did not follow the rules, the people from Wushuang City would kill him instantly. Damn it, that kid will definitely be eliminated. Not only did he offend me, but he also offended Di Ling. With Di Ling's means and thoughts, he would definitely eliminate him. Yuchinya calmed down. He wanted to see that kid being eliminated with his own eyes. Only then could he vent the hatred in his heart. Inside the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, everyone was still in a state of great shock. They did not expect that one of the 8 great geniuses would be eliminated in such a way. Lin Xian kept his sword of laws and relaxed his shoulders. I already said that he was not my opponent and I had already spared him twice. But this kid is courting death. You can't blame me. Everyone's mouth twitched. Who would have thought that you were telling the truth? They all thought that you were just pretending. Who would have thought that you were so powerful? For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian with a strange expression. Shi Bufan, Zi Tianqing, and the others' mouths twitched. To be honest, they had also planned to challenge Lin Wuti, but now it seemed that they should forget about it. If they did not handle it well, they might be eliminated directly. That would be a huge loss of face. Yu Qinya was an idiot. He was not strong enough and could not comprehend it, but it did not mean that the divine steel's ability was not powerful. At this moment, Dealing spoke. He was also comprehending the divine steel's ability, so he naturally had to protect the power of the divine steel. Yes, that's right. Yu Qinya did not comprehend the essence of the divine steel's ability. A few people agreed. Oh, so you have comprehended the essence of the divine steel's ability? Why don't you fight with me? Let me see how far you have comprehended it. Lin Xian stared at Dealing. This person had also provoked him time and time again. If there was a chance, he would not mind eliminating him in advance. Thank you for your recommendation, monthly votes, and rewards. 5th update. Please support me. Chapter 3663. Lin Xian stared at Dealing, ready to eliminate him. Everyone was excited. They did not expect that Lin Xian would fight with Dealing first. The two of them would fight. If they fought, then one of them would be eliminated. It was unbelievable. Even Wang Xiaofeng and the people of Stillwater Sky City were shocked. To be honest, if there was no special hatred between the 8 geniuses, they would avoid this kind of elimination and try to enter the next round. Then, they would fight for the ranking. But now, Dealing and Lin Xian were going to fight. I'm not afraid of you. I've been wanting to eliminate you for a long time. Dealing also stood out. He was very unhappy that Lin Xian got first place in the first round. Now, Lin Xian dared to provoke him. This made him feel that Lin Xian was dead meat. Kid, you think you can be arrogant in front of me just because you defeated Yu Qinya? You're too naive. Yu Qinya, that trash, didn't understand much of the essence. I'll tell you, I'm the most heaven-defying one. The divine steel's divine ability that I comprehended is definitely not something you can imagine. Don't be so full of yourself, otherwise, when you're eliminated, you'll only be slapped in the face. Lin Xian sneered. The others retreated, leaving only the two of them. At this moment, more than 10,000 people were completely excited. They were about to witness a shocking battle. What kind of divine ability did the two of them comprehend? Did Lin Wuti know how to use such a low-level divine ability? No, Lin Wuti, other than the Sword of 100 Battles, he also comprehended the divine steel's divine ability, but the time he spent on it was very short, only a month. And the divine steel's divine ability that he comprehended was the same as Dealing's. Hearing this, the crowd was shocked. The two of them comprehended the same divine ability. This was too unbelievable, but the time difference between the two of them was twice as long. Lin Xian, was he Dealing's opponent? Buzz. Dealing stood there. A terrifying aura of heaven and earth appeared on his body. His eyes were like lightning. The aura of the entire space became condensed. His palms formed a seal. A law flew out from his fingertips, and then he shouted. Boom, boom. A large crack appeared in the sky, and then an illusory figure walked out of it. It was a headless warrior. He wore tattered armor and held a broken sword in his hand. His aura was unparalleled. Heavens, what is this thing? What kind of divine ability was this? Everyone went crazy. They didn't expect this. This was called the Spirit Summoning Incantation. It could be used to summon powerful heroic spirits from the void of the universe. Dealing's cold voice was heard. The more profound one's cultivation was, the stronger the summoned spirit would be. Kid, let's see how you're going to compete with me. After he finished speaking, he shouted angrily. Another figure walked out. This was also a heroic spirit. He held a long saber in his hand, and his aura was unparalleled. The two heroic spirits circled around in the sky, carrying mountains of corpses and seas of blood. These two must have been incredible saints when they were alive. Even if he had been dead for so long, His heroic spirit could still be summoned. Brat, let's see how you can be compared to me. Di Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. He was very confident in himself. The people from Wushuang City frowned. They had to admit that Di Ling was very powerful. He could summon 2 heroic spirits in 3 months. How was Lin Wudi going to compete with him? Was he going to use the same spirit summoning incantation as Di Ling? Or was he going to use the Sword of 100 Battles? Or was he going to use the Psychic Hand? Could he summon 2 heroic spirits? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Interesting. Looks like you're stronger than that trash, Yuchinya. All right, I'll play with you. As he spoke, Lin Xian's fingers began to form a series of hand seals. In the next moment, his expression became serious. His eyes were like divine swords, looking in all directions. He also knew the spirit summoning incantation. Crack, crack, crack. A large vortex appeared in the sky. Then, an illusory figure appeared. It was a warhorse. Everyone was shocked. The first to walk out of the vortex was a warhorse. It was tall and big, and it was obviously a powerful beast. There was a person sitting on the warhorse. It was a horseman, a headless horseman. He held a long spear in his hand, and his murderous aura was unparalleled. Everyone was shocked to see this. After waiting for a long time, they were surprised to find that there was only a headless horseman riding a warhorse. Other than that, there was no one else. Could it be that Lin Wudi could only summon one of them? If so, how could Lin Wudi be Di Ling's opponent? Ha ha ha. Di Ling laughed arrogantly. You've really disappointed me. I didn't expect you to only summon one. With your strength, you dare to be arrogant in front of me? I advise you to obediently kneel down, kowtow, and admit your mistake. Di Ling's eyes were filled with disdain. 2 against 1. There was no way he would lose. Lin Xian shook his head and sighed. You're really arrogant. Do you really think you're going to win? Some things can't be decided by quantity. Is that so? You've only comprehended it for 1.5 months. Can you compare with me who comprehended it for 3 months? I'll let you die today. Di Ling sneered. The 2 heroic spirits he summoned quickly charged over. On the other side, the headless horseman rode a warhorse and charged at the same speed. The long spear in his hand pierced out. The void kept shattering, and the heaven and earth kept rumbling. Everyone retreated. At the same time, they widened their eyes, not wanting to miss any details. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 heroic spirits charged out forcefully, causing the warhorse to neigh non-stop. However, the headless horseman's figure was very tall and straight. The long spear in his hand was like lightning. With one strike, the heaven and earth shattered. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it. The 4 warriors from Wushuang City were even more shocked. How was this possible? Their faces were filled with shock. Di Ling was even more shocked. Impossible. He screamed. He found that the 2 heroic spirits he summoned were pierced through by the opponent's spear and nailed to the void. Boom. The long spear shook and directly tore the 2 heroic spirits apart. In the end, the 2 heroic spirits turned into spiritual energy and dissipated in the sky. Are the 2 heroic spirits very powerful? Do you really think that this matter can be won by quantity? I've said it before. You're no match for me. Lin Xian's cold voice sounded. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Wudi was already so powerful? He only used 1.5 months to comprehend, and the heroic spirits he summoned were stronger than Di Ling in 3 months. It was really too unbelievable. Di Ling's face was filled with madness. His face was distorted. Impossible. I don't believe it. How can your talent be stronger than mine? He had completely collapsed. What the hell was going on? Chapter 3664. Those were the 2 hero spirits that he had summoned. They were so powerful, but they were destroyed by the other party in one blow. It was unbelievable. Was the other party really more talented than him? One of his hero spirits could defeat 2 of his hero spirits. I don't believe it. Die. Di Ling formed a seal again, wanting to summon his hero spirits. At the same time, he charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. With a wave of his hand, the headless horseman brandished his spear and slashed at Di Ling. This attack seemed to be able to split everything apart. Ling was shocked and quickly retreated. As soon as he left, a spatial crack appeared where he was standing. It was a shocking sight. One had to admit that the headless horseman was too powerful. In the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, with his cultivation suppressed, the headless horseman could kill anything in his way. Sure enough, after that, the Imperial Mausoleum was hunted down. He didn't have time to form a seal at all because the headless horseman was too fast and too powerful. If he delayed for a moment, his body would probably be pierced through. Damn it! Ling roared as he ran. He had never been chased by anyone before. The people around him were all stunned. Heavens, was this still Ling? Was this still the high and mighty place of the 8 prodigies? At this moment, Ling was in an extremely sorry state. He was like a stray dog that had nowhere to run. Buzz. Finally, the headless horseman exploded. The warhorse under his feet roared and turned into a stream of light. The spear in his hand directly enveloped Ling. Damn it. Block it for me. Ling roared, but the spear still pierced through his body. Drip, drip. Fresh blood flowed down the spear and fell into the void. It was like thunder, making people's hearts beat wildly. Ling was injured. He tried so hard to dodge, but he was still injured. It couldn't be helped. The headless horseman was too strong. If they were outside, his cultivation wouldn't be suppressed, and he would be able to use his mystique. Ling wouldn't be injured. But here, under these rules, Ling couldn't resist. He felt his entire body go numb. This spear had made him lose the ability to fight. His eyes were burning as he screamed at the sky. Damn it! Lin Xian walked over and looked down at the other party. What? You're not convinced? We had a fair fight. What are you unhappy about? Indeed, everyone was silent. If Lin Xian had used a saint artifact or some other trump card to win, then they might not have been convinced. But now, this was an absolutely fair environment. If he lost, then he lost. There was no excuse. Go to hell. Ling suddenly became furious. He waved his hand and a beam of light flew out. It was a chain of law. However, it was easily dodged by Lin Xian. What? You still want to plot against me? He didn't know the difference between life and death. With a cold snort, the headless horseman's spear trembled and directly shattered Ling's body into pieces. Everyone swallowed their saliva. This was already a serious injury, right? Ling screamed. If it weren't for the fact that I can't kill you, you would have died 1,000 times over by now. How dare you sneak attack me? Lin Xian stepped on Ling's head. The headless horseman's warhorse stepped on the dismembered body. Ling was so angry that he vomited blood. When had he ever been treated like this? This was humiliation. He was unwilling, but he really couldn't resist now. Damn brat. If we fought outside, you wouldn't be my opponent at all. Put away your pride. You are more than 1,000 years older than me. Of course, you have the advantage outside. Moreover, you can borrow other powers. For example, the mysterious coffin in your body that doesn't belong to you. These don't represent your own power. Do you understand? Also, do you really think that you can beat me outside? You have a trump card. Do you think I don't? Therefore, don't be arrogant outside. Otherwise, you will end up in a miserable state. As Lin Xian spoke, he stomped down hard on Ling's head, causing it to creak. Ling was so angry that he couldn't speak. He could only vomit blood to express his anger. The people of Wushuang City walked out and said loudly, "In this battle, Lin Wudi won." Ling lost and was eliminated. He was now a registered disciple. With a wave of his hand, the array teleported Ling's body out. Looking at the blood on the ground, everyone felt numb. Mausoleum was defeated and eliminated. This was earth-shattering news, because they never thought that Ling would be defeated. One had to know that in countless people's guesses, Ling was the favorite to win the championship. But now, this favorite to win the championship was eliminated in the second round. Outside the Copper Sparrow Terrace, Yu Qinya was alone there, anxiously waiting. He guessed that Ling would make a move at this time, because Ling couldn't tolerate such a powerful person. Indeed, he felt the fluctuation of the void. Someone was teleported out. It seemed that someone was eliminated again. It must be that brat. Yu Qinya revealed a sinister smile. He secretly used his power, preparing to show his strength to his opponent. It would be best if he could injure him. In the next moment, a light flashed. His raised hand froze in midair. The sinister smile on his face also froze. It was Di-Ling. How could it be? His heart was about to explode. Damn it. Di-Ling came out. Was he eliminated like him? At this moment, Yuchinya's mind was blank. In his opinion, Di-Ling was the strongest and incomparable. No one could beat him. But now, Di-Ling was eliminated by someone else. Who was it? Could it be that brat did it? He couldn't believe it. As soon as Di-Ling came out, he roared towards the sky. The late-stage level 4 power in his body instantly exploded. With a boom, Yuchinya was directly sent flying and vomited blood. Ah, damn Lin Wudi. I will tear you into pieces. I will not rest until you die. Di-Ling screamed crazily. The 9 heavens were collapsing and the earth was trembling. At this moment, he was really angry. He couldn't wait to kill his way back to the Copper Sparrow Terrace and tear his opponent into pieces. Yuchinya stood up from afar, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face was full of fear. Lin Wudi, it was really Lin Wudi who did it. Damn it. What trick did this guy use to eliminate Di-Ling as well? How did you lose? He leaned forward and asked. Di-Ling turned his head, his eyes bursting with cold light, almost sending Yuchinya flying again. I did not lose. It was that brat who was despicable. If we stood outside, I could kill him with one hand. Di-Ling's murderous aura was too sharp. What bullsh *T fair battle? His strength was his strength. Where did the suppression of the laws come from? At this moment, he was extremely dissatisfied with Peerless City. In the Copper Sparrow Terrace, everyone was still in a state of great shock and had yet to recover from the shock. Lin Xian took action twice and eliminated 2 of the 8 great prodigies. This scene made everyone's hair stand on end. One could imagine what kind of storm it would cause if this news spread out. Chapter 3665. Di-Ling was finally eliminated. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Who would be next? He turned his gaze, and wherever his gaze passed, those people would tremble in fear. Suddenly, Lin Xian's gaze paused as he stared at Ghostly. The corners of his mouth curled up again. Ghostly took 2 steps back and laughed dryly. Young Master Lin must be tired after fighting twice. Why don't you take a break and let the others fight? Is that so? I'm not tired. The first time, I killed a piece of trash with 1 move. The second time, I let the spirit kill 0. I haven't even fought yet. Why don't you fight with me again? Ghostly was about to cry when he heard that. The others also gasped. Fuck, he wants to fight again. Does he want to fight all 5 rounds? If that's the case, a few more geniuses would be eliminated. Gue Li's expression became extremely ugly. His face was originally extremely pale. At this moment, he was about to cry. He looked like a clown from hell. I don't think I've offended young Master Lin, Ghostly said with difficulty. Lin Xian smiled. You haven't offended me? Who was the one who cooperated with Di-Ling and mocked me? Do you think I'm stupid? I'll give you a chance. Hurry up and fight. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Fuck this guy. Ghostly cursed in his heart. He didn't expect that Lin Xian would really fight him. Does he want to offend the 8 geniuses? However, he knew that he didn't threaten him anymore. Those who threatened Lin Xian, such as Di-Ling and Yuchinya, ended up in a miserable state. If he continued to threaten him, it would be a fight to the death. Hence, he could only admit defeat and stand up. All right, please enlighten me, young Master Lin. Ghostly stood up. His eyes were shining with a black light, and his body was surrounded by ghost energy. He seemed to have turned into a ghost from hell. Buzz. He appeared in front of Lin Xian in an instant. A black ghost sword appeared in his hand, and he stabbed towards Lin Xian's heart. What a fast speed! The surrounding people exclaimed. They didn't expect Ghostly to have such a movement skill when his cultivation was suppressed. Lin Xian was also surprised. It seemed that this Ghostly was really going all out from the start. His figure swayed, turning into a phantom as he dodged quickly. He dodged the sword, but the pitch-black sword was extremely terrifying. Beams of sword light enveloped him. This was the 9 nether sword art, a sword art of the heavenly monument. Someone screamed. It was the Divine Steel's divine ability again. How was Lin Xian going to block it? Ghostly's speed was extremely fast, and so was the Nine Serenities sword technique. He didn't give Lin Xian any chance at all. The others could also see that if Lin Xian didn't have a chance to summon his heroic spirit, it would be very dangerous, because it was very difficult for other divine abilities to fight against Ghostly. Just when everyone thought that Lin Xian was about to be suppressed, Lin Xian let out a long roar. Instead of retreating, he charged forward. His hands split open the sky and collided with the Nine Serenities sword art. What? Was he crazy? Did that kid not want to live anymore? He actually wanted to use his physique to fight against the Nine Serenities sword art? Damn it. Did he think that he was outside? If he was outside and his divine ability wasn't suppressed, then it might be possible to fight against the Nine Serenities sword art. But now, all of his divine abilities couldn't be used. Even his cultivation was suppressed to the first heaven. Would a first heaven sage dare to fight against such a sword art? They definitely wouldn't dare to. But Lin Xian was different. So what if he was suppressed to the first heaven? His divine body of the first heaven wasn't something that these people could imagine. So with a long roar, he directly faced it head-on. With a boom, his fist and the Nine Serenities sword collided, producing a sonorous sound. The Nine Serenities sword art trembled from the impact, and Lin Xian kept retreating. What a terrifying sword art! He was shocked. However, he smiled, because his qi and blood were tumbling, but he wasn't injured. What? How was that possible? Everyone who saw this scene went crazy. In their opinion, Lin Xian would definitely be cut in half by the sword. But Lin Xian was actually unharmed. What kind of physique was this? Was this the physique of a first heaven sage? They wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Ghostly's face also became ugly again. Previously, when he saw the other party charging recklessly, he thought that the other party was an idiot. Who would have thought that the other party's physique was far beyond his imagination? So, after this attack, his arm was numb. Now, he hadn't recovered yet. On the other side, Lin Xian used the illusory spirit spell, and the headless warrior was summoned by him again. Ghost Li's soul scattered. He didn't dare to fight against this knight, and could only look for an opportunity to attack Lin Xian. After dozens of moves, he was still swept in the back by the headless knight's spear. His whole body was directly blasted out, and he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. I admit defeat. Ghostly directly admitted defeat because he knew that if they continued fighting, it would be difficult for him to win. Perhaps his outcome would be the same as Ling's, beaten to pieces. If not for Ling's battle, he might have fought with his life on the line. But when he saw that even Ling wasn't the other party's match, he completely gave up. This person was too monstrous. Ghostly admitted defeat, and was directly eliminated, and became an in-name disciple. The array flickered, and he was also transported out. The surrounding people were completely stunned. Ghostly, an existence second only to Ling, was defeated at this moment. This Linwudi was really too strong. There was no good ending for going against the other party. Lin Xian attacked 3 times in a row, knocking 3 out of the 8 geniuses out of the way. The other party still had 2 chances. Would the other party still attack? The other few of the 8 great prodigies were also like facing a great enemy. They wanted to go against Lin Xian, but they had no chance of winning at all. However, Lin Xian didn't have the intention to attack again. He attacked 3 times because these 3 people provoked him one after another. Especially Yuqinya and Ling. They both had killing intent towards him. He naturally wanted to eliminate such people. As for the others, he wasn't interested. In other words, these people were no longer a threat to him. Seeing that Lin Xian didn't attack, those experts, such as Stillwater Sky City Shirbufan and the others, all heaved a sigh of relief. It was too terrifying. If the other party attacked, they were afraid that they would be in danger. Next, it was the others' turn. A few of the 8 great prodigies came over and discussed with Shun Jingqiu. They wouldn't fight each other, and they would enter the next round together. Shin Jingqiu and the others didn't have any enmity, so they naturally agreed. Next, it was the battle between the others. Among them, Shun Jingqiu attacked. She faced an expert who was very powerful. He wasn't one of the 8 great prodigies. but he also comprehended the divine steel's divine ability. Shin Jingqiu fought with him. Everyone was incomparably shocked when they saw it. Shin Jingqiu finally defeated her opponent, which made Stillwater Sky City's Wang Xiaofeng and the others equally shocked. When did Shin Jingqiu become so powerful? Her divine steel's divine ability was also so powerful. Chapter 3666. It should be because of Lin Wudi. Don't forget, Lin Wudi and Shin Jingqiu both started from the Xian steel. There must be something mysterious about it. Indeed, they spent 3 months to comprehend the divine steel, but it was not as fast as the other party who spent 1 month. There must be something wrong. But even if there was something mysterious, they couldn't care less. It was too late to think about it now. At this moment, the battles continued. Outside, people were constantly being transported out. Those who came out all failed. Actually, when Ghostly was transported out, Yu Qinya was shocked again. Diling's face was also filled with shock. One of his archenemies had also been teleported out. Who was the one who kicked you out? Ghostly snorted. It was that Lin Wudi. What? It was him again. Diling's eyelids twitched. Yu Qinya's face was also pale. But then he revealed a sinister look. 3 of the 8 great prodigies were beaten out. Among them were the first and second Diling and Ghostly. That kid was definitely unlucky. With Diling and Ghostly's methods and their background, how could they easily let each other go? One must know that Ghostly was from the evil star, and Diling was from the spirit-sealing star. These 2 worlds were extremely famous and terrifying worlds in the second astral boundary. If the people from these 2 worlds knew that Lin Xian had eliminated Diling and Ghostly, what would they do? They would definitely go crazy and assassinate Lin Xian. Thinking of this, Yu Qinya revealed a sinister look, but soon he frowned, because he found that Ghostly did not have much killing intent. One must know that when he and Di Ling were transported out, they roared at the sky. Their killing intent shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. And when Ghostly came out, other than his face being a little ugly, he did not do anything else. What was going on? Even Di Ling found something wrong. He said, "Are you willing to accept this? So what if you are not willing? Who told me to provoke the other party?" Ghostly sneered. "Don't tell me you two still want to continue fighting with the other party? Of course. Who does he think he is? How dare he eliminate me? When I come out, I will definitely teach him a lesson." Di Ling's eyes were filled with killing intent. After coming out, there was no cultivation suppression. His cultivation was almost 2 heavenly layers higher than the other party. Wouldn't it be easy for him to kill the other party? Yu Qinya also sneered. His cultivation was 1 level higher than his opponent's, so in the real world, he could also kill his opponent. Looking at their expressions, Ghostly shook his head. "That's your business. It has nothing to do with me. I won't do anything to him. At least, I won't assassinate him unless there's a special competition." "Are you admitting defeat?" Di Ling sneered. "I didn't expect you to be so cowardly." Yu Qinya's eyes were also filled with unwillingness. Ghostly said coldly, "You can think whatever you want. Both of you are the young masters of your families. I am different. I climbed up bit by bit from the Malevolence planet. On the Fiend planet, there were schemes and assassinations every day. Sometimes, you wouldn't even know how you died. That's why my intuition told me that Lin Wudi was terrifying and that I shouldn't make an enemy out of him. For my future path, I won't make an enemy out of him again." After saying that, Ghostly ignored the 2 of them and stood there alone with a cold expression. Although he was eliminated the first time, he still had a chance. At most, he could wait for half a year and participate again. At that time, with his strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to succeed. But this Lin Wudi, he couldn't provoke him in the future. Diling didn't think so. He was different from Ghostly. He had always been a heaven's pride. Moreover, he was a heaven's pride from the first heavenly realm. That's why anyone who went against him would be trampled under his feet. Yu Qinya was even more so. He was the young master of the Yu clan. Since he was young, he was the center of everyone's attention. Someone dared to provoke him? He would use everything, even the power of his family, to destroy the other party. Seeing more and more people being eliminated, Yu Qinya's eyes flickered. He came to the side and said, "Brother Diling, don't you think this is too unusual? There were too many heaven's prides being eliminated. It was unfair to Wushuang City. Wushuang City would lose a lot of geniuses for nothing. Why don't we work together and talk to the elders of Wushuang City? With our status, we can work together with these geniuses and put pressure on them. Maybe. Before Yu Qinya could finish his words, Di Ling's eyes emitted a cold light. He nodded slightly and turned his head. Are you willing to accept this? Those people were naturally unwilling. He said, all right, follow me. We'll go and find the elders of Wushuang City. Di Ling led the crowd and quickly walked towards the distance. A roar sounded. I, Di Ling, bring many heavens' prides to seek an audience with the elders. His voice was like thunder, spreading in all directions. Soon, 5 pairs of people rushed over. The leading elder came. What's going on? What's going on? This is Wushuang City. You can't be so presumptuous. We don't want to be presumptuous, but some people are too despicable and caused many of the 8 great heavens' prides to be eliminated. I think this is also a loss to Wushuang City. The elders who had just arrived were also stunned. Di Ling, Gui Li, and Yu Qinya were indeed 3 of the 8 great heavens' prides. How could they be eliminated? There were also some other heavens' prides who were very eye-catching in the first round, but they were all eliminated. That was too unbelievable. For a moment, they frowned. To be honest, they did not expect this to happen because in their opinion, Di Ling was definitely the favorite to win the championship. Even if he could not become the first disciple, he would definitely be in the top 3. Gui Li was also very powerful. Yu Qinya was also extraordinary. But now, those people were eliminated. Why don't we discuss it? Someone suggested. However, the elder who participated in the first round shook his head. No, the rules were the rules, and they could not be changed. In an instant, the crowd began to discuss spiritedly. Those people that had been eliminated were also begging for another chance. Just as both sides were about to reach a stalemate, a decree descended from the sky. Seeing that, the elders immediately became respectful. The others did not dare to say anything because the aura from the decree was too terrifying. At first glance, one could tell that it was from an extremely terrifying sage. The elders took it respectfully and took a look. Then, they gasped. All right, stop fooling around. Because of the special situation this time, I'll give you a chance. You originally failed and could only take the test half a year later. But this time, it can be brought forward. 3 days later, you can take the test again. If you fail the test, you will be immediately eliminated and leave Wushuang City. If you don't want to, you can take the test half a year later. You can decide what to do. Chapter 36-67. The elders gave 2 paths, and the others' eyes flickered. Those who felt that they weren't too confident all chose to wait half a year before taking the test according to the usual rules. However, people like Di Ling and Yu Qinya decided to wait for the test 3 days later. Fail here? Impossible. They didn't believe that they had to pass the test and participate in the 3rd round. Then, they would kill Lin Wudi with their own strength. Ghostly had no choice. He decided to wait for half a year to avoid Lin Xian. At the same time, there were some geniuses who thought they were strong enough to wait for the test 3 days later. These people were brought to an independent palace and began to recover. They waited for the test 3 days later. As for the others, they became unnamed disciples and went to another area. After the geniuses left, the elders frowned. Why did the higher-ups give such an order? They were also greatly surprised. Who knew? Some shook their heads. Maybe it was because too many geniuses were eliminated. Maybe it was because of other reasons. Anyway, no one could guess the higher-ups' intentions. The elders nodded. However, if Di Ling and the others were allowed to enter the 3rd round, the storm would be huge. There were no restrictions in the 3rd round. Maybe that was the higher-ups' intention. Lin Wudi was too dazzling in the first 2 rounds. However, there were specific restrictions in the first 2 rounds. Maybe the higher-ups wanted to refine him. Were they not afraid of going too far? Did he die? Some elders frowned. One had to know that Di Ling, Yu Qinya, and the others were very strong. If they joined forces in the 3rd round, Lin Wudi might be killed. If he died, then so be it. There were countless geniuses in the world, but how many could walk out in the end? Lin Wudi was like that. Di Ling and Yu Qinya were the same. An elder's expression was cold. If we show mercy now, they will be killed by stronger geniuses in the future. The ancient starry sky path was a path of no return. One must be prepared to die. This was a path that could only be walked by stepping on the corpses and blood of countless geniuses. Inside the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, the battle had ended. There were more than 10,000 geniuses left. Only 3,000 remained. The rest were all eliminated. The remaining people were filled with excitement. This was great. They could finally enter the next stage. What's the next round? Someone asked. Xin Jingqiu, Lin Xian, and the rest turned their heads. They were curious about the last round. The last round? It's a real battle. A Wushuang City's martial artist walked out. For the last round, we will send you to the East Spirit World. You will complete your mission. If you return, you will pass the third round and become a disciple of Wushuang City. However, what I want to tell you is that the East Spirit World is a very special place. Not only will the people from Wushuang City be there for the assessment, the people from the other sacred cities will also be there. Furthermore, there would be some powerful demonic beasts that would appear as well. It could be said that it was a world that specialized in training. It was very dangerous inside. If you're unlucky, there were no restrictions. Although there were no restrictions, their lives were still in danger. This was definitely not good news for them. No one wanted to be killed. Some people hesitated. Some asked, "What's the mission? Is it dangerous?" The mission is for each of you to retrieve 10 East Spirit Stones. East Spirit Stones are unique to the East Spirit World. However, they're not common. You'll need to search carefully. Of course, you can also trade, rob, or assassinate with others. Anyway, it's up to you. As long as you can get 10 East Spirit Stones and return alive, you'll pass. Getting 10 East Spirit Stones by hook or by crook. When they heard this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It was so dangerous, even greater than what they had imagined. However, they also knew that this was the only way. After all, they should not cultivate if they were afraid of death. They had been through hundreds of battles and climbed up from countless corpses. Therefore, although they were hesitant, no one backed down. The third round's ranking will be determined according to the time you return. The rankings of the 3 stages added together will be your final ranking. Speaking of this, everyone sighed. The first place of the second round would definitely be Lin Wudi again, because no one could surpass him. He was the person who eliminated Di Ling and Ghostly. If no one backs out, then rest for a day and adjust your body. I'll send you to the East Spirit World. Everyone nodded and began to rest. Peerless City's martial artists formed seals with their palms. Instantly, everyone was enveloped. In the next moment, those people exclaimed. They felt a huge and powerful life force entering their bodies. Peerless City was helping them recover. Great. They were excited and absorbed with all their might. Under such circumstances, these people recovered in about half a day. For the next half a day, these people closed their eyes and rested. They maintained their peak condition. A day later, these people stood up. Peerless City's martial artists led them out of the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. After walking out, an elder came over and said a few words. The Peerless City's martial artists were stunned. What happened? Lin Xian, Xin Jingqiu, and the rest were puzzled. A Peerless City's martial artist turned around and said, he had just received news that those who were eliminated previously would have an extra chance. 3 days later, they would participate in the assessment. Those who succeed would also enter the third round and compete with you. You must be mentally prepared. What? There was such a thing. Many people's faces changed. Di Ling, Ghostly, and the rest would be back. Thinking of this, their scalps tingled. Among them, Shi Bufan, Shi Sui, and Tianqing looked at Lin Xian with a trace of sympathy in their eyes. Xin Jingqiu also frowned. Brother Lin, you must be careful. I'm afraid those guys will take revenge on you. No worries. Lin Xian was not too concerned. Firstly, it seemed that the East Spirit World was a huge world. It would not be easy to meet. Furthermore, the other party would arrive 3 days later. The situation in the Eastern Spirit World was extremely dangerous. Whether these people could survive or not was another matter. Even if he really met them, would he be afraid of them? Things were getting more and more interesting. He hoped to meet them inside. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. At that time, he would let those people know that even if they were outside, he could still trample on them with his true strength. All right, I'm just informing you about this. You should think about how to get the 10 pieces of East Spirit Stone and come back alive. The Peerless City's martial artists led the 3,000 people on the road again. Thank you for your monthly votes, recommendation votes, subscriptions, favorites, and tips. Sending 5 chapters, asking for support. Chapter 3668. Finally, they arrived at a huge square. On the square, there was a flickering array formation. It was extremely ancient and complex. Everyone boarded the array. The warriors of Peerless City activated the array. The array flickered and teleported everyone away. Looking at the departing figures, the eyes of the warriors and elders of Peerless City flickered. One of them sighed, wondering how many of them would be able to return alive. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When the power of the array disappeared, Lin Xian opened his eyes. In the next moment, he roared, and the 9 yang divine body shone brightly to defend himself. At the same time, he looked around. Where was Qiu'er? He realized that Shun Jingqiu was gone. Not only Shun Jingqiu, Bufan, but the people of Stillwater Sky City were all gone. It seemed that this was not only a spatial teleportation array, but also a random teleportation array. It directly teleported them to various places in this world. It seemed that he could only find Qiu'er while searching for the East Spirit Stone. Thinking of this, his body swayed and he wanted to leave. However, at that moment, he stopped. In fact, his expression became incomparably serious. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Above his head, a strong wind blew, and a dark cloud appeared. Upon closer inspection, it was not a dark cloud, but a pair of wings. It was a demonic beast, and its wings covered the sky. The aura on it was really terrifying. Everywhere it passed, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Damn, this was the East Spirit Realm. Lin Xian's eyes widened. Fuck, this is a powerful demonic beast saint. Not only him, but the others also saw it. After being teleported to the East Spirit Realm, they were ready to search for the East Spirit Stone. But as soon as they moved, they saw one terrifying scene after another. For example, a divine ape that could kick 2 mountains away with a little force. A demonic wolf that could make the stars fall from the sky with a roar. There was also a giant python that could swallow half the sky with its mouth open. This scene stunned all of the sages who were taking the test. Damn it, what kind of place had they come to? These people were really terrified. Let's hurry up and find 10 spirit stones and go back. The people scattered around the world began to move. After leaving those powerful demonic beasts, they heaved a sigh of relief. That's great. A cold light burst out from the eyes of one of them. He soared into the sky, wanting to leave this place. But at this time, an emerald green poisonous snake suddenly appeared on the tree and coiled around his neck. It bit him. Immediately, his body turned black and he fell to the ground, twitching nonstop. This poison was extremely terrifying. Even if this person was a 3rd heaven saint, he could not withstand it. In the end, he could only escape with his soul, screaming as he fled. This was not the only case. At least 5 or 6 people were attacked in an instant. It couldn't be helped. These people still didn't know enough about this place. It was obvious that they had been careless. Xin Xian also frowned. This was truly a terrifying place. He activated his heavenly secret divine eyes and looked around before quickly leaving. However, at this moment, the ground beneath his feet also cracked open, and a claw swiped towards his leg. He wanted to crush his leg. Lin Xian laughed coldly. He had long since noticed that something was amiss. Seeing his opponent attack, he stamped his foot. Boom! The earth trembled as the claw was shattered into pieces. There was a roar from the ground, and a huge creature rushed out. It was a rat. Of course, it was not an ordinary rat. It was a beast saint. The purple fur all over its body shone brightly. Strands of laws surrounded it, and the shattered claw quickly healed. In its emerald green eyes, there was a terrifying murderous intent. With a roar, it rushed over. Obviously, it wanted to tear the human who injured it to pieces. Scram! Lin Xin roared and kicked out like a coiling dragon. Boom! When they collided, an earth-shattering sound was heard, followed by a scream. Then, the huge purple rat was sent flying. Its bones were shattered, and many cracks appeared on its body. Its eyes were filled with fear. Damn it! What was wrong with this human? Why was his physique so strong? One had to know that it was not an ordinary rat. It was a mutated species of earth demon rat. Its cultivation had reached the third heaven. It was a third heaven beast saint. In its opinion, killing a human of the same level was a piece of cake. But now, it could not do so. The other party's physique was too strong. Run! Beast saints were not idiots. They had great wisdom and were not inferior to humans at all. Their physiques were stronger than humans. At this moment, after knowing that it was no match for Lin Xin, it immediately burrowed into the ground, wanting to escape. You want to leave? Can you? Lin Xin sneered. With a stomp of his foot, a huge crack spread forward. The entire ground was trampled into a canyon by him. The earth demon rat underground was also shaken out. It burrowed deeper into the ground desperately. You still don't want to come out? In that case, don't blame me. Lin Xin sneered, took out the Great Destruction Spear, and stabbed it into the ground. The Great Destruction Spear was a sacred artifact. It grew infinitely and pierced through the ground. In the next moment, a miserable cry came from the depths of the ground. Lin Xin waved the Great Destruction Spear with force. The ground cracked open, and the Great Destruction Spear was retrieved from the ground. There was a purple phantom on the spear. It was the Earth Demon Rat. At this moment, it was pierced by the Great Destruction Spear, and its face was filled with fear. Don't kill me. I beg you, spare my life. This huge beast spoke in human language, its face filled with fear. To be honest, he was cursing in his heart. Damn it, he had kicked a metal plate. He originally thought that this was a hothead, a new prey. Who knew that the other party was so powerful? Lin Xin snorted coldly. Don't kill you? Sure, it depends on whether you have value or not. Yes, I do. The Earth Demon Rat hurriedly nodded. Young master, you should be a cultivator who just entered the East Spirit world. I'm quite familiar with the terrain here. I can be your guide. Hearing this, Lin Xin narrowed his eyes. He had just arrived here and was indeed unfamiliar with the place. If there was a demon saint who could lead the way for him, it would be much more convenient. But why should I believe you? If I let you go, what if you run away or counterattack me? Otherwise, I'll plant a restriction in your body. What? Plant a restriction? Wouldn't that be at the mercy of others? The Earth Demon Rat was 100% unwilling. He said, with my little strength, what tricks can I play in front of you? Lin Xin snorted coldly. Come on, you demons are born cunning. I'll give you two options now. First, I'll plant a restriction in you and make you listen to me during this period. Second, I'll kill you now and collect your soul. You choose. I choose the first option. The Earth Demon Rat did not want to die and could only helplessly. Lin Xin smiled. Don't worry, your choice is very correct. I won't control you for too long. I'm only in this East Spirit world for a trial. After I'm done with the trial, I'll let you go. Chapter 3669. Okay, I hope you keep your word. The Earth Fiend Demonic Rat had no choice but to accept this condition. Lin Xin planted a restriction in the other party's mind. As long as the other party dared to betray him, he could immediately kill the other party. Then, he put away the spear of great destruction. The other party quickly recovered and said at the same time, What do you want to ask? Ask away. Lin Xin said, Do you know the East Spirit Stone? Where can I get it? East Spirit Stone? The Earth Fiend Demonic Rat was stunned, and then the corners of its mouth twitched. It seemed that, young master, you are the disciple of the Holy City's assessment. Oh, do you know? Lin Xin nodded. He knew that many holy cities required the East Spirit Stone for the assessment. However, there weren't many of these things, and they weren't easy to obtain. Cut the crap. Where is it? Tell me, lead the way, and tell me about the situation here. Okay, the Earth Fiend Demonic Rat had no choice. Its life was in the other party's hands now, and it couldn't resist. He said, "Let's talk as we walk." As it spoke, its body began to shrink, and in the end, it was only the size of a fist. It was very cute. It jumped onto Lin Xian's shoulder and said, "Fly east." Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he flew at a low altitude. At this time, Little White also flew out. He came to Lin Xian's other shoulder, looked at the earth fiend demonic rat, and said, "Oh, I've taken in another underling." Lin Xian smiled and rubbed Little White's head. The earth fiend demonic rat was unhappy. "Underling? Underling my ass. Damn monkey." It roared, and a terrifying demon Saint Aura surged out. It was a third firmament demon. Could it not scare a little monkey to death? However, Little White only dug its ears. "Yah, so noisy." Then, its furry little claws slapped over and slapped the earth fiend demonic rat's head. The earth fiend demonic rat was dizzy and fainted. A few seconds later, it came back to its senses. In the next moment, it looked at Little White with a face full of fear. Damn it, what a strange monkey. At the same time, it was shocked. Wow, even a monkey was so difficult to deal with. This person was too strange. It was better not to provoke them. He chuckled. "Brother monkey, I'm your new little brother. What kind of spirit fruit do you want to eat? Tell me, and I'll bring you to find it later." Earth fiend demonic rat appeared to be fawning on the surface, but it was extremely depressed in its heart. It was a third firmament demon sage, an overlord of an area, but at this moment, he was reduced to being a lackey. "Yeah, I want to eat angel fruit, Kirin fruit." Little White listed out the names of many fruits. The corner of the earth fiend demonic rat's mouth twitched after hearing this, and it almost vomited blood. How was this a spirit fruit? This was simply a miraculous elixir. How could it be here? He could only play dumb and stop responding. Instead, he began to guide Lin Xian. Lin Xian's figure flickered as he quickly flew forward. Suddenly, a huge hand reached out from the mountains and slapped towards him. The sky fell, and the earth cracked. The mountains shattered, and the earth cracked. This slap was really terrifying. Lin Xian was directly hit. The earth fiend demonic rat was so scared that it peed its pants. It thought that it was definitely going to die, but it didn't expect Lin Xian to release countless sword chi and block this attack. Although it was sent flying, it didn't suffer too much injury. Buzz. Lin Xian rushed into the sky and came to the void. He looked into the distance and frowned. Damn it, someone was sneaking up on him. No, to be precise, it wasn't a human, but a demonic beast that was sneaking up on him. What was this? Lin Xian asked. The earth fiend demonic rat took a look and felt its scalp go numb. It was a lightning beast. Let's take a detour quickly. Why? Is it very powerful? Lin Xian asked. Of course, it's very powerful. Moreover, it's not a native demonic beast of the East spirit world. It's from outside. What did it mean? Lin Xian was even more surprised. The earth fiend demonic rat said, "Didn't I say that Sister Dongling is a trial ground? In addition to your sacred city, other sacred cities, as well as major forces and families, will also send disciples and experts here." This lightning beast came in from outside for the trial. They should be from the Demon City. Demon City. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. In that case, it should also be a sacred city. The earth fiend demonic rat nodded. That's right, it was indeed a sacred city, and it was the sacred city of the demon race. There were no humans inside, only demons and other 10,000 ancient races. They were very powerful and brutal. In the East spirit world, they even specialized in hunting humans. This lightning beast was not only from the Lightning Clan, but also from the Demon City. So we can't provoke it. Let's take a detour. Someone from the Demon City? Interesting. Lin Xian smiled. What's there to be afraid of? You and Xiaobai watch from the side. I'll go and meet him. Lin Xian was too excited. To be honest, the previous two trials were indeed novel to him, but the battles were not satisfying. Especially in the second round, people like Di Ling, Ghostly, and the others were no longer his opponents. He needed to find a new opponent. He did not expect to meet people from other sacred cities as soon as he entered. How could he not be excited? Only by constantly fighting could he break through his limits again and again. So Lin Xian's target was this lightning beast. The lightning beast also walked out of the mountain range, surrounded by lightning, especially its eyes, which were even more terrifying and carried a terrifying aura. Wherever its gaze passed, the void was constantly shattered. Human ants, come here and die. His voice was filled with endless majesty. Come here, but you're the one who's going to die. Lin Xian's right hand swept out. It was as if a part of the world was surrounded by the 5 elemental laws. He directly slapped over. Before his palm landed, the mountain range in front of him kept shattering. It could not withstand this force at all. You're courting death. The lightning beast was furious. The other party dared to attack him. He was courting death. He opened his mouth and spat out a bolt of lightning. This was the art of lightning. It flickered with an unparalleled light, like a heavenly sword that could destroy everything in the world. In his opinion, an early-stage third heaven sage would definitely not be able to withstand his attack. Boom! The 5 elemental palm collided with the light of thunder. A thunderous sound was heard, and the entire forest area was completely destroyed. Countless demonic beasts fled. They knew that there were 2 behemoths in the middle of a battle. After the first attack, Lin Xian continued to attack. His palms were like the 5 elemental mountains, pressing down on the lightning beast. The lightning beast was completely enraged. Damn it! How could it be? How could the other party's physique be so strong? Roar! He roared. He did not believe it at all and charged over. As a beast, his physique was much stronger than a human. He did not believe that an early-stage third heaven person could compete with him. One had to know that he was at the mid-stage third heaven. He was one small realm higher than the other party. Such a small realm was enough for him to kill the other party easily. The 2 of them engaged in close combat. The Earth Fiend demonic rat saw this scene and felt his scalp go numb. Damn it! Come back quickly and attack him from afar. He realized that Lin Xian also wanted to engage in close combat. He was really stupid. Wasn't this hitting a stone with an egg? Chapter 3670. Little White, who was at the side, waved its furry little paws. Yeah, it's safe. As it spoke, it took out a spiritual fruit and began to eat it. Its big black eyes blinked as it looked ahead, as if it was watching a good show. This monkey was too heartless. Its master was about to die. The earth demon demonic rat's eyes flickered. It was ready to escape. It was no match for this lightning beast, so when the person in front of it died, it immediately fled. Even its 2 claws had already begun to quietly dig into the ground. However, at this moment, the sound of bones breaking came from the front, as well as an earth-shattering roar. The sky in all directions kept shattering. The earth demon demonic rat raised its head and looked into the distance. Then, its eyes almost fell out. He saw that the lightning beast's enormous body was actually sent flying backwards, smashing countless mountains into pieces. Not only that, blue blood flowed out from the other party's body. It was injured. The lightning beast was actually injured. God, this human youth was too terrifying, wasn't he? It was stunned. At the same time, the lightning beast was also stunned. Its heart was filled with infinite fear and anger. It was actually injured by a human. It was too unbelievable. More importantly, this human's cultivation was lower than his. With a roar, it used its bloodline talent. The speed of the lightning clan was very fast. In an instant, it disappeared. When it reappeared, it was behind Lin Xian. It was like teleportation. Go to hell. His 2 palms turned into 2 heavenly blades and slashed down mercilessly. This attack should have killed the other party, right? Puff. The void shattered and turned into chaos. However, the lightning beast's heart suddenly stopped. It missed. That's right. It felt that this attack had slashed into the void and did not hit the other party at all. Damn it. Where was the other party? It looked in front of it in disbelief. Disappeared. The other party disappeared. The other party's speed was actually so fast? It was even faster than its bloodline talent. This was impossible. She was from the Lightning Clan, a lightning-type demonic saint. In addition to her bloodline talent, who could be faster than her in the same realm? Not to mention a 3rd heaven saint. Even a 4th heaven saint might not be as fast as her. Are you looking for me? At this moment, A cold voice came from behind. What? Had the other party already arrived behind him? When had he arrived? Why didn't he notice it at all? Thinking of this, he broke out in a cold sweat. Had the other party's speed surpassed his? How was this possible? He turned his head and saw a fist coming at him. It was a golden fist that was shining with multicolored light. Not good. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. This punch landed directly on his face, causing his head to explode in an instant. His entire body fell to the ground. Next, he felt more than 1,000,000 attacks. He was torn into pieces and turned into a bloody mist. The ground fiend demonic rat opened its eyes wide. It could not believe that the lightning beast was actually being beaten up by the other party. This was too inconceivable. The lightning beast was so scared that it pissed its pants. This human before it was definitely one of the top geniuses out there. To think that it could not beat him. Run quickly. The blood turned into streams of light and fled into the distance. However, how could Lin Xian let him escape? The sword chi of the dragon traversing sword flew out and formed a sword field. It shrouded the area in front of him and completely enveloped the blood of the other party. Next, tens of thousands of sword chi exploded together. The blood kept being obliterated. A miserable and terrified voice sounded. No, you can't do it. I'm from the demon city. He let out a crazy roar. The exam was useless. No matter what demon city you were from, as long as you dared to make a move, Lin Xian would not let you go. In the end, a soul fled in panic and was shattered into pieces by Lin Xian with the Great Destruction Spear. Nothing was left in front of him. All right, he could continue on his way. Lin Xian waved his hand and said to the ground fiend demonic rat behind him. Little White flew back, while the ground fiend demonic rat's body stiffened. He was completely stunned at this moment. Previously, he was forced to submit to the other party and was still dissatisfied in his heart. But now, he no longer dared to have any dissatisfaction. The other party's strength had completely stunned it. What kind of human was this? This was simply a god. Next, he continued on his way. 3 days later, Lin Xian obtained the first East Spirit Stone. He got it in a valley. If it wasn't for the ground fiend demonic rat leading the way, he wouldn't have been able to find it. A piece of East Spirit Stone was crystal clear and flickering with light. This kind of stone was a very important material for making array formations. Lin Xian carefully put away the East Spirit Stone. Then, he narrowed his eyes. Now that he had gotten the East Spirit Stone, it wouldn't be too far away. With a sway of his body, he left again. 2 days later, he found a second piece of East Spirit Stone. This piece of East Spirit Stone was on an ancient tree. He didn't know who put it here. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he stepped on the air. He arrived above the ancient tree and reached out to grab the second piece. However, at this moment, there was a crisis. Suddenly, 2 golden rays of light rushed out from the ancient tree. This sudden change stunned Lin Xian, and he subconsciously blocked with his hand. With a bang, he was sent flying. His entire arm was numb. Damn it, what was this thing? Its strength was too strong. One had to know that he had the 9 Yang divine body. Especially now, his physique was completely equivalent to a 4th firmament saint. He could even withstand a few attacks from a 5th firmament saint. And once he activated the Qilin tattoo, his physique would be even stronger. Although he hadn't activated the Qilin tattoo, not everyone could hurt him. However, this golden light made his entire body feel as if he had been struck by lightning. He was sent flying. At the same time, another voice came from beside his ear. Not good. It turned out that the earth fiend demonic rat was hit by another golden light. Its entire body was penetrated, and it let out a miserable cry. That golden light turned back and stabbed at the earth fiend demonic rat's head. Save me. The earth fiend demonic rat's face was filled with fear. Although he was also a 3rd firmament demon saint, he didn't even have the strength to fight back in front of this golden light. When Lin Xian saw this scene, he was instantly furious. The earth fiend demonic rat was his guide and the most important existence to find the East Tombstone. How could he allow others to attack him? Thinking of this, he roared angrily, clenched his hand into a fist, and directly grabbed at the golden line. He grabbed it with one hand. However, Lin Xian was also sent flying, crashing into countless forests. At this moment, another golden light charged towards Little White. However, Little White's speed was very fast. Its figure flashed and directly disappeared into the void, dodging this attack. Humph! Lin Xian roared angrily. He activated the black Qilin tattoo on his body, and his physique became stronger. He waved his fists and sent the two golden lights flying. Buzz! He grabbed the Earth Fiend demonic rat and brought it to his side. How is it? Lin Xian asked. The Earth Fiend demonic rat's face was filled with fear. It wouldn't die, but it was almost. If you didn't make a move, I would definitely die today. Chapter 3671. As he healed his wounds, his face was filled with horror. After the two golden lights in front of him were sent flying, they did not attack immediately. Instead, they stopped in midair. It was only then that Lin Xian realized that they were actually two bugs. Two of them had wings and were yellow all over. There were black patterns on their bodies, and they looked like bees. How was that possible? Lin Xian was completely stunned. How could two bees make them so miserable? They even seemed to be able to easily kill any level 3 sage. Even a level 4 sage might not be able to block them. What kind of bee was that? It was too terrifying. After the Earth Demon demonic rat saw it, its scalp went numb. Damn it, the killer saint bees were meant to kill sages. Lin Xian also gasped when he heard that. Just the name alone was enough to tell that it was a terrifying existence. He asked, are they native to the East Spirit World or the Demon City? Or are they raised by a sage? They should be native to the East Spirit World. I've heard of the killer saint bees before, but I didn't expect them to be here. At this point, its voice trembled. Could it be that their hive is on the ancient tree in front of us? If that's the case, we're dead meat. Let's go. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a golden light. He looked ahead and heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, he also muttered in his heart. The two killer saint bees were already so powerful. If there was a hive of them, he could only run away. But fortunately, it seemed that this was not their nest. He just didn't know why they were here. Lin Xian looked at the East Spirit Stone again and frowned. Perhaps someone brought the East Spirit Stone here and was killed. This could also explain why the East Spirit Stone was on the tree. Let's go. There are other East Spirit Stones in other places. Don't worry. The East Spirit Stone is right in front of us. How can we give up? Besides, there might be East Spirit Stones in other places, but there might not be killer saint bees in other places. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Seeing this scene, the Earth Demon demonic rat was dumbfounded. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to attack killer saint bees? No way. Don't provoke this thing. If a group of them comes, we'll definitely die. Don't worry, I have a way. Lin Xian's eyes glowed with a golden light. He said, Little White, go get the East Spirit Stone and leave these two bees to me. Whitey's figure flickered as it flew towards the ancient tree in front. Seeing this, the two sacred killing peaks immediately made their moves too. However, Lin Xian made his move. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a beam of sword chi that cut through the void. At the same time, the golden light in his eyes blossomed with unparalleled brilliance. Eye technique, Heavenly Heart. This was a control-type eye technique. It was the upgraded version of Moonlight Shadow. At this moment, the two saint-slaying peaks were shaking non-stop. They had received a huge soul attack. With a flap of its wings, two streaks of golden light clashed in the air. Wherever it passed, large black cracks appeared in the void. When the Earth Fiend demonic rat saw this scene, it was so frightened that it hurriedly dug out the soil and went underground, trembling. As for Lin Xian, he was constantly using ocular techniques to attack his opponent's soul. After 30 minutes, the two saint-slaying peaks finally stopped being so irritable and stopped in midair. Come here. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the two saint-slaying bees flew over and landed on his palm. Lin Xian looked carefully. He had to admit that these two saint-slaying bees were very beautiful if he looked carefully. The black spots on their bodies were like Tao patterns, full of mysterious aura. Come out, it's fine now. He stomped the ground with his foot. The Earth Fiend demonic rat came out, its green eyes looking around. Have you killed them? No, they're in my hands. As he spoke, he stretched out his palm. When the earth fiend demonic rat saw the two saint-slaying peaks in his palm, it was immediately scared out of its wits. It wanted to leave, but it was kicked out by Lin Xian. Now, these are already mine. Yours? What do you mean? The earth fiend demonic rat stopped. He waited for a long time and found that these two saint-slaying peaks did not attack. This made him heave a sigh of relief. I've already controlled their souls. They're already mine now. These simple words made the earth fiend demonic rat's hair stand on end. This was an eye technique, and it was an extremely terrifying eye technique. This young man was too powerful. Fortunately, it had cooperated obediently before. Otherwise, the other party would have directly controlled its soul and turned it into a walking corpse. It would not have any ability to resist. These two killing Saint Peaks might be able to play an unimaginable role. Lin Xian put it away. Then he took the East Spirit Stone from Little White. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, they were on their way again. While Lin Xian was collecting the Spirit Stones, another group of people arrived in the East Spirit world. These people were the second batch of examinees from Wushuang City, which was Diling, Yuqinya, and the others. They waited for 3 days before taking the test again. After passing the test, they were teleported here. When they first arrived, they were also shocked by the terror of the East Spirit world. However, a few of them sneered. For example, Yuqinya's eyes were red. Finally, it was the third stage. Lin Xian, you can't escape. I'll tear you into pieces. On the other side, it was the same for Di Ling. Lin Wudi, you dare to eliminate me? I'll make you wish you were dead. His body swayed, and he rushed into the sky, entering the mountain range. In the mountains, a waterfall cascaded down. At the bottom of the waterfall, there was a beautiful figure, like a fairy. She took out an East Spirit Stone from the waterfall, then wiped the water off her face. She looked around. This is the second East Spirit Stone. I wonder how Brother Lin is doing? She was Shun Jingqiu. At this moment, she had also obtained the second East Spirit Stone, but she still had not met Lin Xian. With Brother Lin's strength, he should be fine here. But Brother Lin might be worried about me. No, I can't distract Brother Lin. Shin Jingqiu thought for a moment, then spat out a purple cloud. Then, she spoke to the cloud. Brother Lin, Qiu is safe. You don't have to look for me. Gather the 10 East Spirit Stones, and we'll meet at Dongling Mountain. Dongling Mountain was the final destination. After the people of Wushuang City gathered the 10 East Spirit Stones, they would head to Dongling Mountain. From there, they could return to Wushuang City. After speaking, Shun Jingqiu waved her hand, and the purple cloud floated in the sky, carrying her aura. As long as Lin Xian saw it, he would definitely recognize it. Then, Lin Xian would be able to hear what she said. After doing this, Shun Jingqiu identified a direction and left. Not long after she left, a figure flew over and blended into the waterfall. Then, with a sigh, the East Spirit Stone was taken away. Then, he looked up at the sky. She hadn't gone too far. This is Shun Jingqiu's aura. He had just left. In the pool of water, thousands of water droplets condensed into a handsome man. It was Yuqinya. Chapter 3672. Should he go and kill Shun Jingqiu? Yuqinya thought about it and gave up. Forget it. My main target is that kid. As long as I get rid of that kid, the Holy Lady of the Spirit Tribe is nothing to be afraid of. Looking at this purple cloud, it should be able to lure that kid over. All right, I'll wait here. When he comes, I'll show him how powerful I am. There was a waterfall in the mountains. There should be an East Spirit Stone hidden in it. If it hadn't been taken away, the Earth Fiend demonic rat's eyes flashed, and it started to point the way again. Lin Xian set off towards the location of the third East Spirit Stone. He flew all the way to the mountains. Before he reached the waterfall, he stopped. In the next moment, he saw a ball of purple aura in the sky. A ball of purple cloud. He was stunned. The Earth Fiend demonic rat was also stunned. What a strange cloud. Who spat it out? Lin Xian was suddenly enlightened. It was Chio, or must have left it behind. Buzz. He probed with a large hand and grabbed towards the sky. As he moved, the waterfall on the other side also changed. Countless splashes of water turned into streaks of flowing light and rushed towards him. In an instant, the void in front of him was pierced. Oh no, there's an enemy. The earth fiend demonic rat screamed again. Lin Xian shouted coldly. With a wave of his hand, he uprooted the ground and formed a huge mountain in front of him. At the same time, his figure flashed and he appeared in another space. He grabbed the purple cloud in his hand. Was it a trap? His face was cold. However, at this moment, Shun Jingqiu's voice came from the cloud. Brother Lin, I'm fine. You don't have to look for me. We'll meet at Dongling Mountain. It was Qiu Er's voice. There was no doubt about it. Furthermore, Qiu Er didn't seem to be in any danger. Who was the one who attacked? Since it wasn't a trap, Lin Xian turned his head and looked into the distance. He saw that in the waterfall, the seawater condensed into a figure. Kid, you're finally here. That figure stood on the water, and the murderous aura he emitted was earth-shattering. A level 4 saint. The earth fiend demonic rat was pushed far away again, its face full of fear. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It's you, you bastard. You're here too. She didn't expect that the one waiting for her here was actually Yuchinya. Was this mist left behind by Yuchinya to confuse him? No, that shouldn't be the case. Qiu Er must have left it behind, and Yuchinya must have discovered it after she left. In an instant, he understood. A loser like you actually managed to enter. I have to say that you're really lucky. However, you didn't cherish this opportunity and even dared to cause trouble for me. Are you tired of living? Lin Xian sneered. In his opinion, this Yuchinya was an idiot. Even now, he still dared to provoke him. Wasn't this courting death? Yuchinya snorted coldly. Brat, don't be so arrogant. The reason why you passed the second stage was because of the suppression of your innate techniques and cultivation base. Otherwise, do you think you can defeat me? Today, in this place, without any suppression, I will let you know my strength. I will let you die in despair. At the end of his words, the wind and rain changed. The waterfall behind him spun non-stop, turning into a silver dragon that crawled under Yuchinya's feet. Brat, use the 2 bees you just got to kill him. The earth fiend demonic rat quickly said from behind. Kill him? Forget it. It's such a precious thing. Isn't it a waste to kill a trash? What a joke. Killing the bees was Lin Xian's trump card. He would only use it when necessary. He didn't put a mere Yuchinya in his eyes. He raised his head and said indifferently, Since you want to fight with me, show me your full strength. Attack with your full strength, or you won't have any chance. I should be the one saying that. You better use your full strength, or I can kill you in one move. Yuchinya sneered. Is that so? Let me attack first? Sure. Lin Xian nodded. Then do you want to give me 3 moves? So what? Yuchinya sneered. He had absolute confidence in this place. He was an entire realm higher than his opponent. Not to mention 3 moves. He could easily kill his opponent with 300 moves. What he wanted to do now was to let his opponent know what despair was. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. Lin Xian sneered. What an idiot. He really wanted to know what his opponent's expression would be after the first move. Thinking of this, he clenched his fist and punched out. It was extremely fast. In an instant, he appeared in front of Yuchinya and punched out. Yuchinya was instantly torn into pieces. A miserable cry sounded. The sky was full of saint blood. Yuchinya's corpse fell into the waterfall. This scene stunned the earth fiend demonic rats at the back. He came back to his senses. This 4th level guy isn't much. He's such an idiot. How can he stand there and let others hit him? The snow-white little monkey beside him said while eating a spirit fruit. Did water get into his brain? Lin Xian said. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I use too much strength? Damn kid. I'm going to kill you. Yuchinya's body, which had been torn to pieces, quickly healed. His handsome face instantly became distorted. Damn it. I was too careless. How can my opponent be so strong? He must have secretly used a saint artifact. Damn it. My opponent is too despicable. I won't let you off. The law on his body spread out. A terrifying aura rushed out. Lin Xian said, "Why? You want to fight? Didn't you say you would let me have 3 moves? This is only the first move. There are still 2 more. You won't go back on your words, right?" These words were like slaps to the face. Yu Qinya's face was incomparably ugly. Previously, he was incomparably confident that he would let his opponent have 3 moves. Who would have thought that his opponent's strength was beyond his expectations? His body was shattered in the first move. If he were to hit 2 more times, he would be seriously injured. So he gritted his teeth and said, "Despicable kid, you are too shameless. I take back my words." Take back my words? I'm despicable and shameless? I think it's you who is too shameless. Someone like you is also a 4th-level saint? You don't even keep your words. What a joke. Humph. Who would know here? Yu Qinya said shamelessly. Indeed. There are only 2 people here. So what if he's shameless? Oh my, I've never seen someone so shameless. The earth fiend demonic rat at the back could not stand it anymore. This guy is too thick-skinned. Who said no one saw it? Aren't we humans? Bah, we are demons. But what's wrong? Can't demons despise you? A smelly rat dares to clamor in front of me? Yu Qinya's killing intent was awe-inspiring. The earth fiend demonic rat took 2 steps back. However, when he thought of Lin Xian, he was not afraid. Do you think that you can be shameless just because there is no one here? I'll let you see the outcome of being shameless. Relatives, come out. Chapter 3673. The earth demon demonic rat roared, and the ground trembled. Countless rats jumped out. These rats might not be as strong as the earth demon demonic rat, but there were too many of them. They were densely packed, and pairs of green eyes were looking around. Oh, it was their ancestor. When they saw the earth demon demonic rat, they kept worshipping it. Indeed, with the earth demon demonic rat's identity as a level 3 demonic rat, he could indeed be their ancestor. The earth demon demonic rat said to countless descendants, "Remember this person. He's despicable and shameless." What's his name? His name is Yu Qinya. Lin Xian said. Yes, yes, yes. Remember this Yu Qinya. Despicable and shameless. Hurry up and spread the word. Let everyone in the East spirit world know that there is such a shameless guy. Courting death. Yu Qinya was mad. A small demonic beast dared to be arrogant in front of him? He raised his hand, and a ray of light flew out. The earth demon demonic rat was shocked. Fortunately, Lin Xian made a move. With a wave of his hand, he directly shattered the ray of light. Lin Xian sneered. Why? Am I wrong? Aren't you despicable and shameless? Humph, you're sharp-tongued. Now, I'll make you wish you were dead. With that, Yu Qinya's body swayed, turned into countless water droplets, and rushed forward quickly. What a terrifying movement technique. The earth demon demonic rat was shocked to see it from afar. Indeed, Yu Qinya's body seemed to have turned into countless water droplets, killing people silently. Each droplet could penetrate through a level 3 demonic rat. It could be said that it was very terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Xian was instantly enveloped by these water droplets. Those raindrops fell on his body, making sonorous sounds like thousands of thunder. The space was completely shattered and annihilated. No way, I was completely hit. The earth demon demonic rat was horrified. Yu Qinya's lips curled into a smile. Humph, idiot kid, I've said it. You're not mine at all outside. Before he finished speaking, his eyes widened. How is this possible? He screamed and retreated. Because he saw that under his attack, Lin Xian walked out. His whole body was covered in golden light. He's unharmed. He's unharmed? It was too unbelievable. The opponent's physique was actually comparable to that of a 4th heaven saint. It was really surprising. Is this what you have to be proud of? Your strength outside isn't that great either. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. He raised his hand and unleashed a beam of golden sword qi. In an instant, the sword qi shattered the air and slashed towards Yu Qinya. Wong. Yu Qinya's body turned into countless water droplets. After dodging the sword, he sneered. Useless brat, You can't hurt me at all. I have the body of true water. At this point, he laughed proudly. His physique and bloodline were extraordinary, unfathomably deep. Can't hurt you? Are you sure? Lin Xian sneered at the other party. The other party's strength was only as. To be honest, he had no interest in tangling with the other party. Therefore, in the next moment, he directly shot out a dragon-shaped sword chi, which contained the terrifying aura of the great dragon sword soul. Useless brat. Yuchinya didn't dodge at all and turned back into raindrops. As long as he was in this state, he could dodge any attack. But this time, he was gravely mistaken. This was the dragon-shaped sword chi, which could destroy everything. As expected, when the sword slashed down, Yuchinya instantly screamed. Blood flowed out from the countless raindrops. Damn it! How is this possible? Yuchinya retreated crazily. A huge crack appeared on his body. It was terrifying, and even his internal organs flowed out. Damn it, this is impossible. He was completely stunned. His body of true water was broken by the other party. How is this possible? This is an extremely special physique. Lin Xian sneered. What body of true water? You can't even withstand a single blow from me. I've said it before, you're not my opponent at all. Whether it's in the Copper Sparrow Pavilion or outside in the real world, you can't even withstand a single blow. Damn it, this is impossible. Yuchinya screamed. The countless raindrops on his body began to shine. His body of true water could not only withstand countless attacks, but also had a strong recovery effect. After all, water nourished all things. But the strength of the sword chi and the remnant sword intent on it shocked him. His body of true water could not completely heal in a short period of time. Fortunately, the injury had been stopped. But at this moment, Lin Xian's fist came over. It arrived in front of him. With a boom, Yuchinya was smashed into pieces. Then, Lin Xian attacked forcefully, turning Yuchinya into a bloody mist. His cold eyes surrounded the bloody mist. He said coldly, "Do you still think you can fight against me now?" Yuchinya was completely stunned. His heart was trembling violently. What was going on? He screamed, and his body healed again. His face was incomparably pale. Defeated? Was he defeated? With just a few simple moves, the other party had beaten him to the point where he could not even fight back. Damn it! It made him feel powerless, just like when he was in the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. But that was because his cultivation was suppressed. He could not use his great skills. Now, he could use any divine ability without the suppression of his cultivation base. But he was still not a match for his opponent. Could it be that the gap between them was so big? No, I don't believe it. Yuchinya opened his mouth and spat out a decree that bloomed with incomparable light. That was the decree of the Rain Clan. Not only that, he also took out an umbrella. That was a saint artifact. The decree danced in front of him, and the umbrella spun above his head. In an instant, Yuchinya's whole body was covered in defense. "Kid, I will make you pay the price." As he said that, he formed a seal with his palms. The ancient words on the decree flickered and pushed forward. It was like a seal of heaven and earth that could destroy everything. What a terrifying aura. What kind of rune was that? The earth demon rat retreated again. The aura made his hair stand on end. Even the little white monkey stopped eating the spirit fruit and began to worry. Lin Xian sneered. He raised his hand and also threw out a decree. The two decrees collided in the air and intertwined, forming countless Tao of heaven and earth. Damn kid, this is my Rain Clan's item. Seeing this decree, Yuchinya was instantly angry. It was very obvious that this was the decree of his sister. He snorted. "You are an outsider. You can't display the true power of our decrees." As he said that, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, the decree bloomed with incomparable light. Only the power of our Rain Clan's bloodline can display the decree to its fullest. As expected, Lin Xian's decree was suppressed, and it began to tremble violently. Seeing this scene, Yuchinya laughed loudly. "Did you see that? You are not my opponent at all. Is that so? You rely too much on decrees. You don't know what is the most important thing in the dark?" Lin Xian's voice was cold. The most important thing was not the bloodline, nor the laws, but the ancient words on it. These are the ancient scripture words. You idiot, you can't even comprehend the most important thing. After saying that, Lin Xian did not pay attention to his opponent anymore. Instead, he stretched out a finger and drew a few arcs in the sky. What he wrote was the ancient scripture words on the laws. Chapter 3674. If an ordinary person wrote it, it would be useless. However, Lin Xian had comprehended the Tao of heaven and earth and used the laws to write it. That power was truly unparalleled. After writing it, the sound of a sword and a dragon's roar could be heard from the ancient character. With a palm strike, the ancient scripture character was incomparably powerful, and it directly knocked away the other party's decree. It even directly pierced through the other party's decree. How could it be like this? Yu Qinya vomited blood. His decree was broken. It was defeated by the other party with a single word. Did you see that? That was the true mystery of the decree. As for you, you only relied on the power of your weapon. You didn't study the essence of it at all. Lin Xian's voice sounded as if he was lecturing the other party. After Yu Qinya heard it, his lungs exploded with anger. Damn it! Was the other party lecturing him? What right did he have? He was going crazy with anger. I relied on the power of my old weapon. So what? Although you broke my decree, I have a saint weapon. As he spoke, he activated the heavenly Luo umbrella above his head. This was a true saint weapon that could store everything. As soon as it appeared, the heavenly Luo umbrella kept floating in the air as if it was going to store the entire world. At the same time, Lin Xian also felt a huge power. Kid, be obediently taken in by my heavenly Luo umbrella and turn into a pool of blood. Yu Qinya laughed sinisterly again. However, Lin Xian shook his head. Humph, you're really an idiot. Do you think you're the only one who has a saint weapon? With a wave of his hand, he directly pulled out the Great Destruction Spear to contend with it. Instantly, it blocked the heavenly Luo umbrella. The two great sage weapons were intertwined. Meanwhile, Lin Xian raised his head and looked forward. He walked forward. Damn it! Yu Qinya roared crazily. He didn't expect the other party to have a saint weapon. It was really out of his expectations. However, soon, he revealed a sinister expression. After killing you, the saint weapon will be mine. He charged over and used the Rain Clan's great ability, Wind and Rain Sword. A sword of laws appeared in his hand. As he waved it, it brought about a storm of sword shadows. One had to admit that Yu Qinya was really powerful. However, it was a pity that he met Lin Xian. In the face of such a terrifying sword shadow, Lin Xian directly used the spatial ability, Void Escape. In an instant, he completely disappeared and appeared in front of his opponent. Then, he took out another item. It was a bead. The moment the bead appeared, Yu Qinya instantly felt his body stiffen. It was as if a pair of invisible hands had grabbed him. Wind and Rain Sword also instantly. Damn it! What was that? Yu Qinya. In the next moment, he screamed. Mind fixation bead. You actually. The only thing that could freeze him in place in an instant was that terrifying saint artifact, the mind fixation pearl. Wait, could it be? Suddenly, he had a thought. You are the mysterious killer. He was really shocked. When he was in Ninefold Heaven's projection, a seventh-floor assassin appeared and threatened him with the mind fixation bead. At that time, he was held hostage, his sister was humiliated, and the small saint of his family knelt on the ground and kowtowed. All of this was done by the kid in front of him. His eyes were burning, his head was smoking, and his lungs were about to explode. That's right, it's me. It seems that you're not too stupid. You know, from the beginning to the end, you've never been my opponent. How laughable. You still dare to fight me. I can only say that you're courting death. Damn kid, let me go. Let's fight to the death. Fight to the death? Are we not fighting to the death now? Lin Xian directly slapped out. Half of Yu Qinya's face was shattered. Yu Qinya was knocked to the ground. He could not move at all. The power of the mind fixation bead was absolutely terrifying. Then, Lin Xian began to attack. First, he broke all the bones in his opponent's body. Then, he used lightning and fire to torture Yu Qinya. Yu Qinya screamed crazily. He had never experienced such torture in his life. In the end, he was even hit by the eye technique, locking spring and autumn. That kind of torture on the soul made him hover between life and death. In the end, madness appeared in Yu Chinya's eyes. He self-detonated and exploded into a bloody mist. His soul escaped with a small part of the saint's blood. Seeing this scene, the earth demon demonic rat said, "Kid, quickly chase him. Don't let him escape." Lin Xian did not immediately attack. "No hurry. He's just a piece of trash. How can he escape from me?" "Then why didn't you chase him?" The earth demon demonic rat was very puzzled. Lin Xian said, "Didn't you ask your relatives to spread the news of this kid's shamelessness throughout the East spirit world? I just want him to know what his reputation is like. I want him to die in pain and humiliation. I want everyone to know the consequences of daring to chase me." Lin Xian's eyes bloomed with an extremely terrifying killing intent. Indeed, Yu Qinya was too despicable. He had tried to kill him more than once. If he was weaker, he would have been killed long ago. This time, he would not be soft-hearted. Lin Xian raised his head and stared at the falling rain umbrella. That umbrella turned into a stream of light and flew into the distance. Obviously, it was summoned by Yu Qinya. "Let's go and watch a good show." Lin Xian waved his hand. Little White and the earth demon demonic rat came to his side again. They turned into a stream of light and flew into the distance. In the vast mountains, a blood light flew past. It was Yu Qinya. At this moment, his body had recovered, but he was much weaker. This time, he only took 1/3 of his blood with him. Moreover, he had experienced so much torture before. His soul was injured, and his body was seriously injured. The current him could not even use half of his strength. It was already very good to be able to use 1/10 of his strength. "Damn it, this is really too damn." Yu Qinya roared crazily. He really did not expect that he would fall into the hands of the other party. He must take revenge. However, before he left, he had to recover first. He walked into the depths of the forest. He wanted to find a quiet place to recover. At this moment, he heard 2 tree demons talking. "Have you heard? A despicable and shameless guy came to our East spirit world." "I know, despicable and shameless. I think his name is Yu Qinya." Puff. Yu Qinya spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, did that damn rat really spread the news? He originally thought that the other party was just angry at him. He did not expect that the other party really did it. "Go to hell." Yu Qinya waved his hand. 2 laws flew out and killed the 2 tree demons. At the same time, he walked in with a dark face. However, after a few steps, he heard people whispering again. They were all some small insects and plant beasts. At this moment, they were all talking crazily. "Do you know that there is a despicable and shameless Yu Qinya?" Yu Qinya spat out another mouthful of blood. Go to hell." He attacked and killed all the beasts. At the same time, his whole body trembled. "I want to see who dares to speak ill of me." His soul spread out in all directions. The space of millions of miles was completely covered by him. However, in the next moment, he vomited 3 liters of blood and fell to the ground. Chapter 3675. It turned out that everyone in the East spirit world was talking about him. Not only the beasts, but even some of the challengers knew about it. For example, the people of Wushuang City knew about it. What? Despicable and shameless Yu Qinya. Was he actually beaten up? This Yu Qinya wasn't that strong. Yeah, and it was said that he was despicable. Furthermore, those monstrous beasts even said that he was an unpardonably evil person. Despicable and shameless? That was a small matter. He was ugly. He attacked his own sister. He attacked his benefactor. He attacked his own sister. He even attacked his own father. In short, he was as shameless as he could be. Yu Qinya's body exploded. In the next moment, he fell to the ground, dead. At this moment, the severely injured Yu Qinya was dead. She would be angered to death by him. Seeing this, the earth fiend demonic rat's eyes widened. Damn, a level 4 sage was angered to death. This was probably the first time in thousands of years. Lin Xian sneered. He deserved it. If he didn't provoke me, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Lin Wudi, I'll fight you to the death. Suddenly, a gray shadow rushed out from Uchinya's body. It was a spirit. However, it was different from a normal spirit. It was black and had a strong evil aura. Not good. A vengeful spirit. The earth fiend demonic rat screamed. I knew this guy wouldn't die. Lin Xian sneered. A mere vengeful spirit. What can it do to me? Uchinya was indeed dead. He didn't expect himself to be angered to death. He was indignant. Although his spirit was defeated, it wasn't completely destroyed. Therefore, after he died, he became a vengeful spirit. Although he was living in another way between heaven and earth, it was completely different from being truly alive before. After becoming a vengeful spirit, it wouldn't be easy for him to cultivate again. Moreover, his strength was greatly reduced. It wasn't easy for him to be alive. All of this was given to him by Lin Xian. He wouldn't let Lin Xian go. You won't let me off? Lin Xian descended from the sky and looked at the other party. Why won't you let me go? Not good. The other party is coming. Uchinya's vengeful spirit was scared out of his wits. He was no match for the other party and wanted to escape. Wong. Lin Xian reached out with his giant hand, which blotted out the sky and covered the sun. Like a cage, he directly grabbed the other party. If you wanted to turn into something else, it might be very troublesome, but you chose to turn into a vengeful spirit. I can only say that you are very stupid. Don't worry, she is not your final destination. I want you to die in another 10,000 reincarnations. Lin Xian immediately opened Spring-Autumn Lock. Vengeful spirits were also a type of soul. They were unable to resist eye techniques, especially one as powerful as Lin Xian's. In the next moment, Uchinya's vengeful spirit was hit by an eye technique and was pulled into an illusory world. Here, he would receive 10,000 cycles of reincarnation. Every time, he would be mercilessly tortured. It was a fate worse than death. A few seconds later, Uchinya's vengeful spirit disappeared. He was killed without a trace. In fact, the real situation was that he had experienced tens of thousands of reincarnations and tens of thousands of years of torture. The earth fiend demonic rat swallowed his saliva. Fortunately, he didn't provoke such a killing god. Otherwise, his ending would be very miserable. Uchinya was dead. Next, he had to deal with the other party's storage room. Among them, the saint artifact, Tian Luo umbrella, turned into a stream of light and tried to escape. However, it was blocked by Lin Xian. After an earth-shattering battle, Lin Xian directly subdued Tian Luo Flash. He threw it into the Great Sage Pagoda and used the starry sky to refine it. At the same time, Lin Xian looked at the black earth again. It was already 90% complete. It wouldn't be long before it completely turned into a saint artifact. This way, he would have more saint artifacts in his hands. After thinking for a while, Lin Xian directly handed the mind-settling pearl to Xiaobai. He said, "Little guy, this is for you in the future." Little White took it over. "What are those big black eyes?" "Wow, that's great. With this thing along with my treasure bowl, I can snatch anything when the time comes." He laughed mischievously. "Let's go. Let's continue on our way." Lin Xian and the other two turned into a stream of light and continued on their way. Although Uchinya was dead, the news of him being despicable and shameless continued to spread. In the entire Eastern spirit world, everyone knew about it. The examinees of Wushuang City had heard about it too. When Di Ling heard the news, his face turned gloomy. What was this Uchinya doing? What a piece of trash. I thought that I didn't have to do it myself. Who knew that I would have to do it myself? Well, I'll deal with this Lin Wudi personally. As Lin Xian flew, he began to clean up Uchinya's storage ring. He had to admit that this young master had a lot of things. Lin Xian couldn't help but smile. Just the pills for cultivation alone, he found thousands of bottles. He took out hundreds of bottles and swallowed them all. He began to eat them like jelly beans. The ground fiend demonic rat looked on with envy. These were all miraculous elixirs for the cultivation of saints. It was not easy to get one on a normal day. Now that the other party had handed over thousands of them, it was a waste to eat them. His heart was bleeding as he looked at her. However, Lin Xian didn't care. These were obtained by accident. Furthermore, There was no difference between eating it carefully and eating it in large quantities now, and the cultivation effect was no different. As for the remaining pills and cultivation treasures, Lin Xian directly opened them and threw the Sword Realm's small world in for the Great Dragon Sword Soul to absorb. The improvement of the Great Dragon Sword Soul was more difficult than the improvement of his cultivation. It required more resources. After a few more days, Lin Xian had already obtained 5 East Spirit Stones. The mission was half completed, which made him more confident. With the ground demon rat, his speed of collecting East Spirit Stones was much faster than others. Now, they were on the way to collect the 6th East Spirit Stone. But half a day later, the ground demon rat said, "Wait, what's wrong?" Lin Xian asked. He didn't know. He felt uneasy. There seemed to be danger approaching. Lin Xian frowned and carefully sensed. There was no danger. The snow-white little monkey next to him was also puzzled. However, the ground demon rat said, "It should be a characteristic of our race. We have a particularly strong sense of hidden danger." Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that this should be true. Perhaps there really was some unknown danger. Take a detour. Lin Xian didn't want to be nosy. He prepared to take a detour. However, a few hours later, the ground demon rat said again, "Stop. The danger is still there. There's danger again. What's going on? You didn't sense it wrong, did you?" The ground demon rat's expression was extremely solemn. "Impossible. I swear on my life that there's definitely danger. I didn't sense it wrong." Then things were strange. The danger had always been there, which meant that someone had been following him. Chapter 3676. Who was it? Lin Xian's face was cold as he looked in all directions. He opened his heavenly secret divine eyes. After opening his body, the strange runes inside pulsated twice. It seemed that there was someone nearby, but he couldn't see through it for a while. Who was it? "Sneaky, come out." Lin Xian stood in the void and shouted coldly. There was no one around, but Lin Xian was on guard. His heavenly secret divine eyes and earth fiend demonic rat told him that there was a problem. Then, someone was hiding here. Suddenly, a black spatial crack appeared in the void and spread toward him. This attack was very sudden, and it was right beside Lin Xian. Lin Xian couldn't dodge at all. He could only roar angrily and use his divine body to block. Boom! He collided with the terrifying spatial crack and was sent flying. The spatial crack was also kicked away by him. As expected, someone attacked. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. His expression was extremely cold. Who was it? Was it Dealing? Or was it Ghostly? After Yuchinya died, these two people were most likely to attack him. Moreover, these two people were also very strong, far stronger than Yuchinya. However, it shouldn't be Di Ling because with Di Ling's arrogant personality, he should directly come out to kill him. Then, was it Ghostly? After all, the other party came from the Fiend planet. He was despicable and sinister, so he definitely wouldn't attack him head-on. Thinking of this, his expression turned cold. "Ghostly, I let you go last time, but you still dare to act recklessly. In that case, you can go to hell to see Yuchinya." Lin Xian's voice was cold as his gaze swept in all directions. However, no one answered. In the sky, an eye appeared. A black eye was erected in the sky. This sudden appearance made people's hair stand on end. Lin Xian frowned, his eyelids twitching. Earth Fiend Demonic Rat was swept by that gaze, and its heart turned cold as if its soul had fallen into a bottomless abyss. It was too terrifying. As a third firmament demon sage, the Earth Fiend Demonic Rat was unable to withstand this aura. How strong was this person? Lin Xian's eyelids were also twitching. This black eye gave him a similarly huge threat. Damn it, just who was it? This aura was too terrifying. Was it really Ghostly? Ghostly had such a terrifying aura? That's not right. Could it be that it wasn't Ghostly? Who was that? If you don't want to talk, then I'll destroy your eyes. Lin Xian roared furiously. He waved his hand and a sword beam slashed forward. The black eye in front of him pulsated and shot out a black blade of light. It also slashed over and collided with the sword chi. With a loud clang, the two of them were sent flying. The void was shattered. The aura emitted by the black eye was even more terrifying now. Wong. Lin Xian raised his hand, and another 5-elemental mountain flew out. His opponent fired out another black blade of light. This time, the 5-elemental mountain was cleaved in half. Lin Xian's figure flickered and dodged the black blade of light. His face was completely gloomy. What a terrifying attack. One had to know that his 5-elemental laws were very strong. It was not a problem for him to beat a 4th firmament saint like Yu Qian. However, his opponent could easily cut through his divine ability. This person was very strong. Had he finally met his match? Lin Xian looked solemn. In front of him, the black eye suddenly pulsated. Black ripples spread out and then swept towards Lin Xian. Not good. The Earth Fiend demonic rat went crazy. How could they block such a terrifying eye technique attack? Lin Xian's face also changed. He formed a seal with his palms and green ripples appeared in the golden eye. Blue tide birth. It was also a terrifying eye technique. The green ripples and black ripples collided in the sky and were annihilated silently. This silent collision was even more terrifying than the collapse of heaven and earth. If one was not careful, one's soul would be destroyed. After a long time, the two slowly disappeared in the sky. At this time, a voice sounded. Interesting. I didn't expect you to be able to block my ghost eye. Who exactly are you? Lin Xian shouted coldly. Until now, he had not found any trace of the other party. This was a very bad sign. You dared to kill my fellow disciples. I was originally here to kill you and avenge my junior brother. However, I didn't expect you to have such a strange pair of eyes. Very well. Now I'll give you a chance to die happily. Kneel down, dig out your eyes and offer them to me. I can let you die happily. Otherwise, I'll let you taste the feeling of living a life worse than death. Humph. If you want my eyes, let's see if you have the ability. Stupid, you're not my opponent at all. A cold voice sounded, but still no one appeared. There was only a vertical black eye floating there, but now it was even more sinister and terrifying. That ghost eye was pulsating. Suddenly, a few black shadows flew out from it and kept growing. As soon as they appeared, they roared into the sky. They were black creatures that looked like black leopards and black wolves, but they were obviously more terrifying. As soon as they appeared, they charged towards Lin Xian crazily. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He raised his hand and a few sword chi flew out, colliding with the few black beasts. One of them was sent flying, but it did not die immediately. This scene caused Lin Xian to be even more shocked. The ground fiend demonic rat shrieked. This eye technique, could it be that it belonged to someone? 100 Eyes Demon Sage. This was a very powerful beast. Its body was a centipede with hundreds of eyes, and the power of each eye was different. It could use many kinds of eye techniques. It grew up in the East Spirit world, but later joined the Thousand Demon City. It was very terrifying, far above the lightning beasts. It might be a 5th-level demon sage. Hearing this, Lin Xian was speechless. People from the Thousand Demon City. No wonder. Previously, he killed a lightning beast that was about to reach the Tao. It seemed that the other party's experts were here for revenge. If the Thousand Demon City wants to kill you, you have to kneel down obediently and wait to be killed. You dare to resist and kill my junior brother. Today, you will die without a doubt. The 100 Eyes Demon Sage's voice sounded. Lin Xian sneered. How arrogant, how domineering. But are you sure you can kill me? Useless kid. Although you are strong and have an eye technique, you are still no match for me. I only have to use a ghost eye now, and you can't beat me. Enjoy it slowly. These beasts are spirits that I summoned from the ghost world. Let's see how you can stop them. Was it summoned? Lin Xian frowned. The ground demon rat trembled. Damn it, the rumors were true. It was said that the ghost eye was connected to the ghost Tao world. It seemed that it was true. Really? Summoned? Lin Xian snorted. Do you think I don't know? He formed a seal with his palm and used the phantom spirit curse. Buzz. The void shattered, and a warhorse with a headless rider crossed the space. The moment it appeared, it shocked everyone. Chapter 3677. Kill. Under Lin Xian's control, the Headless Horseman unleashed a massacre in all directions and engaged in a fierce battle with the demonic beasts from the ghost realm. In the end, the headless horseman pierced through the monsters with his spear. "What the hell? You're justice so." Lin Xian sneered. The ghost eye on the opposite side twitched. It did not expect Lin Xian to be able to summon, and the power of his summoning was so strong. Buzz. At this moment, the void fluctuated, and a second eye appeared. It was a green eye. As soon as it appeared, it flashed with a demonic light. It shot out a green light toward the headless horseman. The green light instantly enveloped the headless horseman, and the headless horseman and his warhorse melted quickly. In the end, they turned into a pool of green water and fell to the ground. "Haha, do you think I only have one eye? I'm the 100-eyed demon saint. I'm afraid you don't know my name." The cold voice sounded again in the sky. The green eye shot out another light wave toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian's figure flashed and dodged in an instant. The void where he was standing was shattered and turned into a pool of green water. What a strong poison! Lin Xian could see that the green eye should be a poisonous eye that could melt everything. A ghost eye that could summon monsters, and a poisonous eye that could melt everything. He had to admit that the 100-eyed demon saint was really strong. Lin Xian made a seal with his palms and shouted. A golden flame jumped out of the heavenly fire and floated forward. It was the soul fire of the eye technique. Although he did not know where the headless horseman's real body was, as long as he destroyed the headless horseman's eye, the headless horseman would definitely come out. The golden flame floated toward the green eye. At the same time, the black ghost eye was also attacked. The two eyes burned in the raging fire and kept moving. It also emitted a terrifying black mist to resist the green light. What a terrifying soul fire! Your eyes are mine. In the sky, an illusory figure appeared. The enemy had appeared. Lin Xian raised his head and looked. In the next moment, his brows furrowed tightly. It was a tall man with dark red skin and two antennae on his head. Everything seemed normal, but when he looked further down, it was completely different. There were countless eyes on the other party's body, and every single one of them was different from the rest. Just looking at it would make one's scalp tingle. Was he already the 100-eyed demon saint? It was really too scary. Sure enough, with over 100 eyes, if every single one of them possessed a special kind of eye technique, it would be truly terrifying. Furthermore, the opponent's cultivation had actually reached the early stage of the 5th heavenly layer. This cultivation was even stronger than the earth spirit. Wong. At this moment, the 100-eyed demon sage lifted his palm. A blue eye appeared in the center of his palm. As the blue eyes opened and closed, a few blue light blades shot out, instantly cutting apart the soul fire. The blue light was really too sharp. Then, a few more rays shot towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian could feel it, and his hair stood on end. He did not dare to take it head-on. His body swayed, and he kept dodging. This is the heavenly peak eye. It can cut through everything in this world. Can you block it? Wong. As he spoke, over 100 rays of blue light flew out. Those were blue light blades, and they were really terrifying. Like a rainbow, they directly broke through the void and surrounded Lin Xian. Kill! Lin Xian roared, and an unparalleled sword intent surged from his body. He pulled out the Great Destruction Spear and swept it in all directions. All the blue light blades were sent flying. In the next moment, his divine body bloomed, and he looked like a god of war. Have a taste of my power. With a roar, the Great Destruction Spear shot out over 10,000 rays of terrifying sword chi. Whoosh! The 100-eyed demon sage laughed, opened his mouth, and stuck out his tongue. On his tongue, there was an eye. Then, the eye shone brightly and turned into a vortex, swallowing all the sword chi. Gulp. The 100-eyed demon sage swallowed his saliva and laughed. Your sword chi tastes good. Is it that strong? Lin Xian frowned. The earth fiend demonic rat was scared out of its wits. One had to know that Lin Xian had easily killed the lightning demonic beast and Yuchinya. But now, all of Lin Xian's attacks were completely ineffective. It was really unbelievable. However, it also knew that this was normal. The white-eyed saint was a 5th heaven saint, and he was very powerful. With so many terrifying eye techniques, no one was his match. Damn it! Why is this demon here? The earth fiend demonic rat was extremely frightened. Kid, what other moves do you have? Show them all. If not, then you can go to hell. The hundred-eyed demon sage laughed sinisterly. At the same time, he waved his hand and shot out the heavenly peak eye again. Lin Xian fought back, and his sword chi was powerful. However, the light blades formed by the heavenly peak eye were really terrifying. Some of them still hit him and sent him flying. Lin Xian's chi and blood churned, but it didn't break. Instead, it only left a few faint white marks. He actually blocked it. The white-eyed saint was extremely surprised. It seems that your physique is actually a special physique. That's really surprising. However, this was even more interesting. Hunting geniuses was more interesting. He raised his arm. On his arm, other than the heavenly peak eye in his palm, there were many other eyes. At this moment, a few of them opened. Suddenly, a big purple hand appeared in the eyes and grabbed over. On the other side, the poison eye spewed out a green poisonous mist that could melt everything. At the same time, ghost eyes summoned countless ghosts and charged toward Zhang Xian. In an instant, all kinds of mystique attacks covered the sky and earth. Lin Xian grabbed the earth fiend demonic rat and put it away. Then, he roared and charged over. The 5 elemental laws circled around him. They turned into sword chi for a moment, then into a shield for a moment, and then into various demonic beasts to fight back. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. However, the hundred-eyed demon sage was really too powerful. He actually suppressed Lin Xian. Kid, go to hell. The 100,000 sky peak sabers formed a blue sky saber and slashed over. With a clang, it collided with the Great Destruction Spear and sent Lin Xian flying. At the same time, a green light surged out from behind, trying to melt Lin Xian's body. At the critical moment, Lin Xian used the void escape and used his spatial mystique to dodge the attack. With a low roar, Whitey suddenly appeared near the white-eyed saint. He used the mind fixation pearl, and the entire void froze. The hundred-eyed demon sage also felt his body stiffen. Damn monkey, get out of here. The hundred-eyed demon sage opened and closed his eyes as if he could tear everything apart. With a whoosh, Whitey expanded to the limit and dodged quickly. It was useless. More importantly, the mind fixation pearl? You can fix my body, but can you fix my eyes? Chapter 3678. That was indeed the case. The mind-fixing pearl did not seem to have much effect on someone with such a strong eye technique. Oh, look at me. At this moment, Whitey appeared near the hundred-eyed demon saint again and slapped him on the head with its furry paws. Then, the hundreds of eyes lost their luster in an instant. He felt dizzy. Even though the hundred-eyed demonic saint was extremely terrifying, he was still dazed by the little monkey's claws. It was a good opportunity. Lin Xian roared and went all out. A terrifying dragon-shaped sword chi shot out from the Great Destruction Spear. At the same time, Xiao Qin activated his ocular technique, locking spring and autumn. He wanted to kill him with a single strike. Zhang Xian's eye art was the first to arrive. Once again, Zhang Xian's eyes were bewildered. He pulled Zhang Xian into an illusory world. At the same time, the Great Spear of Destruction also arrived, bringing with it an indomitable aura. He wanted to penetrate the other party. His right eye suddenly turned pitch black. Then, a door flew out from his eye. A huge purple ghost-faced door, like a huge mountain, blocked in front of him. Boom! The Great Spear of Destruction clashed with the purple ghost-faced door, producing a deafening sound. The hundred-eyed demonic saint was sent flying. Lin Xian attacked again, unleashing hundreds of thousands of terrifying sword chi, all of which exploded in front of him, drowning his opponent. Boom! Boom! The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked as if the world was about to be destroyed. However, an angry roar came from the front. Despicable brat, you dare to trick me. Then, a huge door was lifted up and the sword chi was sent flying. Following this, the hundred-eyed beast sacred walked out once again. At that moment, his ice-cold face was slightly distorted. His right eye was already closed. In fact, there was even a stream of blood flowing down from the wound. Evidently, The dragon-shaped sword aura from earlier was not completely ineffective. It would appear that it had managed to injure his right eye. You have angered me, thoroughly angered me. I'll torture you to death. The hundred-eyed beast saint roared. Lin Xian's face was as cold as ice. Damn it, the other party only had one eye injured. This was too unbelievable. Moreover, how did the other party escape from his spring and autumn lock? Who was it? Get your ass out here. At this moment, the hundred-eyed demon saint roared and waved his right hand. The eye of heavenly wind slashed out endless blue blades, shattering the void in the distance. Pooh! A figure flashed. I'm just passing by to watch the battle. I don't have any ill intentions, the figure said coldly. The hundred-eyed beast saint snorted coldly and looked into the distance. Was there someone else here? Lin Xian was astonished. In the next moment, his expression turned strange. Imperial Mausoleum. That's right. The one who was chased out was Di Ling. Who would have thought that Di Ling would actually come and watch the battle in the dark? At this moment, Di Ling couldn't conceal the shock in his heart. Previously, he had been searching all the way and finally found traces of Lin Xian. However, he did not expect that Lin Xian was fighting with someone else. Moreover, his opponent was so powerful that it made his hair stand on end. The other party's cultivation was actually higher than his. He was a level 5 sage. Furthermore, the other party's eye technique was too terrifying. Even if he were to face him, he did not have the confidence to win. Of course, how could he leave a battle like this? Therefore, he hid in the void and watched. However, he did not expect to be discovered by the other party. Since he had been discovered, he could not stay here any longer. He turned around and wanted to leave. The hundred-eyed beast saint said, "Did I say you could leave? Your Excellency, you're being too aggressive." Di Ling turned his head with a cold expression. So what if I'm being aggressive? I don't take a mere human seriously. The hundred-eyed beast saint sneered. Damn it. Di Ling's expression turned ugly. Although he was famous in the second astral realm, that was only in the eyes of ordinary families. For these experts of the sacred city, his reputation did not matter at all, especially when he was facing such a terrifying beast. Therefore, he did not attack. Instead, he suppressed his anger and said, I think you've misunderstood. I'm not going to attack you. Actually, that brat and I are enemies. I came here to kill him, but since he offended you, I'll kill him. Since he has offended you, then I don't need to do anything. He's dead meat. Di Ling's meaning was very simple. He and the hundred-eyed beast saint had the same enemy, so he thought that the other party would not make things difficult for him. Di Ling, it seems that you're shameless enough. How can someone like you be number one? How ridiculous. Kid, you're about to die, and you still dare to be arrogant? Di Ling did not hold back either. Who said that I'm about to die? Lin Xian sneered. Although the other party was very strong and had a terrifying eye technique, he also had many trump cards. The Great Dragon Sword Soul, the Great Sage Tower, and the Starry Skyfire had not been used yet. He looked at Di Ling with a cold smile. You look strong and fierce, but you're just bullying the weak and fearing the strong. When you meet someone weaker than you, you're arrogant and act high and mighty. But when you meet someone stronger than you immediately become a coward. You were like this when you faced the peerless city in the heaven-reaching tower, and now you're facing the demon city. What kind of genius are you? Lin Xian's eyes were full of disdain. A real genius should be strong when facing strong opponents and not facing any difficulties. How can Di Ling be like this? Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Reckless. Di Ling naturally knew this, but so what? Staying alive was the most important thing. In his opinion, Lin Xian's character. You're courting death. Okay. Stop acting in front of me. Neither of you will be able to escape, the hundred-eyed beast saint sneered. I don't know which saint city you're from, but since you've met me, you'll go to hell obediently. Buzz. He shot out his ghost eye to deal with Di Ling, and then looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face was cold. Do you really think you can send me to hell? He roared and fully activated his divine body. Not only that, he also activated the black Qilin tattoo, and then his eyes shone brightly. He charged towards the hundred-eyed beast saint. You want to fight me in close combat? You won't have a chance. The hundred-eyed beast Saint used various eye techniques. The green eyes could melt everything, the purple hands could cover the sky, and the heavenly wind I could sweep everything. However, when these attacks landed on Lin Xian's body, they caused his divine body to sway uncontrollably. But that was it. Lin Xian's body was extremely strong. He resisted all the attacks and charged towards the hundred-eyed beast Saint. He clenched his right fist and punched the sky. The great spear of destruction in his left hand kept dancing. Buzz. The hundred-eyed beast Saint kept retreating. He didn't expect the opponent's attacks to be so strong that he could ignore so many of his eye techniques. It was really incredible. In an instant, he flew back. It seems that you're not as powerful as I thought. Facing my attacks, you still have to dodge, right? After repelling the opponent, Lin Xian sneered. Chapter 3679. Damn it. Why is this kid's body so uncanny? On the other side, the hundred-eyed beast overlord's expression was also extremely cold. To be honest, he did not expect his opponent's body to be so strong. After taking so many of his eye technique attacks, the kid still managed to reach him. Don't be so cocky. Die. He unleashed another terrifying eye technique. Lin Xian kept shuttling back and forth. At the same time, he drew a circle with his hands and used stellar transposition. This time, he used the mysterious power. Stellar transposition could divert all power. Therefore, the eye technique attacks in front of him were completely messed up. Lin Xian ordered them to kill each other. The eye of the heavenly peak landed on the eye of the poison. The purple phantom eye landed on the eye of the heavenly wind. For a moment, the eye technique attacks in the air kept rioting. Lin Xian even controlled a few light blades to attack the hundred-eyed beast overlord in the opposite direction. The hundred-eyed beast overlord was startled and quickly dodged. What a strange power. This kid is too uncanny. It seemed that he had to use more terrifying trump cards. The hundred eyes on his body flickered with demonic light. It was obvious that he was going to use a great skill. However, at that moment, a loud explosion came from the distance. Then, a silver light flashed far away, revealing an unparalleled vision of heaven and earth. Oh no, that thing. The hundred-eyed beast overlord's expression changed instantly. He roared, "Kid, I'll spare your life for now. I'll kill you myself in the future." Then, his figure flickered and he quickly flew into the distance. Lin Xian harumphed coldly and did not attack again. He also looked into the distance. There was a silver immortal light there. He did not know what had happened, but if it could attract someone like the hundred-eyed beast overlord, it must be something incredible. He finally left. On the other side, Ling also let out a sigh of relief. A single ghost eye was enough to make him feel as if he was facing a great enemy. Fortunately, his opponent had left. He turned his head and stared at Lin Xian with a cold smile on his face. Now, it's time to settle our grudge. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. First, you avoided Yu Qinya's pursuit, and now you're escaping from such a terrifying beast. However, you still met me. I will kill you with my own hands. Your luck has come to an end. Ling walked over, his body emitting a terrifying killing intent. Lin Xian sneered. Good luck, you idiot. Do you still think I'm lucky? Well, it was time to put an end to it. Golden light shot out from his eyes. Like a divine blade, he charged forward. Damn it. To think that the other party's eye technique would be so powerful. In the next moment, Ling let out a roar, and countless runes appeared on his body. A jade pendant floated up and down around his neck, forming a powerful defense. You think, I don't have a weapon, so how can I defend against soul attacks? He snorted coldly. Previously, I was afraid of the hundred-eyed demon saint because he was powerful. This does not mean that I am afraid of you. At this point, he roared and formed a seal with his palms. Immediately, with a loud boom, 10,000 streaks of thunder rang out. The entire skydrop was boiling. Now, go to hell. It was clear that the Imperial Mausoleum had produced an extremely powerful divine ability. Buzz. A green light flew out from his back. It was like thousands of heavenly swords, carrying a mysterious aura. Lin Xian roared angrily and charged forward. His fists opened and closed, sweeping in all directions. The great destruction spear shot out terrifying sword chi one after another. The two fought in the sky. It was an unparalleled battle. Everything around them was torn to pieces. The sky fell, and the earth cracked. The light on Lin Xian's body became stronger and stronger. Buzz. He directly activated his divine body and black Qilin tattoo. It was obvious that he did not intend to hold back against Di Ling. Di Ling originally thought that he could finish off his opponent quickly, but he did not expect that after a few moves, his arm would be numb. His entire body trembled. Damn it, the other party was too strong. He would not allow such a person to exist. He roared, and the power in his body kept exploding, illuminating the entire sky. At this moment, Di Ling's aura rose infinitely. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The laws on his body flickered non-stop, forming a large square seal that smashed over fiercely. Wherever the seal passed, black holes would appear in the void. Nothing could stop it. Lin Xian used the Great Destruction Spear to fight against it. The two of them fought until the sky fell and the earth cracked. Buzz. Suddenly, the seal trembled violently, and from an inconceivable angle, it flew towards the Imperial Mausoleum. Di Ling was sent flying with a single strike. Half of Di Ling's body was completely shattered. His black hair was flamboyant, and he roared crazily. His eyes flickered with scarlet light. Damn it, he was injured. He was actually injured by his own weapon. What was going on? His eyes emitted a terrifying light, and Lin Xian snorted coldly. Naturally, he used the stellar transposition to attack by surprise. After the successful attack, he charged forward. The 5 elemental laws surrounded his body, forming terrifying 5 elemental mountains that fell from the sky. On the other side, the dragon-shaped sword chi kept roaring. All kinds of terrifying divine powers were crazily blasted forward. Di Ling kept retreating. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out a green moon wheel. It flickered above his head and blocked the divine powers. The green moon wheel. It was a sacred artifact. It cast down thousands of rays of light to protect Di Ling. Di Ling's palm also kept opening and closing. Nirvana Divine Palm. His palm was unparalleled. This palm carried the light of nirvana. Wherever it passed, it seemed to be able to turn the entire world into death. This strange scene caused all the surrounding demonic beasts to prostrate themselves on the ground. Brat, go to hell. This palm is an extremely terrifying forbidden divine ability. He had learned it from the corpse of an ancient saint. Its power was endless. It carried the aura of death. Lin Xian was surprised, but soon, he sneered. Competing with him in this kind of power? Di Ling was still far from it. One had to know that he had absorbed the power of the death mist, and he cultivated the Tai Chi art. His body swayed, and Lin Xian activated the Tai Chi art. The Tai Chi art in his body rotated, and he immediately slapped out. It was a pitch-black palm, like thick ink, spreading in the sky. It collided with the Nirvana Divine Palm. You don't know the difference between life and death. You dare to resist me? Go to hell now. Di Ling sneered. Even a fifth heaven saint would have to retreat when facing such a divine ability, let alone his opponent. However, he soon frowned, and even his face became extremely ugly. This was because he realized that his Nirvana Divine Palm did not hurt his opponent at all. Instead, he felt the terror of death engulfing him. The power of death. How was this possible? Di Ling's face was extremely ugly. How did his opponent have such a power of death? This was too unbelievable. Chapter 3680. One had to know that he could use the Nirvana Divine Palm because of the ancient coffin in his body. That was why he could block the terrifying power of Nirvana. But what about his opponent? Could it be that he also had a corpse in his body? Otherwise, how could his opponent withstand the power of death? He was really going crazy. Although it was just a few simple exchanges, he was at a disadvantage. However, he was still at a disadvantage, which was unacceptable to him. Lin Xian sneered. He was going all out now. He used all of his great abilities. How could his opponent withstand it? Kill him. On the other side, Di Ling used the Nirvana Divine Palm a few more times. At the same time, he activated the green moon wheel above his head. It was a sacred artifact. Under Di Ling's activation, it bloomed with an incomparable green light that lit up the sky. With a buzz, it turned into a stream of light that cut through the sky and slashed toward Lin Xian. The sky was split into two halves. Clang! Lin Xuanwu used the Great Destruction Spear. It was like a heavenly hammer as it smashed towards the clear moon treasure wheel. A loud clanging sound could be heard. The two sacred artifacts clashed in the air. Buzz! At this moment, Di Ling waved his hand again, and a flying sword rushed out. The flying sword was only the size of a palm, but it shone with an incomparable light. The monstrous killing intent was terrifying. The flying sword streaked across the sky, causing the mountains and rivers to change color and the sun and moon to dim. Let's see how you're going to fight this time. Di Ling sneered. Two great sage artifacts. Lin Xian definitely couldn't block them. Indeed, it was too fast. The flying sword arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant and stabbed toward his heart. Even if this attack couldn't kill him, it could severely injure him. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He roared, and the black Qilin tattoo covered his body. At the same time, he waved his fist to block the flying sword. He was courting death. Di Ling sneered when he saw this. In the next moment, there was an earth-shattering collision in front of him. Lin Xian was blasted away and crashed into countless mountains. He fell to the ground. Humph! Let's see how you're going to die. Di Ling clasped his hands behind his back and sneered as he walked forward. With a few steps, he arrived high in the sky and looked down. In his imagination, Lin Xian's heart was pierced through by the flying sword and nailed to the ground. He must be seriously injured. But soon, he was able to see through the fog and clearly see the scene below. How could this be? Di Ling screamed and almost fell from the sky. He saw that on the ground below, a figure stood up. The figure's body was still glowing, and the black Qilin tattoo was lifelike. In his left hand, there was a flying sword that looked like a dragon's head. It was biting down hard. He wasn't injured, but he was caught by the other party. Di Ling was going crazy. That was a saint tool. Even he didn't dare to take it head-on. So what did Suke have to contend with it? Would the other party dare to take a saint artifact with his bare hands? What kind of physique was this? Damn it! Di Mausoleum formed a hand seal, wanting to activate the flying sword. The flying sword kept trembling like a fish, trying to break free. The sword light on its body illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It flew out from his fingertips, shining so brightly that one couldn't open their eyes. Lin Xian's arm also began to tremble. However, in the next moment, he threw it forward. At the same time, he used stellar transposition. The flying sword drew an arc in the air and slashed at Di Ling's neck. Di Ling was shocked. He couldn't control himself. A bloody mark appeared on his neck, and more than half of his head was taken away. All the hair on his body stood on end. If he had been a second slower, his head would have been cut off. Damn it, he really deserved to die. He had been completely suppressed after several attacks. He was even no match for his opponent after taking out 2 saint weapons. That was unacceptable to the proud him. I don't believe it. With a roar, a green light appeared in Di Ling's eyes. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying power bloomed. It spread out from his body, and he opened his mouth to spit out a green coffin. As soon as the coffin appeared, it became as big as a bronze coffin. It floated in the air, and the aura it emitted was incomparably cold. It was as if a peerless demon king had awakened. Lin Xian's face changed as well. The coffin of the green snake gave him a great sense of threat. Therefore, he didn't allow it to appear. With a roar, the great dragon sword soul in his body exploded. Countless dragon roars and sword chi rushed out, turning into a true dragon that charged forward. They tore apart the sky, wanting to completely destroy Di Ling. Di Ling kept dodging. At the same time, he shouted and slammed his palm on the bronze coffin. Immediately, the cyan coffin began to rumble. The bronze coffin opened, and a corpse stood up from inside. The moment the corpse appeared, the sky and earth began to crumble. Even Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. It was a terrifying corpse. It was definitely a terrifying saint. Not good. I have to attack. He shot out millions of sword chi and slashed forward. Buzz. The ancient corpse waved its hand, and the millions of sword chi were all grasped in its hand. It then formed a light ball. It was too terrifying. This ancient corpse was very dangerous. It should be Di Ling's greatest trump card. Lin Xian's face darkened. He didn't act rashly. Di Ling looked up and laughed. Ha 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 ha, kid. No matter how strong you are, can you beat my trump card? His face was ferocious. He had to torture Lin Xian to death to vent his anger. Lin Xian said coldly, no matter how strong you are, it's the corpse that's strong, not your strength. What's there to be arrogant about? But this corpse is mine. It listens to my command. Of course, this is part of my strength. Kid, don't be so stubborn. Trump cards are also a kind of strength. I have them and you don't. So you're dead. Go and kill him. Di Ling said coldly. The corpse's eyes shone with a cold light. It pushed its hand forward, and millions of sword chi formed a light ball and blasted it out. Instantly, it flew towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. His body swayed, and he instantly dodged. The millions of sword chi exploded together, piercing through half the sky. Lin Xian activated the Qilin Phantom and used the Great Destruction Spear. He killed a bloody path through the millions of sword chi. His face was incomparably cold. Di Ling sneered. Did you see that? You can't block a casual attack. Next, you'll definitely die. The ancient saint corpse attacked again. It waved its withered claws gently, and the sky fell and the earth cracked. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian. Buzz. Lin Xian waved the Great Destruction Spear and hit the corpse. There was a clanging sound, but it didn't penetrate the corpse at all. The palm paused for a moment, and then it fell mercilessly. Lin Xian felt a huge pressure and kept retreating, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. Looking at the other party's appearance, it was a corpse. The Taiji art couldn't take away the other party's life. Eye techniques were useless against a dead person. Moreover, Di Ling was on full defense now. It would be difficult to hurt the other party with eye techniques. Chapter 3681. Stellar Transposition. Lin Xian shouted, and this force was used on the ancient corpse's hand. The ancient corpse's palm deviated from its direction, and with a bang, it fell beside him. The airwave brought about by the impact sent him flying. Lin Xian's qi and blood were boiling, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth again. So terrifying, just the aftermath of the energy was enough to injure him. If this palm hit him, even with his physique, he would be injured. Haha, kid. Now you know how powerful I am. You want to contend against me with the likes of you? Seeing this scene, Di Ling looked up to the sky and laughed, as if victory was in his hands. You won the first place in the first 2 rounds because there was a limit. Otherwise, do you think you can be so arrogant in front of me? I can easily trample you under my feet, Di Ling said again. At the same time, the ancient corpse threw a few more palms, and Lin Xian kept dodging. If he didn't have many divine abilities, it would be difficult for him to resist. In the end, Lin Xian was also angry. Do you think you're the only one with a trump card? You're still far from being able to compete with trump cards. Kid, are you still so stubborn when you're about to die? If you really have a trump card, then show it and let me see. Let me tell you, this corpse's origin is mysterious, and it's not something you can imagine. Even if you take out a sacred weapon, you can't suppress him. Indeed, Di Ling had infinite confidence. When he was in the heaven-reaching tower, he could compete with a minor saint with the ancient corpse. He didn't believe that the other party could compete with such an existence. You'll see. Lin Xian didn't say anything, but he formed a seal with his palm. Come out. He mobilized the great dragon sword soul. With a roar, it flew out from his body, turned into a dragon-shaped sword light, and slashed out. This sword strike was earth-shattering, and everything in the world lost its brilliance. What is this? Di Ling was completely frozen in place as if he was struck by lightning. This power was too terrifying, and he couldn't react at all. The ancient corpse also roared anxiously and stood up from the coffin. It wanted to fight back. However, the sword light was too fast, and it slashed on its body. With a bang, It was directly sent flying with the coffin. Ah! The ancient corpse roared towards the sky, its voice incomparably miserable. Not good. Ling came back to his senses and looked behind him. In the next moment, his face turned pale, and he almost fell to the ground. Injured? How could this be? The ancient saint's corpse was actually injured. A crack had appeared on its body, almost splitting it in half. Ling couldn't believe it. He felt as if he was dreaming. He knew very well just how terrifying the corpse of an ancient sage was. Even if it were to fight with a minor god, it wouldn't be a problem at all. What did this mean? This meant that there was a minor saint living in his body. That was why he dared to peek at Hundred Eyes Sage's battle. After all, he had the ancient sage corpse with him, so there was no need for him to fear the other party. But now, his greatest support was actually injured. Moreover, he was injured by a sword shadow. This was truly inconceivable. What kind of sword was that? He stared at the light and realized that it was an ancient green sword. It was like a real dragon had transformed into a sword light. What the hell was that? He was dumbfounded. Just as he was in a daze, the green dragon sword attacked again. Another sword strike directly cut off one of the ancient corpse's arms. The ancient saint's corpse roared towards the sky. Ling was scared out of his wits and didn't dare to be careless anymore. Come back. With a wave of his hand, the ancient saint's corpse entered the bronze coffin. With a bang, the coffin closed. Then, he and the bronze coffin merged into one and quickly fled into the distance. Ling, the insufferably arrogant Ling, had directly fled. Moreover, he had fled in fear. If anyone else saw this scene, they would probably be scared out of their wits. Ling was the hope of winning the championship, but he still lost to Lin Xian in a battle without any restrictions. He ran quite fast. Lin Xian snorted coldly, his face gloomy. He withdrew the great dragon sword soul and didn't chase after him. That was because Ling's speed was too fast. Even if he chased after him, he probably wouldn't be able to catch up. If he chased him for 8 to 10 days, it wouldn't be worth it. It was better to get first place in the third round first. He didn't forget that the reward for first place was a leaf of enlightenment tea. This leaf had an incomparable effect on his comprehension of the great Tao of heaven and earth. He needed to recover first. The previous battle had injured him. After all, both the ancient saint's corpse and the white-eyed ancient saint were a great threat to him. As for Ling, if he didn't have the ancient saint's corpse, it would be very easy for him to kill him. His body swayed, and he directly went tens of thousands of meters underground. He formed a formation and began to recover. He had a lot of natural resources, thus he was able to recover from his injuries in just half a day. However, he didn't come out, but frowned and started to recall the battle. There was nothing to say about the battle with the ancient saint's corpse. That was the corpse of an ancient saint. Even if it was dead, it was still very powerful. However, the battle with the hundred-eyed ancient saint had benefited him greatly. That was because he rarely fought with people with eye techniques. Even if he did, their eye techniques were not as good as his. But today, he had persevered until he obtained a powerful eye technique. The hundred-eyed beast saint had too many eyes, and his eye technique was unpredictable. Although the power of each eye technique was not as strong as the heavenly secret divine eyes, it was still very strong. Although its individual eye technique wasn't as strong as the heavenly secret divine eye, there were so many of them, and their combined power was even stronger than the heavenly secret divine eye. Especially the eye of the heavenly wind. The blue light blade was too powerful. In addition, the ancient saint's right eye was able to create a giant purple ghost-faced door. Its defense was so strong that it shocked him. His dragon-shaped sword intent was not able to completely break it, but only wounded it. Furthermore, the ancient saint's other eyes had not been used yet. What kind of remarkable ability did they have? I wonder if my heavenly secret god eyes are able to perform such a divine ability? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He also had a strong defense, and he also had a remarkable ability to summon the heroic spirit. In fact, he also had powerful attacks, but they were all scattered. If he could fuse them into his eyes, he would be able to unleash them. It would be even more surprising when he killed the enemy. My heavenly secret divine eyes should be very powerful and have unparalleled potential. Besides, I also have the dragon sword spirit. If I combine them, will I be able to evolve the ancient saint's ability? Lin Xian had an idea. His heavenly secret divine eyes were extremely mysterious, and the dragon sword spirit could evolve anything. He was looking forward to the combination of the two. Following this, he began to try. When the power of the dragon sword spirit merged with his eyes, Lin Xian could feel a mysterious aura intertwining. It was working. He was overjoyed, as he knew that his idea was very likely to be correct. Of course, he did not dare to act rashly. After all, he had never heard of anyone doing this before. Lin Xian was crossing the river by feeling his way. Chapter 3682. After trying it out, Lin Xian used his heavenly secret godly eyes and the dragon sword spirit to produce some golden light blades. This was an imitation of the eye of the heavenly peak. These light blades were also unparalleled and carried an indomitable aura. Then, he combined it with the spirit summoning curse and used his eye technique to summon some powerful heroic spirits. He even combined the Qilin tattoo, the eye technique, and the dragon sword spirit to form a black Qilin shield. It was indeed effective. Lin Xian tried it a few times and found that the initial effect was very satisfactory. I created this eye technique myself, and it doesn't completely belong to the heavenly secret prodigy. I have to give it a new name. Lin Xian thought for a while, and his lips curled into a smile. Evolving all things. I'll call it the Eyes of All Changes. Great. With the Eyes of All Changes, Lin Xian would be able to handle the 100-eyed demon sage more easily in the future. In fact, he was eager to fight the 100-eyed demon saint again. He wanted to dig out more eye techniques. With a shift of his figure, he rushed out and looked around. The next moment, he was surprised to see that the silver light was still there. As expected, he saw that although the silver light had dimmed in the distance, it had not completely dissipated. It was the silver light that had lured the 100-eyed demon sage away. He wondered what it was. He might as well go and take a look. Lin Xian's figure flashed and flew toward the silver light. Above a mountain peak, multicolored light shot out in endless streaks. The great Tao was useless, a few giant creatures occupying this place. One of them was a majestic golden lion with a towering demonic aura. Obviously, it was a powerful beast. On the other side was a giant purple elephant with 3 heads and tusks. It had a pair of ferocious wings. On top of a mountain next to it was another giant creature. It was a giant python. It was so huge that its body covered the mountain. Its giant head was bigger than a valley. Its aura was no weaker than the other two. The 3 powerful beasts were circling in the silver light, and standing opposite the 3 great demons was a girl, a purple-haired girl. This purple-haired girl was very beautiful. It could even be said that she was extremely beautiful and had an ethereal temperament. Such a beautiful girl was fearless in the face of 3 monstrous demons. She even had a faint smile on her face. She played with her hair with one hand and said indifferently, "Are the 3 of you really going to attack me? You have to think about the consequences. Junior, don't go too far. We've been guarding this silver fir Xian wood for thousands of years. Now that it's matured, do you think you can just pluck it away?" The golden lion said coldly, its voice shaking the 9 heavens. "Leave your things behind and leave quickly. We won't hurt you." On the other side, the 3 giant elephants had the same cold voice. The giant python coiled around the mountain peak let out a ferocious roar. "If you dare to spout any more nonsense, I'll eat you. If you dared to make a move, you would have done so long ago. Do you still need to threaten me?" The purple-haired girl's lips curled up in disdain. "I'm going to take it. Even if you don't want to, you have to. I advise you to leave obediently. You can even form a good karma. Who knows, you might need my help in the future." As she spoke, she looked around and looked to the side. "You big centipede, hurry up and leave." "What? Do you want to take advantage of me?" "Humph." Not far away, a figure snorted coldly. It was the 100-eyed demon saint. His true form was indeed a centipede. The 100-eyed demon saint was usually an arrogant person, but in front of the purple-haired girl, he did not dare to act rashly. "You can take it, but you can't take it completely. Everyone has a share. You have to give me a share." The 100-eyed demon, Saint said coldly. Give you a share? You? Stinky centipede. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The purple-haired girl was not afraid of the powerful hundred-eyed demon Saint. In that case, don't blame me for taking action. The 100 eyes on the hundred-eyed demon Saint's body emitted a demonic light. It was obvious that he could not take it anymore. It's not like we haven't fought before. Are you a match for me? The purple-haired girl shook her head slightly. It won't do you any good if we continue fighting. As she spoke, she suddenly frowned and revealed a look of surprise. Someone else was coming. Not only her, but the hundred-eyed demon Saint also turned his head to look. The 3 demons were also stunned. Was there anyone else who didn't know what was good for them and dared to come? It's him, that kid. The hundred-eyed demon Saint suddenly raised his disdain. What an idiot. Naturally, he saw that the person was Lin Xian through his eye technique. One of the heads of the 3 giant elephants raised its head to the sky and roared. Its trunk made a circle, and the sky and earth began to spin. In the distance, Lin Xian came nearby and felt a few powerful auras. He carefully prepared to hide his body. However, at that moment, he realized that the wind and clouds around him had changed, and the world had turned upside down. Oh no, I've been discovered. Before he could do anything, he was directly swept over. In the next moment, he arrived nearby and was wrapped in a silver light. As soon as he appeared, his body swayed, but he quickly stabilized himself. Demon Saints. And there were 3 of them. What a powerful demon aura. Lin Xian held his breath. Then, he realized that there was a human girl. The hundred-eyed demon Saint was also here. Reckless kid, is this a place where you can come? The hundred-eyed demon Saint had a look of disdain. The giant python in front of him snorted coldly. Since he was an ant, he should die. He realized that Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the 3rd firmament. Even the girl in purple frowned slightly. Would someone with such a cultivation dare to come here? The giant python opened its mouth and swept over like a vortex, completely enveloping the world. Lin Xian felt a powerful force trying to drag him into the giant python. He snorted coldly, and his body shone brightly as he threw out a punch. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The force was immediately dispersed by him. I saw the phenomenon of heaven and earth, so I came to take a look. If I'm disturbed, I'll leave. Why do you want to eat me? Lin Xian said coldly. This scene stunned the 3 demons. The girl in purple also covered her mouth and chuckled. Interesting. You're only at the 3rd firmament, but your strength is so strong. You're very surprising. Lin Xian glanced at her and smiled. The fairy was even more impressive. She was able to fight against 3 greater demons by herself without any fear. And from the looks of it, you must have obtained a treasure. The aura on your body is too strong. Kid, you have sharp eyes. Why? Do you want to steal my treasure too? The girl in purple suddenly smiled. Her smile made the world lose its color. Even Lin Xian was stunned. What a beautiful girl. Soon, he came back to his senses. Forget it. Since the treasure has an owner, why would I interfere? Goodbye. He turned and left. Come and go as you please. Where do you think this is? The golden lion said coldly. The golden light on his body was like the sun, with an unparalleled aura. Chapter 3683. What do you want then? Lin Xian turned his head and faced the few great demons. He was still fearless. Lin Xian's attitude completely angered the 3 great beasts. The purple-haired girl was not afraid of them because of her extraordinary status. Even they had to be wary of her. But this human boy, what right did he have? How dare a mere 3rd heaven sage be so arrogant in front of them? He was courting death. The 3 great demons were enraged. They wanted to attack, their holy might overflowing into the sky. The hundred-eyed beast sage said, Why do you need to deal with such a piece of trash? I'll do it. He knew the 3 great beasts. After all, he was a native of the East Spirit Realm and went to the Thousand Beasts City later. The 3 great beasts nodded. The Hundred Eyes Demonic Saint was their junior. It would be best if the Hundred Eyes Demonic Saint took action. The 3 of them should think about how to deal with the purple-haired girl. Kid, I spared your life last time. How dare you come here again? In that case, go to hell. I told you, your eye is mine. The hundred-eyed beast sage walked over and stared at Lin Xian. You spared my life? How dare you say that? You didn't get the upper hand last time. Lin Xian snorted in disdain. The hundred-eyed beast sage gritted his teeth at the mention of this. Indeed, he had used several eye techniques but failed to do anything to Lin Xian. Instead, he injured his right eye. If this were to spread, he would be humiliated. Damn kid, go to hell. The eye of heavenly wind twitched and turned into a blue light. The ghost eye spread and summoned ghosts. The other eye techniques were also used. Divine abilities that blotted out the sky and covered the earth enveloped Lin Xian. The three great beasts nodded slightly. Not bad. The hundred-eyed beast sage has grown to this level. More importantly, he was less than 2,000 years old. He had a bright future. Is this kid okay? The purple-haired girl was confused. Can this human boy block so many eye techniques? Buzz. Faced with such a terrifying eye technique attack, Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. On the contrary, his lips curled into a sneer. Forming a series of hand seals, a golden light flickered in his eyes. Divine eyes, myriad transformation eyes. The light continued to revolve as the power of the great dragon sword spirit poured into his eyes. A golden light blade flew out and collided with Tian Fengyan's light blade. The two collided in the sky. On the other side, Lin Xian's left eye spun and opened. A golden vortex appeared, and a horse carrying a headless rider rushed out. This time, the headless eccentric warrior's body shone with golden light, and two pairs of wings grew out of its back. It carried the aura of the Tao of Dragons. This was an enhanced version of the Headless Horseman. Its power was even more terrifying than before. As soon as he appeared, his spear trembled violently, sending the surrounding specters flying. His powerful strength caused everyone's expressions to change. He actually blocked it. That was too inconceivable. The three great demons were astonished. They knew how powerful the hundred-eyed demon Overlord's eye technique was. But now, this human youth in the third firmament was able to block it. There was a difference of 2 heavens between the two of them. How did he do it? The purple-haired girl's face was also filled with shock. Interesting. Since that's the case, I won't be polite. Huh. She shouted and wanted to leave. If you want to leave, stay. The three great demons were furious and frantically tried to stop her. I'm not afraid of you. The purple-haired girl waved her hand and shot out a 7-colored light to resist. The two of them fought fiercely, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. On the other side, Lin Xian blocked the hundred-eyed demon Overlord's attack. The hundred-eyed demon Overlord was extremely shocked. How could it be? It had only been a few days since they last met. How could his eye technique have improved to such a level? Furthermore, why did the man's move look so similar to his eye technique? He could use many eye techniques because he had many eyes. His opponent only had 1 pair of eyes. How could he use so many eye techniques? That was great. It was more powerful than before. Lin Xian was also very satisfied with this. He said, "What else do you have? Show me. If not, I'm going to fight back." Damn kid, don't be so arrogant. The hundred-eyed demon Overlord was completely enraged. A third firmament ant dared to provoke him. It was intolerable. With a roar, a raging fire appeared in his left eye and floated out. Go to hell. As soon as the fire appeared, the heavens and the earth shook violently. The void in the sky was also ignited. I don't believe that I can't burn you to death. This was not an ordinary fire. It was the 3 essences true fire, which was extremely powerful. Facing this kind of fire, even a 5th firmament saint would not dare to casually try it, let alone a 3rd firmament saint. Although his opponent's eye technique was strange, his defense was far weaker than his. There was no way he could block the 3 essences true fire. Fire? Lin Xian laughed. Although he could feel the power of the fire, he was not afraid. Instead, he went up to meet it. His body was bathed in the fire. Come. What the 9 yang divine body needed the most was all kinds of strange flames. These flames could temper his body and make his physique 1 step closer. Is this kid crazy? The hundred-eyed demon overlord thought that his opponent was an idiot who came to die. However, after watching for a while, he realized that his opponent was using his three essences true fire to cultivate. Damn it, what does he think I am? A sparring machine? Burn! The eye technique in his left eye rotated, and the three essences true fire increased. It covered the sky and earth, forming a furnace that wanted to refine Lin Xian completely. Lin Xian's divine body glowed as he absorbed and used this power. Is he angry? He could feel his god body shivering. Some parts of his body even had cracks with blood oozing out. However, he did not care. It was good. He could use this opportunity to break through his divine body. Lin Xian's eyes glowed. He formed a seal with his palms and absorbed with all his might. At the same time, various eye techniques appeared in his eyes. He used the myriad transformation eyes to resist the hundred-eyed demon overlord. The hundred-eyed demon overlord was so angry that he shouted, "Damn kid, you've completely angered me." The vertical eye between his eyebrows suddenly trembled. The sound of thunder could be heard. Lin Xian frowned. He did not continue to refine his body. Instead, he retreated from the three essences true fire as if he was facing a great enemy. That was so terrifying. Just a twitch of it made his hair stand on end. Kid, you've completely angered me. I'll kill you. The hundred-eyed demon overlord's expression was ferocious. Although he still had many eye techniques, he did not plan to use them. He wanted to use the most powerful one to kill his opponent. The eye between his eyebrows was very powerful. Once it appeared, a fifth heaven saint would not be his opponent. It could even threaten a small saint. He did not believe that his opponent could block it this time. Chapter 3684. No, I can't let him open his eyes. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. He flipped his hand, and the killer Saint Peak appeared in his hand. Go, Lin Xian ordered. The killer Saint Peak turned into a streak of golden light and charged forward. A miserable cry was heard. Damn it, how dare you hurt me? Although the hundred-eyed demon sage's eye was terrifying, it would take some time for it to open. At this moment, before he could open his eyes, his left eye had been attacked. A streak of golden light pierced his eye. Fortunately, he had closed his eye at the critical moment, but it still pierced his eye a little. He felt a piercing pain. What is that? He kept attacking with the eye of heavenly wind and sent the golden light flying. He saw that it was a bee. Damn it! The hundred-eyed demon sage was furious. He had been ambushed. He felt a burning pain in his left eye and could not open it at all. Blood even flowed out. I'm injured. I'm injured again. His right eye had been injured by the sword Qi, and now his left eye was injured as well. Both eyes were closed and bleeding. If he did not have hundreds of eyes, he would have been blinded by his opponent. Damn you, kid. Just you wait. I won't let you go. The hundred-eyed demon sage roared and charged into the sky. Humph! Lin Xian snorted. The next time we meet, it won't be as simple as an eye injury. He recalled the killer Saint Peak. Then, Lin Xian turned and looked into the distance. The battle in the distance was very intense. The three great monsters attacked, trying to stop the woman in purple. The purple-haired woman's strength was surprisingly strong. Even under the joint attack of the three great demons, she was still able to handle them with ease. Although she did not attack aggressively, Lin Xian was greatly surprised by her body technique. What a strange body technique. She managed to dodge so many attacks. Who is this woman? He was really curious. At this moment, the giant python finally could not take it anymore. It roared and bit at the woman in purple as if it could swallow the sky. The golden lion and the three giant elephants made their moves too, unleashing their peerless martial arts. I won't play with you anymore. The woman in purple shouted. A pair of almost transparent wings appeared on her back. With a gentle flap, she tore through the void. In the next moment, she appeared in front of Lin Xian. Go! She grabbed Lin Xian with one hand, and the wings on her back flapped again. Then, she disappeared. When Lin Xian came to his senses, he realized that she was completely out of the mountain range. The surrounding water gurgled, birds chirped, and flowers bloomed. The figures of the three great demons had long disappeared. There was only the beautiful woman in purple was the woman. Hey, what are you looking at? Are you stunned? How are you going to repay your savior? The woman in purple smiled. Lin Xian came back to his senses. This woman was too fast. Is that spatial divine space? It didn't seem like it, but its speed wasn't any slower than a spatial god art. How? Lin Xian asked. Brat, are you trying to trick me? My name is Li Hongxiu. Is she from the Li family? Lin Xian was surprised. He had never heard of such a powerful Li family. Moreover, he had a feeling that this woman was not human. However, it was their first time meeting, so it was not appropriate for him to ask too much. Which family are you from? I see that you are quite strong. You dare to fight against the 100-eyed demon overlord at the third heaven. My name is Lin Wudi. Lin Wudi? What a name! Li Hongxiu's eyes widened. You are too arrogant. How dare you call yourself invincible? That's not your real name. Lin Xian smiled. Li Hongxiu, that's not your real name either. You are quite smart. That's right, Li Hongxiu is the name I came up with. Lin Wudi, I came up with it myself. You are getting more and more to my liking. Li Hongxiu smiled. In the following conversation, Lin Xian briefly explained his mission and situation. At the same time, he also found out that Li Hongxiu was not a disciple of the Holy City. She was not here to participate in the trial. She was bored and wanted to have some fun here. Lin Xian's mouth twitched. Looking for fun in such a dangerous place? I have to say, she is really bold. You can continue looking for fun. I don't have time to play with you. I have to find the East Spirit Stone. Lin Xian calculated the time. He had to leave quickly. East Spirit Stone? Since I have nothing to do, why don't I accompany you? Then, the two of them went on their way. On the other side, Di Ling's face was extremely gloomy. He had escaped from Lin Xian and arrived at a safe place. First, he healed his injuries. Then, when he spat out the bronze coffin again and saw the ancient corpse inside, his handsome face became extremely distorted. The sword marks on the ancient corpse had not disappeared. Damn it! He could only use all his strength to heal it. He had no choice. This was his biggest reliance. He could not let anything happen to it. Di Ling's physique was very special. From his name, it could be seen that it was like a cemetery that could nourish corpses. Therefore, he put the ancient corpse into the bronze coffin again and swallowed the bronze coffin into his stomach. He began to use his body's bloodline to heal the ancient corpse. Finally, he paid a huge price and swallowed countless treasures to heal the ancient corpse. Damn, brat, I won't forgive you. Di Ling opened his eyes. There was a look of vengeance in his eyes. He wanted to immediately go back and kill Lin Xian. However, he knew that it was useless. He could not act rashly. Lin Xian had a very strong trump card. He had to think of a way to secretly kill Lin Xian. He was disdainful before, but now he was no match for Lin Xian. Subconsciously, he did not dare to confront Lin Xian directly. This showed that he was completely afraid of Lin Xian. However, the murderous intent in his heart did not weaken at all. Instead, it grew stronger. If I can't kill you directly, then I'll use other methods. I don't believe that you can withstand it. He closed his eyes again and began to prepare to refine something. It was a kind of poison that he had refined from the ancient corpse. It was called ancient corpse poison. This kind of poison was very terrifying. Moreover, the ancient corpse in his hand was obviously very strong. Therefore, the poison in its body was also very strong. Finally, after spending a lot of effort, he was able to refine it. He carefully put it in a black gourd and a cold smile appeared on his face. Brat, let's see how you're going to die. His figure flashed and he disappeared into the void. Di Ling shuttled through the mountain forest. He formed a seal with one hand and began to search for Lin Xian. He did not know where Lin Xian was, but last time he fought with Lin Xian, he left some of the ancient corpse's aura on Lin Xian's body. Although it was very weak, he could find the connection if he used all his strength. Sure enough, not long after, he sneered, he found it. He could not help but speed up. Chapter 3685. 3 days later, he finally landed on a mountain peak. Standing at the peak of the mountain, Di Ling looked into the distance. Tens of thousands of miles away was Lin Xian. He did not get too close. There was someone else beside him. It was not Xin Jingqiu. Di Ling was a little surprised. He noticed that there was a girl beside Lin Xian. She was a purple-haired girl who was extremely beautiful. She was someone he had never seen before. No matter who you are, since you're with that kid, you should go to hell with him. The murderous intent in Di Ling's eyes appeared again. He took out the black gourd and clenched his fist. With a flicker of his body, he executed a secret technique and began to move stealthily. In front of him, under an ancient tree, Lin Xian and Li Hongxiu sat there to rest. They had already obtained the 6th piece and were 3 more pieces away from completing the mission. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. Li Hongxiu said, "So you're from Wushuang City." Wushuang City was not a bad place. The two of them chatted. Suddenly, they frowned at the same time and turned to look into the distance. Someone was there. Humph. Li Hongxiu sneered, "Someone dares to follow me." Lin Xian also frowned, and a trace of golden light appeared in his eyes. Di Ling, that guy still dared to come? He stood up and said, "He's coming for me." Was he exposed? Di Ling frowned. He did not have much hope. He knew that Lin Xian's eye technique was very powerful. Buzz. He stopped and threw out the black gourd. "Kid, go to hell." The black gourd streaked across the sky like black lightning and attacked Lin Xian and Li Hongxiu. Lin Xian frowned. What is Di Ling doing? Why is he attacking from so far away? He felt that something was not right. However, before he could say anything, Li Hongxiu snorted and threw out a palm strike. The 7-colored law slashed down like a sharp knife. It hit the black gourd. With a clang, the black gourd was split in half. I thought it was an expression. I didn't expect it to be a broken gourd. Li Hongxiu curled her lips in disdain. However, in the next moment, her expression changed. Lin Xian also frowned. Not good. Retreat quickly. The two of them quickly retreated, but it was too late. A green mist appeared from the black gourd and flew towards them. In an instant, it enveloped them. Damn it, this is poison. Hurry up and defend yourself. Lin Xian roared. It didn't take long for the poisonous mist to seep into his body, weakening his strength. His internal organs were on the verge of being infected. Not good. Lin Xian's expression changed drastically. What kind of poison was this? It was too terrifying. His god body couldn't withstand it. He instantly stopped. Then, he quickly circulated the great dragon sword soul to attack his body. They turned into streaks of sword chi to destroy the poisonous gas. On the other side, Li Hongxiu also felt the poisonous gas entering her body. She also came to a halt. Damn it! It was corpse poison, and it was the poison of an ancient sage corpse. How dare you plot against me? She was furious. In the distance, when Di Ling saw this, he raised his head to the sky and laughed. Ha ha ha, success. From the looks of it, they must have been poisoned. Once they were poisoned, they couldn't resist at all. It wouldn't be long before they turned into a pool of blood. Thinking of this, he proudly strode forward. In a few steps, he arrived nearby. Seeing the two of them struggling in the green poisonous mist with black faces, Di Ling laughed even more happily. Lin Xian said as he used the great dragon sword soul to expel the poison. This person came for me. I didn't expect to implicate you. How are you? Are you okay? I'll help you after I expel the poison. Unexpectedly, Li Hongxiu said, No, I was worried about you. Since you're fine, I don't have to worry about you. Don't worry, I'll help you deal with this person. Li Hongxiu shouted. The 5-colored light in her body burst out and directly expelled the poison. Boom! Li Hongxiu exploded. Like a peerless goddess, she slapped her jade-like hand forward. In an instant, it enveloped Di Ling. To be honest, Di Ling didn't expect this woman to be able to fight back. In his opinion, the two of them were definitely going to die, so he didn't think of defending at all. With a boom, he was sent flying. With a miserable cry, he was sent flying while spurting blood. Damn it! Di Ling roared and rushed over. He wanted to attack, but he was slapped to the ground. Li Hongxiu's strength was beyond his imagination. Di Ling staggered and fell to the ground. Half of his body was broken. His face was full of horror. Lin Xian was also stunned. Damn, this girl is so strong? To be honest, he didn't expect this. One had to know that even though he didn't place the Imperial Mausoleum in his eyes, it wouldn't be that easy to defeat the Imperial Mausoleum. At least, it was impossible to defeat him in a few moves. However, Li Hongxiu did it easily. This woman was too terrifying. Even Di Ling found her. Damn it. With a roar, he turned around and fled. Anyway, Lin Xian was already poisoned. It was useless for him to stay here. Moreover, the woman in front of him was too terrifying. It made his hair stand on end. He even felt that this woman was more terrifying than the 100-eyed demon sage. You take your time to expel the poison. I'll go after him. He dared to trick me. I'll make him pay the price, Li Hongxiu said in a low voice. Her body turned into a stream of 7-colored light and rushed out instantly. Not long after, Ling's scream could be heard from afar. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. Di Ling opened his mouth and spat out a coffin. The corpse of the ancient sage rushed out from the coffin. So what if the opponent was strong? Could it be that the opponent was a minor saint? As long as it wasn't a minor saint, he could fight back. Although summoning the corpse of the ancient sage put a lot of pressure on him, he couldn't care less. You still have the corpse of the ancient sage? But do you think you can do anything to me? Li Hongxiu attacked aggressively. The corpse of the ancient sage was forced to retreat. Many handprints appeared on the corpse's powerful body. Di Ling was going crazy. Who is she? She's too terrifying. The corpse of the ancient sage could fight against a minor saint. Run. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He rode the bronze coffin and quickly fled. Li Hongxiu attacked again. On the other side, although Lin Xian was poisoned, the great dragon sword spirit was very powerful. It quickly eliminated the poison. Then, his body was covered with dragon-shaped sword qi. He walked out of the green poison mist. Damn it, Di Ling was so insidious. Lin Xian's face turned cold as well. Even a saint of the fifth heaven would die from this poison. Fortunately, he had the great dragon sword spirit. But Di Ling's fate must be very miserable. With Li Hongxiu chasing after him, he would be severely injured even if he didn't die. He opened the Great Sage Pagoda and took out the Heavenly Luo umbrella. The soul mark on the Heavenly Luo umbrella had been removed by the starry flame. He put his own mark on it. Then, he activated the Heavenly Luo umbrella and collected all the poison. Although half of it had been consumed, there was still half left. It was enough. It was also a great weapon for Lin Xian. Chapter 3686. It was a blessing in disguise. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Let's go. He was not worried about Li Hongxiu. That girl was much scarier than him. She would probably be able to deal with a real small saint. Lin Xian went on his way again, looking for the 7th Eastern Spirit Stone. At this moment, in the rain, Shun Jingqiu stood there with a solemn expression. Around her, there were many sages. There were demonic beasts, humans, and even killing intent in the void from time to time. It seemed that she was being besieged. Girl, hand over the treasures on you, and I can spare your life. You're quite pretty. Accompany me for a year. I happen to be lacking a cauldron. You can follow me. A few sneers were heard. They stared at Shun Jingqiu, their eyes burning. Such a peerless beauty was definitely rare. Shun Jingqiu snorted coldly. Her exquisite face was covered with ice. She did not say anything, but decisively made her move. A purple cloud appeared on her body, carrying the law. It was very small. At the same time, her jade-like hands formed a seal. On her palm, the purple aura became stronger and stronger, like a purple sun. This was a great ability called the Purple Light Dao Flower. You still want to fight? Take her down and we'll enjoy it together. One of them shouted angrily. Lightning surged on his body to resist the Purple Light Dao Flower. At the same time, there were 2 demon saints. With their strong physiques, they fought the purple cloud. A sonorous sound rang out, and the battle erupted. Although she was being besieged, Shun Jingqiu did not fall into a disadvantage for a while. The surrounding people were shocked. It seemed that she was a genius. So what? One of them sneered. Terrifying flames bloomed on his body. This was a fiery divine bird with a human head. The flames on his body were very terrifying. He slapped out with his claws, carrying monstrous flames that covered a part of the world. Shin Jingqiu shouted. She pushed her jade-like hand forward. The law on it was incomparable. She was going to face the opponent's flame head-on. At the same time, she pulled out a sunrise sword with her left hand and slashed in all directions. Boom, boom. The earth trembled and the void collapsed. Those people were unable to succeed for a while. There were even a few sages who were sent flying. The scene was very shocking. Damn it. At this time, a ray of light shone in the sky, piercing towards Shan Jingqiu's back. Shan Jingqiu felt cold all over. Not good. She quickly dodged, but the dagger still pierced her shoulder. Fresh blood flowed out, dyeing her long dress red. There was a killer. Shin Jingqiu hurriedly sealed her wound and was extremely vigilant at the same time. She didn't expect that there would be assassins hiding in the void. That's great. This little girl is injured. Humph. Let's see how she's going to fight now. These people were sinister as they took action again. These people carried the laws of heaven and earth as they continuously attacked. Even the hidden assassins attacked again. Shin Jingqiu shouted and activated her spirit body. Purple light burst out from her eyes, and her body was also covered in a layer of radiance. The energy from all directions quickly surged into her body, and her cultivation continued to soar. In an instant, he had reached the fourth heavenly layer, and it was still increasing. It even showed signs of increasing towards the fifth heaven. Damn it, what's going on? There's something wrong with this woman. Quickly stop her. She's using a secret technique. The surrounding sages went crazy. They had never seen this kind of cultivation increase in their lives. In the sky, 2 rays of sword light slashed onto Shan Jingqiu's body, causing Shan Jingqiu to retreat. Only then did she stop the increase in her cultivation. Now, she had reached the late stage of the fourth heavenly layer. Just this cultivation alone was the same as dealing. This made the surrounding people's hair stand on end. It's too scary. Fortunately, we have more people and can join forces to take her down. We must find out the secret of this sudden increase in cultivation. These people's eyes were red. If they could master this kind of magical power, who would be their opponent in future battles? Shin Jingqiu shouted. After her cultivation increased, her strength increased a lot. So with one palm, she sent the 2 sages flying, and their bodies exploded. For a moment, the surrounding people were terrified. However, Shan Jingqiu wasn't too happy, because the 2 assassins hiding in the dark were really too strange. It was impossible for her to guard against them. If it weren't for these 2 assassins, she would have defeated the surrounding people long ago. Another sword came at her from a strange angle, aiming for her neck. Shin Jingqiu shouted and slapped out with her palm, dodging quickly at the same time. The sword missed, and her palm also missed. That assassin's movement technique was too strange. However, her cultivation had increased after all. Just her aura alone was enough to send that assassin flying. Blood flowed down from the sky, but Shin Jingqiu's situation wasn't optimistic either. The other assassin also attacked suddenly, leaving another wound on her body. Lin Xian had been rushing. The 7th East Spirit Stone should be in front of him. He was a little excited. However, at this moment, his brows suddenly twitched. There were sounds of fighting, and there were quite a few people. He used his magical power and looked forward. In the next moment, he was stunned, and his face completely darkened. With a roar, he turned into a peerless sword light and rushed over. Little girl, you can't hold on any longer, right? Be a good girl and surrender. You can suffer less. Don't struggle. Although you have a secret technique, you're no match for so many of us. Moreover, there are assassins in the dark. You're already an arrow at the end of its flight. Don't worry, when we catch you later, we won't torture you. We'll take good care of you. These people laughed out loud. However, just as they finished laughing, their heads exploded. Blood splattered on the faces of the surrounding people. Who was it? The surrounding people screamed crazily, and the hair on their bodies stood on end. Shin Jingqiu was also stunned. Did someone come to save her? In the next moment, she saw a figure appear in front of her. That person's body was covered in a monstrous golden light, and his eyes were filled with piercing, killing intent. He punched out and directly smashed a sage into pieces. The surrounding people's expressions all changed. Who was this person? Wasn't he too strong? Big Brother Lin. Shin Jingqiu exhaled and heaved a sigh of relief. That's right. The person who came was indeed Lin Xian. He was here to look for the East Spirit Stone, but he did not expect to encounter Shin Jingqiu and be besieged. Therefore, he came over to kill her. It turned out that he was this woman's companion. Kill him. The surrounding people roared crazily and rushed forward. All of you must die. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He attacked wildly, and every attack injured someone. These sages frantically retreated. No, he's too strong. Damn it. Who is this kid? Retreat quickly. These people looked terrified. Then, at this moment, a ray of light lit up in the sky and pierced towards Lin Xian's back. Oh no, be careful, Big Brother Lin. There's an assassin. Shin Jingqiu screamed. However, it was already too late. The surrounding people sneered. Great, let this kid die. Chapter 3687. Once he's injured, I'll capture him and chop him into pieces. I'll make him wish he was dead. These people clutched at their wounds, their faces filled with malevolence. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. Are there assassins? No wonder Qiu was injured. These assassins were too strange. Even he hadn't noticed them before. However, it wasn't that easy to kill him. He didn't even turn back. He continued to pursue the saints in front of him. Is this kid an idiot? Hurry up and kill him. The people in front kept retreating. At the same time, they were extremely agitated. They had met an idiot. He didn't even dodge the assassins. Let's see how he's going to die. With a clang, a killing sword slashed onto Lin Xian's body, producing a clanging sound. However, the frightening thing was that the flying sword was sent flying. Countless sparks flew, and the void shattered. Only a white mark was left on Lin Xian's body. It didn't pierce through at all. How is this possible? What kind of physique does this kid have? The surrounding sages were all stunned. The assassin in the void seemed to be stunned as well. He paused for a moment. Lin Xian took advantage of this opportunity. He turned around and kicked. His kick was like a heavenly knife. With a crack, the assassin's body was broken in half. A pitiful groan was heard. Fresh blood spurted. The assassin screamed. However, he was very decisive. He turned into a streak of flowing light and hid in the void again. Everyone was going crazy. This person was really too scary. Such a terrifying assassin couldn't even hurt him. Instead, he was severely injured by his opponent. Suddenly, they had the intention to retreat. At this moment, something strange happened. Another assassin charged towards Shin Jingqiu. Shin Jingqiu was still agitated. She didn't defend herself. She was stabbed in the back again. She almost fell into a pool of blood. When Lin Xian saw this, he was completely enraged. He stepped in front of Shin Jingqiu and hugged Shin Jingqiu. He stopped the bleeding. At the same time, his voice was emotionless and cold. His golden eyes looked in all directions. All of you can go to hell. He lifted his hand and unleashed the heavenly Luo umbrella. It bloomed in the air and sealed off the area. At the same time, the corpse poison inside started to flow out. Not good. Run quickly. Screams rang out one after another as these people fought back madly. But very soon, screams of agony rang out. Such a terrifying poison was something they could not withstand at all. Even the two assassins were trapped. They frantically tried to break out of the encirclement, using their powerful movement techniques. However, the heavenly Luo umbrella was definitely a saint artifact. It would not be so easy to break out of the encirclement. As long as they breathed in a trace of the poisonous gas, they would undoubtedly die. Sure enough, the two assassins gradually stopped attacking. In front of him, a green poisonous gas lingered in the air, as cries of agony could be heard. However, Lin Xian ignored him completely. He lowered his head to look at Shin Jingqiu and asked, "Are your injuries serious?" "Don't worry, it's just some superficial wounds. It won't hurt my foundation." Shin Jingqiu shook her head and sat down cross-legged. She swallowed a medicinal pill and began to treat her injuries. Half a day later, she recovered and stood up. She asked, "What happened to those people?" Lin Xian said that they were probably all dead. He waved his hand and put away the heavenly Luo umbrella. The remaining poison was also collected by him into the heavenly Luo umbrella. The scene in front of him appeared. 7 corpses had fallen to the ground, and only bones were left. There were also some weapons and storage rings left behind. The flesh and blood of those people had long been gone, and their souls had been killed by the poison. It was too terrifying. Shen Jingqiu was also surprised. Those were all powerful saints, but they couldn't be more dead. What kind of poison was that? Lin Xian took back all the weapons and storage rings of those people. He threw the storage rings to Shen Jingqiu. "Take it. These are your compensation. Then I won't stand on ceremony." She took them. As for the weapons, Lin Xian looked at them and found that they were useless, so he casually put them away. "Brother Lin, where are we going next?" Shen Jingqiu picked up Little White and asked. On the other side, Lin Xian also summoned the earth demon demonic rat. This guy was very familiar with this place. "Let's go and collect the East Spirit Stones." "How many pieces have you collected?" Lin Xian asked. 5 pieces. I have 7 pieces. We'll finish collecting soon." Next, the two of them went together and began to collect the East Spirit Stones. A month later, the two of them had collected all the East Spirit Stones. "That's great." Lin Xian beamed with joy. He also raised a smile. "Let's go to Dongling Mountain. We can go back. Do you think we'll be the first to arrive?" "That's for sure." Dongling Mountain was also very famous in the Eastern Spirit Realm. The two of them flew for 5 days and finally saw the mountains in front of them. The tallest one was Dongling Mountain. "I've helped you complete your task. Can you let me go?" The earth demon demonic rat asked carefully. Lin Xian was in a good mood. He said, "Yes. If there's a chance in the future, I can come here again." He removed the seal on the earth demon demonic rat and waved goodbye. The earth demon demonic rat also burrowed into the ground and disappeared. "Let's go. Dongling Mountain is right in front of us. We don't need anyone to show us the way." Although it was right in front of them, it was still more than 200,000 miles away. When they were about 10,000 miles away, they were stopped again. There was a group of people in front of them. There were a total of 9 people, and they all had an extremely violent aura. They lined up in a straight line like a heavenly river, blocking the path. "Who are you? Why are you blocking the way?" Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. "A couple?" The man opposite sneered. "Kid, you're going to Dongling Mountain, right? Seems like you're here for the assessment. Hand over the East Spirit Stones obediently and get lost. We can spare your life." "Robbery?" Lin Xian frowned. Shen Jingqiu reminded him softly. "Be careful, Brother Lin. Their aura is very unusual." Indeed, the aura on these people was very violent. "Didn't you hear what I said?" A tall man walked out. "Kid, I advise you not to make a mistake. Do you know who we are? We're from Thunder God City. Do you think you can survive in the second astral realm after provoking us? Kneel on the ground obediently and hand over the East Spirit Stones." Thunder God City? Lin Xian was stunned. Thunder God City was the same as Wushuang City. It was also a saint city. Lin Xian was no stranger to Thunder God City. When he was in the first astral realm, he had a conflict with Thunder God City. At that time, it was Lei Qianzhong who was killed by him. He didn't expect to meet people from Thunder God City again. Moreover, it was under such circumstances. This Thunder God City is really nothing. They're just doing some sneaky things. You have the nerve to call yourself a disciple of the Saint City. I think you haven't passed the assessment yet. Lin Xian sneered. What do you know, kid? We've passed the assessment long ago. We're here for the trial. The leader of the group stood out and said coldly, Kid, I just wanted you to kneel and hand over the East Spirit Stones. But now I've changed my mind. Not only do you have to hand over the East Spirit Stones, but you also have to leave your woman behind. Moreover, I'll teach you how to break your teeth one by one. Take him down. The moment the young man gave the order, the people beside him walked out. Chapter 3688. How dare you say that our boss is angry? Now, you're dead meat. The person who walked out was a late-stage third heaven saint. He had a lightning blade on his back, and his powerful aura made people tremble. Buzz. The saint pulled out his lightning blade. With a slash of the blade, thunder rumbled in the sky, and a violent force filled the world. Lin Xian didn't care. He was just a late-stage third heaven saint. He didn't even care about a fourth heaven emperor mausoleum. Not to mention these people. With a cold snort, he attacked. The golden fist and the opponent's lightning blade collided. It was as if there was a huge explosion between heaven and earth. The thunder-type saint's expression changed. He felt as if a mountain had crashed into him. His blade kept trembling. Even his entire arm was trembling violently. Damn it! With a roar, thunder exploded on his body, and the law of thunder surrounded him. His heart was filled with fear. His opponent's strength was beyond his imagination. How could an early-stage third heaven saint be so strong? He gathered his strength and wanted to explode again. However, the fist opposite him exploded first. Lin Xian's fist was full of power. After the first strike, the subsequent power surged forth and instantly shattered the lightning blade. Not only that, but one of the opponent's arms also exploded. With a blood-curdling scream, the lightning-type saint was sent flying. The people behind were completely stunned. Their powerhouse was defeated. He was defeated by someone whose cultivation was inferior to theirs. With such strength, you want to learn how to fight and rob others? Lin Xian's eyes were filled with disdain. Damn it, this kid is too strange. You trash. You can't even take care of an early-stage third heaven saint. The leader's face was incomparably cold. The injured person said, "Boss, you can't blame me. He's really too strong. He's very strong." Very strong? Looks like he's a close combat expert. We don't need to talk about morality. Just attack him. Yes, boss. 2 more people walked out. These 2 people also had terrifying lightning on their bodies. One of them held a thunder hammer while the other held a thunder heaven net. The 2 of them didn't say anything as they unleashed their full power. Terrifying thunder and lightning interweaved, covering the sky and covering the earth, wanting to completely envelop Lin Xian. In the face of such a terrifying lightning law, the golden light in Lin Xian's eyes exploded. It suddenly transformed into countless black Qilin runes, forming a black Qilin shield in front of him. All of the lightning bolts struck it, creating a deafening sound that sounded like 10,000 claps of thunder. The black Qilin's toughness was much tougher than expected. It blocked all the thunder attacks. Lin Xian attacked again. His golden eyes flickered with radiance, forming a vortex. Then, a headless knight rushed out, sweeping in all directions. The spear directly pierced through the 2 of them. Like candied haws on a stick, he stared at the void. Holy blood scattered down. The 2 individuals screamed miserably, their expressions horrified. The people of Thunder God City behind were also completely stunned. Was the other party so strong? Was he really just an early-stage third heavenly layer? Why did he look like a fourth heaven sage? Damn brat, who the hell are you? The young man in the lead gritted his teeth and asked, "You bunch of trash don't deserve to know my name." Lin Xian's voice was cold. "If you want to live, kneel down, kowtow, and admit your mistakes. You're courting death. Don't be too arrogant. Attack together." The young man waved his hand, and the remaining 5 people all rushed over. Each of them was very powerful. Among them, 2 were in the late-stage third heavenly layer, and the remaining 3 were in the middle-stage third heavenly layer. Each of their cultivation was stronger than Lin Xian. At this moment, the 5 of them attacked together. How could they not take down the other party? Seeing this scene, Shen Jingqiu wanted to attack, but Lin Xian stopped her. He formed a seal with his palm, and a blue tide appeared. His eye technique attack released a green light wave that swept out. The 5 sages instantly hugged their heads and screamed. Their souls seemed to be about to explode, and they instantly lost their attacking power. Lin Xian sneered and attacked forcefully, chopping off the heads of the 5 people. Then, he turned his head and stared at the person in the lead. The young man in the lead trembled and took 2 steps back. At this moment, his face was pale, and he was extremely shocked. The other party instantly killed 5 sages on their side. It was too unbelievable. He said, "You're very strong. This time, I admit defeat." After saying that, he turned around and wanted to leave. Lin Xian smiled. His figure flashed and appeared in front of the other party, blocking his path. "You want to leave just like that? Damn, brat, what do you want?" The young man's face was gloomy. Lin Xian smiled. "You want to kill me, but now that you've failed, you want to escape unscathed? Do you think that's possible? Could it be that you want to attack me? Do you know who I am? I know that you're from Thunder God City. It's not like I haven't killed you before." Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. This scene made the other party's eyelids twitch wildly. This brat had killed people from Thunder God City before. Heavens, who was this person? "Brat, listen carefully. I'm not from an ordinary holy city. My brother is Lei Chong. He's a top genius of Thunder God City. My brother's strength has reached level 5. It's definitely not something you can imagine. If you dare to touch me, you're dead." The young man's mouth was filled with a cold smile. His identity was indeed not ordinary. After hearing his words, the other party still didn't obediently apologize to him. However, Lin Xian said, "Oh, are you done? If you're done, you can go on your way." A sword light flashed across his hand. "Damn it, you dare." The young man's face changed wildly. How could there be such a person? Was he not afraid of his brother's revenge? He wanted to escape, but how could he be Lin Xian's opponent? He was split into two by the sword. His soul escaped. However, it was quickly locked onto by the heavenly secret god eyes and pulled into the locking spring and autumn. Not only him, the souls of the surrounding people were all pulled into the locking spring and autumn. They experienced 10,000 years of miserable reincarnation. Then, they were completely destroyed. "Brother Lin is too powerful." Shun Jingqiu cheered. At this moment, on the corpse of the leading young man, a jade pendant floated out. An extremely strong mental wave came from inside. "Who is it? How dare you kill my brother?" That soul transformed into a human face, but it had just formed. It was shattered by Lin Xian with a slap. "A mere level 5. How dare you be arrogant in front of me?" Next, he burned all of these people's corpses and took away all of their storage rings. Lin Xian and Shun Jingqiu once again headed towards Dongling Mountain. Within a cave dwelling within Dongling Mountain, a figure stood up abruptly and roared towards the heavens. "Who dares to hurt my brother? I will definitely tear you into pieces." Thunder on this person's body turned into thunder beasts, bobbing up and down above his head. The people in the surrounding cave also came out and asked, "Senior Brother Lei Chong, what's going on?" These people were all from Thunder God City. They looked at the angry Lei Chong with a face full of shock. This was their sacred city's top genius. Who dared to provoke him? Chapter 3689. Something might have happened to my brother. He might have been killed by someone. Lei Chong said coldly, scaring the surrounding people. "How is that possible?" "It's true. I can sense it. Hurry down the mountain and find my brother's body." At the same time, the others were looking for anyone who had come to the mountain recently. "If there's anyone suspicious, report it to me immediately. Who dared to kill my brother? I will make him pay a painful price." In an instant, a storm was stirred up in Dongling Mountain. Many people knew that Lei Chong's brother had been killed. This was really unbelievable. Lei Chong was a peak genius of the Thunder God City. His younger brother was also from the Thunder God City. Someone actually dared to kill someone from Thunder God City. Did they want to die? Everyone was discussing. Many people even guessed that it might have been done by the native demonic beasts of the East Spirit World. However, the people of Thunder God City knew that it wasn't. Especially Lei Chong. He firmly believed that it must have been done by other martial artists. Because he was very clear about what his brother had done. He had robbed people who were passing by at a place 100,000 miles away from Dongling Mountain. This kind of behavior couldn't possibly anger demonic beasts. The ones who had to walk were martial artists passing by. "Don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I will tear you into pieces." Lei Chong's face was incomparably cold. On the other side, Lin Xian and Shun Jingqiu didn't know that their actions had caused a small storm in Dongling Mountain. Even if they knew, Lin Xian would probably do the same. After all, Those people from Thunder God City who dared to have ideas about them were simply courting death. When they entered Dongling Mountain, Shun Jingqiu was surprised. Why were there so many guards here? No. Why did their aura seem a little like Thunder God Cities? Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He transmitted his voice to Qiu. Be careful. Don't mention anything about our relationship with Thunder God City. The two of them walked over. During this time, the martial artists from Thunder God City glanced at the two of them. However, they quickly ignored them. Because of the two of them, Shin Jingqiu was at the late stage of the third heaven while Lin Xian was at the early stage of the third heaven. They weren't that eye-catching. In their opinion, such a person would not be able to kill Lei Chong's brother. Lei Chong's younger brother had brought 9 experts with him. Perhaps only someone at the late stage of the 4th heavenly layer or the 5th heavenly layer would be able to capture those people. The two of them safely entered Spirit Mountain. There were a lot of people inside, and the whole mountain was like a huge city. There were all kinds of pavilions, buildings, and shops. The martial artists here were also here to train, and there were even many demonic beasts walking around. Let's go find Peerless City, their stronghold here. After asking around, the two of them headed towards one of the mountains. On the other side, Lei Chong had been waiting for news. His subordinates kept sending him news. They reported one after another, but did not find any suspicious characters. They were all ordinary saints who had entered. Lei Chong frowned. How could this be? He held a jade pendant in his hand, and his eyes shone with a cold light. Suddenly, his eyebrows twitched. The pendant in his hand flickered with a trace of light. He sensed that person. He soared into the sky and looked around. What's wrong, Brother Chong? The martial artists under his command were all stunned. Lei Chong said, that person had already entered the mountain. What? How could this be? The surrounding subordinates were completely stunned. We have been closely monitoring. As long as it is someone at the late stage of the 4th heavenly layer or the 5th heavenly layer, we will immediately report it. However, we have not found such a person at all. You are too careless. It may not be someone at the late stage of the 4th heavenly layer or the 5th heavenly layer. Other cultivations may also be able to do it. For example, someone who has many sacred tools in his hands. Therefore, that person's cultivation is not as high as you think. Lei Chong's voice was biting cold. He naturally knew that there were some geniuses who could fight above their level. There were even some geniuses who had powerful sacred tools in their hands. Follow me. I can find him. Lei Chong waved his hand and led the martial artists from Thunder God City to the sky. They flew quickly in the sky. This scene attracted the attention of many people. Look, those people are from Thunder God City. The leader should be Lei Chong. Tianya, what are they doing? Look at this murderous aura. Didn't you hear that Lei Chong's younger brother was killed? What? How could it be? Who is courting death? Screams rang out one after another as many people followed suit. Qiu, the mountaintop of Wushuang City should be in front of us. We should be able to pass the 3rd test after we hand over the East Spirit Stones. Shin Jingqiu also revealed a smile. This is great. The test is finally over. They can finally join Wushuang City. However, they stopped at this moment. This was because they realized that there were countless thunder claps in front of them. They formed a sea of thunder and blocked their path. Damn it! Who is it? They raised their heads. They saw more than 10 figures descending from the sky. They arrived near them and surrounded them. The leader was wearing a thunder robe and had a thunder sword. He had a powerful aura. The people from Thunder God City had descended and surrounded Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu. Lin Xian asked coldly, Who are you people? Why are you blocking my path? The surrounding martial artists were all watching from nearby, whispering to each other. Heavens, what is going on? Thunder God City actually surrounded this man and woman? Could it be that these two people offended Thunder God City? I heard that Lei Chong's younger brother was killed. Could it be that these two people did it? How could it be? The two of them were only level 3 saints. Lei Chong's younger brother had 7 to 8 saints under him. How could it be that these two people did it? Everyone was puzzled. We are from Thunder God City. One of the martial artists said coldly. Lei Chong's voice was even colder. He stared at Lin Xian. That's right, it's you. I can feel your aura. It's you who killed my younger brother. Your younger brother? I haven't seen him. Lin Xian shook his head. Lei Cheng said, "Don't quibble. I can feel your aura. It's definitely you. Be obedient and kneel down to accept your death. I will sacrifice your head to my younger brother." The power of thunder on Lei Cheng's body was extremely terrifying. It caused the surrounding heaven and earth to rumble nonstop. Seeing that the other party was determined, Lin Xian knew that the other party should have concrete evidence. Therefore, he didn't evade. "Are you saying that there are people who want to rob us from 10,000 miles away? If it's that kind of trash, that's right. It's indeed me who did it. However, are they from Thunder God City? Since when did Thunder God City become so despicable and shameless to rob others on the road? Is this how the people from Holy City do things?" Lin Xian's voice clearly spread in all directions. After the surrounding people heard it, they were all stunned. Lei Cheng's younger brother actually robbed others on the road? Heavens, this is too shameless. Lower your voice. Do you want to die? Everyone was shocked. It was indeed shameful to do such a thing in the Holy City. The faces of the people from Thunder God City also sank. Damn, brat, are you courting death? Chapter 3690. Lei Cheng's expression was cold. "I don't care what my brother does. It's his freedom. But if you kill him, you'll definitely die. Are you going to die obediently or resist and let me torture you to death? You can choose one." So overbearing, so arrogant. Why don't you ask your brother what despicable things he did to kill me? Since it's like this, there's nothing to say. Let's fight. Let me see what qualifications you have as an elder brother to be so arrogant. Lin Xian was also angry. Lei Cheng didn't look like a good person. He wanted to use his powerful background to oppress others. However, was he that easy to bully? "You want to fight me?" Lei Cheng glanced at Lin Xian with disdain in his eyes. The surrounding people also shook their heads. This brat was simply too reckless. He actually dared to fight Lei Cheng. Lei Cheng was a level 4 late-stage expert. He was also a genius who could fight those above his level. That kid was only a level 3 late-stage expert. How could he be Lei Cheng's opponent? They really didn't know what method he used to kill Lei Cheng's brother. It was probably a despicable method. It might be a sneak attack. These people knew Lei Cheng's name. Hence, no one was optimistic about Lin Xian's chances. Sure enough, these people from Thunder God City sneered. "Kid, if you didn't use despicable methods, would you be able to kill the people from Thunder God City? You want to be Brother Cheng's opponent? Who do you think you are? Brother Cheng, I'll kill him." A person walked out. This person was a level 3 late-stage expert. He looked at Lin Xian and sneered. "Come, kid. I'll let you have 10 moves. I'll make you kneel on the ground and beg for mercy with one hand." Ha ha ha. The surrounding people sneered in disdain. He didn't know what death was. Lin Xian shook his head. These people from the God of Thunder were too arrogant and haughty. Did they really think that he was a pushover? Since that was the case, there was no need for him to hold back. He took out the heavenly Luo umbrella and opened it. It froze the space and released the poison gas. At the same time, the heavenly Luo umbrella shot out a ray of light that covered him and Shun Jingqiu. It prevented them from being infected by the poison. It was done in a blink of an eye. Hence, the surrounding was filled with green mist. That arrogant disciple from Thunder City fell down. He was foaming at the mouth, twitching. His body was covered with green spots. The surrounding people were stunned at first, but in the next moment, they screamed crazily. "Not good poison. Damn, I'm poisoned. What kind of poison is this? I can't get rid of it." Screams rang out one after another as more than a dozen people fell down one after another. This poison was extremely terrifying. Even a level 5 heavenly layer expert could not withstand it, let alone these people. Lei Cheng's expression also changed. Damn it. Lightning interweaved on his body, forming a ball of lightning that enveloped him. However, he still underestimated this corpse poison. The corpse poison bypassed the lightning ball and directly drilled into his body. His face also turned green, and with a thud, he fell to the ground, twitching nonstop. The surrounding people were all stunned. "Oh my God, what's going on? That's too unbelievable. This kid is too heaven-defying. Corpse poison. There's a strong poison in this kid's body. It should be the corpse poison of a saint. No wonder he's so strong. No wonder he could kill Lei Cheng's brother. The surrounding people also retreated frantically. Although the corpse poison was sealed in the space and didn't attack them, it might leak out. Once they inhaled it, even if they didn't die, they would lose a layer of skin. Lin Xian waved his hand and kept the heavenly Luo umbrella and the poison. In fact, he only released a small part of it. These people couldn't take it anymore. At this moment, these people fell to the ground and wailed. They were no longer as arrogant as before. Lei Cheng kept twitching. He gritted his teeth and roared with difficulty. Damn it, you're despicable and shameless. I'm despicable and shameless? Lin Xian sneered. You have the nerve to say such words. You brought a large group of saints to besiege the two of us. You still dare to say that I'm despicable and shameless? I'm just teaching you a lesson. I'll let you know that you shouldn't be too arrogant outside. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. The way they looked at Lin Xian changed. Previously, they thought that this kid didn't know what's good for him. But now, it seemed that he was simply a ruthless character. He used his trump card right from the start and poisoned a group of experts. Damn it, give me the antidote, Lei Cheng said with difficulty. He was too aggrieved. He was a top-tier genius with a body full of mystic skills. But, before he could even unleash any of them, he was taken down by someone else. This was a crazy slap to his face. Moreover, he felt that he couldn't get rid of this poison. If he didn't get the antidote, he was afraid that he would die here. Lin Xian said, Antidote? Sorry, I don't have that kind of thing. You'll have to detoxify yourself slowly. After saying that, he walked forward. Damn it, Elder, save me. Lei Cheng crushed a jade token. Suddenly, a roar came from the top of a mountain. Who is it? How dare you touch the people of my Thunder God City? The figure descended from the sky like a bolt of lightning and turned into an old man. His powerful aura spread out in all directions. It's a small saint. Many people's expression changed. This was the small saint of Thunder God City. Eastern Spirit World was a training ground. Countless experts of big clans and sects would train here. Therefore, they had their strongholds in Eastern Spirit World. Eastern Spirit Mountain was where the strongholds were located. Each saint city or clan occupied a mountain peak. Wushuang City was the same, and so was Thunder God City. At this moment, the elder of Thunder God City's stronghold received the distress signal and immediately rushed over. When he arrived, he almost vomited blood. What's going on? Lei Cheng and the geniuses of Thunder God City were defeated. Damn it, what happened? Is there a small saint here? One should know that Lei Cheng was at the late stage of the fourth heavenly realm. In addition to his powerful divine ability and trump card, he had no problem fighting against a fifth heavenly realm saint. In addition, there were so many geniuses. Therefore, in his opinion, only a small saint could defeat so many people. Elder, catch him. He's the one who injured us. Those people pointed at Lin Xian crazily. The small saint elder raised his head and stared at Lin Xian. He was stunned. How could it be? He's at the early stage of the third heavenly realm. His eyeballs almost fell to the ground. He thought for a while, but he never thought that the murderer was an early stage third heavenly realm cultivator. An early stage third heavenly realm cultivator defeated a group of experts? What a joke. He felt as if he was dreaming. However, all eyes were on Lin Xian. It seemed that this was really done by him. Damn it, what's going on? His face suddenly became gloomy. He was poisoned, and it was a very strong poison. He stared at Lin Xian. A powerful aura spread out from his body, forming a cage. Chapter 3691. Xin Jingqiu looked solemn. That aura had shocked them. Lin Xian kept the heavenly Luo umbrella above his head and did not release any poison. The heavenly Luo umbrella was a saint weapon. It blocked the monstrous saint aura. Then, he sneered. What? Is Thunder God City going to be despicable again? First, it was a group attack by more than 10 saints. Since they couldn't defeat Thunder God City, they sent a minor saint. How impressive. However, it's a little too shameless. Brat, you're courting death. The little saint let out a roar as his aura burst out, transforming into a giant hand that reached out to grab the area in front of him. This power was really too terrifying. At this moment, many people knelt on the ground, unable to stand. This was the danger of a minor saint. It was far more dangerous than them. Such a terrifying giant hand of thunder with a vast law was trying to suppress Lin Xian. Feeling a great pressure, Lin Xian's face turned gloomy. He activated the heavenly Luo umbrella and released an unparalleled aura. It was dazzling, competing with the minor saint. With a clang, the two collided. Heaven fell and earth cracked. Everyone couldn't open their eyes because of the dazzling light. Lin Xian was pushed back. The heavenly Luo umbrella was also trembling. However, it still managed to block the attack. So it's a saint weapon. No wonder you're so arrogant. But do you think you can defeat me with a saint weapon as an early-stage third heavenly layer? The minor saint said with disdain. Although a saint weapon was good, it depended on who was holding it. In his hands, it was an unparalleled peerless weapon. But in the hands of his opponent, it was just so-so. Oh, really? Then, try this. Lin Xian sneered. With a wave of his hand, the corpse poison in the heavenly Luo umbrella floated out and spread forward. The minor saint was disdainful at first, but when he felt the poisonous gas, his face changed instantly and he quickly retreated. The law on his body formed a shield and shrouded him. This poison was too terrifying. It made his hair stand on end. No wonder Lei Chong and more than 10 saints were poisoned. This kind of poison was not something that they could resist. Who was his opponent? Why would he possess such a terrifying corpse poison? Elder, don't fight with him for now. Quickly save us. We can't hold on any longer. We're about to be poisoned to death. At this moment, Lei Chong opened his mouth with difficulty. The minor saint's face instantly changed. Not good. He was so focused on the battle that he forgot about Lei Chong and the others. His face turned completely ugly. Lei Chong and the others were in a very dangerous situation. If they did not expel the poison quickly, they would probably die immediately. Damn brat, hand over the antidote. He looked at Lin Xian, his eyes filled with killing intent. Lin Xian shrugged. I really don't have the antidote. You're courting death. Do you really want us Thunder God City's geniuses to die? Do you know what the consequences are? I was just passively defending. If they didn't want to kill me, how could I be poisoned? Lin Xian sneered. Your disciples' lives are important, but is my life not important? Could it be that the lives of the people in your Thunder God City are a level higher than others? Lin Xian was also enraged, and the corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. You're courting death. The elder roared, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. He summoned his companions. Some people flew over. They were the elders of the Thunder God City. When they arrived, they were shocked. What happened? Our people are poisoned. Hurry up and save them. When the elders arrived, their faces immediately became ugly. Hurry up and save them. They quickly summoned more companions. Using eye techniques, they took out the antidote pills and cooperated with the laws of heaven and earth to expel the poison. The minor saint stood up again and stared at Lin Xian. Do you really think that this poison can fight against us? You're really courting death. Another minor saint stood out. 2 minor saints faced Lin Xian. As long as they captured him, they would be able to get rid of the poison. Not good. That brat is in danger. Although that brat has a saint weapon and poison, how could he be a match for 2 minor saints? Many people retreated frantically. At this moment, the pressure in this area was too great. They could not bear it at all. What should we do? Shun Jingqiu's face was also ugly. 2 minor saints were too dangerous for them. Lin Xian did not resist. He let out a long cry. I'm a disciple of Peerless City. Now I'm being attacked by the elders of Thunder God City. I hope the elders of Peerless City can save me. His voice turned into thunder, rolling out in all directions. What? He's from Peerless City? And he's a disciple of Peerless City? Everyone was stunned. This identity was nothing in the eyes of these powerhouses. However, it was this unremarkable person who had caused such a commotion. On a mountain peak far away, a few streams of light streaked across the sky. What's going on? They looked at Lin Xian. These people were from Peerless City. Elder, I'm Lin Wudi from Peerless City. I'm here to take part in the assessment. This time, I came to Eastern Spirit Mountain to hand over the mission, but I was besieged by the people of Thunder God City. Now, 2 minor saints from Thunder God City are going to attack me. What? The people of Peerless City were stunned. 2 minor saints from Thunder God City were going to attack their disciples? Isn't this too much of a bully? At the same time, an old man raised his eyebrows. You're that Linwoody? He was too shocked. As the elder of Peerless City, he naturally knew that a peerless genius had appeared in the assessment. His name was Linwoody. In the first round, he broke the record of Peerless City that had existed for thousands of years. In the second round, he took the first place and eliminated 3 of the 8 great geniuses. They were very optimistic about the third round. This person had a high chance of becoming the eldest disciple of the 3rd generation. Now, such a person was besieged by the people of Sky Thunder City. If it was a young disciple, they could still tolerate it. After all, conflicts between the saint cities were normal. But now, 2 elders of Thunder God City, 2 minor saints, were going to attack. This made them unable to tolerate it. What's going on? They landed and instantly protected Lin Xian and Shun Jingqiu. Then, the old man looked at Thunder God City. What's the meaning of this? Are you going to attack our people? Don't you think it's too shameless to bully the weak with 2 minor saints? The people of Peerless City were furious. 2 minor saints. Aren't they too much of a bully? Do they really think that Peerless City is easy to bully? Damn it. Go away quickly. I'm going to capture this kid. It has nothing to do with you. The elders of Thunder God City were also furious. Now, they must capture the other party and get the antidote. The people of Peerless City sneered. What a joke. How can it have nothing to do with us? This is the address of Peerless City. He poisoned more than a dozen of our saint geniuses. If he doesn't hand over the antidote, do you think we'll let him go? The few minor saints said coldly. They were really mad. What? The people of Peerless City were also stunned. They took a glance and found that Lei Chong and the other saint geniuses were lying on the ground. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. This made the corners of their mouths twitch. But very quickly, they became wild with joy. This brat was far too awesome. Chapter 3692. They knew that Lei Chong was a top heaven's pride. Together with a dozen saints, even a 5th celestial layer expert would have to spend some effort to deal with him. But now, this kid actually defeated all of them in an instant. This is simply a talent. They had to protect such a talent well. At this time, Lin Xian also said, Elder, the people from Thunder God City tried to rob us outside and were defeated by me. Then, these people refused to accept it and wanted to besiege me. In the end, they were defeated. Therefore, their elder took action. I really don't know why Sky Thunder City is so despicable and shameless. Elder, please give us justice. Hearing this, the people from Wushuang City wanted to laugh. This kid is still acting innocent after taking advantage of them. However, they had never been on good terms with Lei Shanqing. At this moment, they naturally had to protect Lin Xian. More importantly, Lei Shanqing was the one who provoked them first. First, it was a robbery. Then, it was a group attack. Now, it was the elders who took action. Every matter was done by Thunder God City shamelessly. You actually dared to take action against our people. Give us an explanation or compensate us. Otherwise, this matter will not end. The elder from Wushuang City said coldly. Compensation? Hand over that kid first and make him hand over the antidote. Otherwise, we will not rest until we are dead. The people from Thunder God City were also furious. More than a dozen of their geniuses were in danger. Both sides did not back down. For a moment, the atmosphere was incomparably tense. All kinds of saint auras spread between heaven and earth. A few elders from Wushuang City arrived. The smell of gunpowder between the two sides was getting thicker and thicker. At this time, Lei Chong woke up again. Old Zhang, he killed my brother. And he even killed 7 or 8 saints beside my brother. They are all the geniuses of our Thunder God City. You must take revenge. What? The elders from Thunder God City instantly vomited blood. 7 or 8 geniuses had already died in the hands of the other party. Damn it! Their eyes instantly turned red. The elders from Wushuang City were also stunned. Lin Xian said, "When they robbed, they were all masked. How would I know that they were from Thunder God City? Moreover, they did not say that I would naturally be merciless towards the robbers." Hearing this, the elder from Peerless City laughed. That was indeed the case. When attacking the enemy, of course they had to use the most forceful method. You can only blame yourselves for hiding your identity. The people from Thunder God City couldn't take it anymore. Damn it, capture that brat. Several elders made their moves. The people from Peerless City snorted. Do you think we're afraid of you? In an instant, the two sides began to fight. A great battle erupted. Terrifying energy collapsed the heavens and cracked the earth, spreading across the sky. The surrounding people retreated like crazy. Their faces were filled with fear. The two elders of the great sage city began to fight just like that. And the fuse was because of a young man. It was really unbelievable. Peerless City, you're courting death. The people of Thunder God City were thoroughly enraged. This time, they had brought a lot of elders. In an instant, they had suppressed the people of Peerless City. The people from Peerless City were at a disadvantage, and their expressions were ugly. The people from Thunder God City laughed heartily. Just relying on your Peerless City, you dare to contend against our Thunder God City? Your Peerless City has only been established for a few thousand years. Your foundation is too weak. Our Thunder God's legacy is over 10,000 years old. How can you compare to him? In the distance, those people felt their scalps go numb. Indeed, although there were two great Sage City, Peerless City was a new power. There were only 2 generations of disciples in the sect. Now, they were only recruiting the 3rd generation. Thunder God City was different. It was an old saint city with a legacy of 10,000 years. The disciples in the sect had already reached the 8th generation. There was indeed a gap between the foundation of both sides. For example, in the stronghold, the number of elders and saints allocated by Peerless City was not as many as Thunder God City. Therefore, they were at a disadvantage now. Obediently hand over the person. Otherwise, I'll suppress you. Your Peerless City's face won't look good. The elders of Thunder God City laughed sinisterly. The elders of Peerless City frantically counterattacked. They would definitely not let Lin Xian be in danger. Lin Xian was a good seedling. In the future, he would definitely become the disciple of the Sage King. Lin Xian's face was also cold. He activated the heavenly Luo umbrella and shot out the remaining poison. The poison spread, causing the people of Thunder God City to frantically retreat. Only then did the pressure lessen a little. However, it was just a relief. This time, there were 3 minor saints on the other side. Under their joint attack, the corpse poison only lasted for a moment before it was torn apart. Not good. They're too strong. You guys go first. Someone come and bring the 2 of them away quickly. The warriors of Peerless City brought Lin Xian and Shun Jingqiu through the void, wanting to go to their stronghold. However, they were stopped by someone. Want to go? Impossible. Stay here obediently. A minor saint unleashed a tremendous amount of law that resembled 2 gigantic dragons that swept across the battlefield. Not good. Quickly bring them away from Eastern Spirit Mountain. After receiving the order, the 2 minor saints brought Lin Xian and Shun Jingqiu through the void and left Eastern Spirit Mountain. The others were in a great battle, chasing after them. In an instant, a battle broke out. Do you think you can resist? The people of Thunder God City looked ferocious. On the other side, the elders of Peerless City roared. Quickly send the news back to the Saint City and ask them to send reinforcements. In the sky, for streams of light streaked across. It was Lin Xian and the other 3. They left Eastern Spirit Mountain and flew towards the distance. Behind them, there were 4 streams of light chasing after them. Although they had the same number of people, they were facing 4 Fifth Heaven Saints. On their side, there were only 2 Fifth Heaven Saints. In addition to Lin Xian and Shun Jingqiu, there were only 2 Third Heaven Saints. In comparison, the difference in strength was too great. Therefore, the people of Thunder God City behind them sneered. You can't escape. After flying for about half a day, they finally stopped Lin Xian and the others. The 4 of them landed and surrounded Lin Xian and the others. We'll hold on for a while. You 2 go first. The 2 saints of Peerless City gritted their teeth and said, No need. We'll stay and fight. If it's just a fifth heaven saint, it's nothing. Lin Xian said coldly. Xin Jingqiu nodded her head. I can hold on for a while too. At least I can hold one of them. When these words came out, the two saints of Peerless City were stunned. On the other hand, the people of Thunder God City laughed. Ha ha ha, what did they just hear? Two saints of the third heaven wanted to contend with them? They were really reckless. Kid, who do you think you are? The corpse poison in your hands is gone. Without the poison gas, you dare to fight against us? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If the two of them were afraid, it would be the poison. But now, they knew that the corpse poison was completely used up. Therefore, they were not afraid of the other party. Chapter 3693. No, it's too dangerous. The two of you should leave quickly. The saints from Peerless City also shook their heads. They were really worried. Lin Xian insisted. Trust me. Don't talk nonsense with them. Attack. The people from Sky Thunder City roared. The four of them attacked. Damn it. In an instant, the battle erupted. The two saints from Peerless City were restrained by the two saints from Sky Thunder City. The other two from the Great Sage charged towards Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu. Can Qiu or hold on? I'll let you use the Heavenly Luo umbrella. I'll let Little White help you. But what about you, Brother Lin? Will it be dangerous? Shen Jingqiu was a little worried. Lin Xian said, Don't worry, I have a way. Reckless brat, go to hell. A middle-aged man from Thunder God City sneered. The other party had a way to deal with him? What a joke. He could crush the other party with just his cultivation realm. With a cold snort, a sun formed in his body. It was a sun formed by thunder and lightning. It carried an incomparably violent aura and pressed forward. The other person also attacked Shen Jingqiu. Shen Jingqiu shouted and instantly activated her spiritual body. Her cultivation increased greatly. At the same time, she opened the Heavenly Luo umbrella. Moreover, she took out another saint weapon. It was a purple flying sword. Little White hugged the calm pearl and was ready to attack at any time. Above Lin Xian's head, a sun of thunder kept flickering, suppressing the sky and him at the same time. Lin Xian snorted and activated the void escape. In an instant, he teleported to another place. At the same time, he took out the Great Sage Pagoda and released a strand of starry sky fire. There wasn't much starry sky fire left. Moreover, the Black Earth was at the most critical moment and would be completed soon. Therefore, Lin Xian couldn't use much starry sky fire. However, it was enough. He didn't intend to burn the other party to death with the starry sky fire. As long as he could burn the other party and scare them, it was enough. Buzz. A strand of the starry sky flame, which was the size of a palm, danced about and instantly enveloped the other party. With a blood-curdling scream, half of the fifth heaven sage's body was burned away. They were so scared that they fled frantically. This pitiful voice made one's scalp go numb. The surrounding sages all turned their heads to look. Their pupils shrank. How was this possible? A fifth heavenly layer saint had lost half of his body in an instant. He was seriously injured. This was too inconceivable. Was this really done by this kid? The people from Thunder God City were stunned. As for the people from Peerless City, they were also stunned. The next moment, they were overjoyed. Great. This kid's strength was beyond their expectations. From the looks of it, it wasn't impossible for them to fight. Damn brat, I want you dead. That kind of injured saint rushed over. Lin Xian sneered. Do you think that with your cultivation of the fifth heavenly layer, you can contend against me? What a joke. The middle-aged man roared, and the magical laws on his body exploded. He performed a hand seal, and his left hand drew a divine saber that slashed down. His right hand formed a lightning dragon. At this moment, the power exploded, and heaven and earth trembled. This was a magical ability of the magical laws. It was really powerful to the extreme. At the same time, he was constantly paying attention to the appearance of that terrifying flame. Once it appeared, he would immediately escape. Lin Xian did not use the starry skyfire again. He had done enough. The flame had injured the other party, and now the other party was scared out of his wits. He used the Kuren Pong movement technique to dodge. At the same time, he pulled out the Great Destruction Spear. With a roar, endless sword chi flew out. At the same time, he activated his ocular technique and summoned the Headless Knight to fight with it. With a boom, the two collided. The sun and moon shook, and a vast ocean-like power swept through the 9 heavens. This was really too inconceivable. How was it possible? He blocked it. The surrounding sages were also stunned. Previously, they thought that Lin Xian was relying on a magical flame to be able to injure the 5th heavenly layer saint. They were not a match for him at all. However, they did not expect that Lin Xian would actually block the attack of a 5th heavenly layer saint. The other party's weapon was a sacred artifact. What was the Headless Knight that the other party had summoned? Why was its power so terrifying? Haha, the sage of the 5-colored sky was only SOSO. Lin Xian laughed. His confidence doubled. You're courting death. The middle-aged man was so angry that his body trembled. Without the flame, he was still no match for the other party. This was a great humiliation. Die for me. His palms formed a seal again, transforming into a mountain of thunder. He struck with both palms, and the mountain of thunder exploded. He wanted to completely crush Lin Xian. Lin Xian activated the 9 Yang Divine Body and activated the Qilin Tattoo at the same time. His physique was really strong at this moment. Therefore, he did not dodge at all. He held the Great Destruction Spear in his hand and danced in the wind. Dragon-shaped sword chi flew out, piercing through heaven and earth. The giant mountain of thunder was shattered into pieces. Lin Xian's body trembled as he was attacked by the endless thunder. On the other side, the middle-aged sage was also not feeling good. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with shock. His nomological divine ability had been broken by the other party. It was too unbelievable. At this moment, the attack in Lin Xian's eyes produced a golden blade of light. It carried an indomitable aura as it slashed forward. At the same time, he used his ocular technique, spring, and autumn lock. The middle-aged man was hit by the soul attack. His head trembled, and he almost fell from the sky. Damn it! He hurriedly defended and retreated frantically, trying to pull away. Little White! Lin Xian roared angrily. Little White appeared out of thin air and slapped the other party's head. The other party immediately fainted. It was an ocular technique attack. The Great Destruction Spear turned into a dragon shadow and rushed over. With a valiant posture, it directly pierced through the other party. Miserable cries rang out once again. Everyone had gone crazy. He was injured again. This time, the other party did not use that strange flame, but he still injured a 5th firmament sage. Moreover, it was too fast. They were already locked in a fierce battle, but was the outcome of the battle already about to be decided? The middle-aged man screamed, his body trembling with anger. Go to hell. He was pierced by the spear, but he wanted to fight for his life. At this moment, Lin Xian shot out a ball of flame. Do you think I don't have this kind of flame? He shot out the flame. Damn it! The middle-aged man originally wanted to fight for his life, but after seeing the flame, he was scared out of his wits and immediately retreated. He even forcefully shattered his body to escape. Ha ha ha! Lin Xian looked up to the sky and laughed. This was not the starry sky flame, but the 9 suns' divine flame. However, the other party had been injured by the starry sky flame before and had long become a frightened bird. Now that he saw the flame, he was instinctively afraid. This was the effect he wanted. A 5th firmament sage was nothing more than this. Lin Xian attacked again. Ocular technique, Saint Artifact, Great Dragon Sword Soul, and Stellar Transposition allowed him to suppress the other party. In the end, the sage was directly scattered and crippled by him. He was completely suppressed by him. The remaining 3 people from Thunder God City were completely stunned. Who was this kid? Chapter 3694. Lin Xian let out a long roar. I'll help you. He want to help Shun Jingqiu. Shin Jingqiu was currently using her spiritual body to increase her cultivation. With the help of the 2 great sage artifacts and the Snow White monkey, it wasn't too dangerous for her to fight a 5th heavenly layer sage. With the support of Lin Xian, the 2nd sage was quickly suppressed. The other two sages turned and fled when they saw this scene. These two young men were simply monsters. The people of Peerless City chased after them with all their might. Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu joined hands, and finally, the 4/5 heavenly layer sages were all suppressed. The two people of Peerless City felt that it was inconceivable. They looked at Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu with strange eyes. Lin Xian didn't seem to care at all. He began to search through the four people's storage rings and magical treasures. The four sages of Thunder God City were about to vomit blood. They had never seen such a robber. Moreover, the other party was a young genius. Wasn't this too heaven-defying? The people of Peerless City were all smiles. They had picked up a treasure. This Lin Xian was really a genius. But soon, they stopped smiling and frowned. The situation was very dangerous. Although they had won, they guessed that the situation at Eastern Spirit Mountain must be very tragic. There were too many small saints in Thunder God City. It was difficult for them to deal with them. Couldn't they provide support? Shen Jingqiu asked. If we can provide support, so can Thunder God City. After all, they have a rich foundation. Moreover, Eastern Spirit World had a certain limit. It was impossible to provide support without limit. The other forces would also not agree. At Eastern Spirit Mountain, the battle was unusually fierce. The people of Peerless City were completely suppressed. Many of them were even injured. The people of Thunder God City were very ferocious. They vented all the anger in their hearts on this battle. At this moment of crisis, a figure descended from the sky. Thunder God City, are you bullying Peerless City? Accompanying this was a loud and clear voice. The people from Peerless City raised their heads and revealed joyful smiles. The people from the Thunder God City also looked over. Very soon, they were stunned because they discovered that only one person had come. Did he think that he could contend against them with just one person? He was truly courting death. Is there really no one else in Peerless City? Only one person was sent to reinforce them. Thunder God City's side was filled with disdain. The surrounding onlookers were also completely stunned. Heavens, what's going on? Could it be that what Lei Shunqing said was true? Was Peerless City going to be completely defeated? I alone am enough. The person who landed said in a deep voice. His eyes were shining with confidence. Hongya, be careful. The sages of Peerless City gathered around. The newcomer was a young man, Fu Hongya. As soon as he arrived, he walked out with a red maple leaf in his hand. On the red maple leaf, a terrifying flame flickered and danced. The red leaf flew out, soared into the sky, and slashed forward. He was courting death. On the other side, the people from Peerless City were enraged. A mere youngster dared to make a move against them? He was courting death. Kill. A middle-aged man sneered and struck out a terrifying thunder. It turned into a long river and slashed down from the sky, trying to cut off the red maple leaf. Boom, boom. The onlookers were all experts. Although their eyes couldn't see it, their souls could clearly see it. Boom. Through the perception of their souls, they could see that the lightning river had been cut in half. Although the red maple leaf wasn't big, it was incomparable. In an instant, it arrived in front of the middle-aged sage. Then, the flames on the red maple leaf danced, forming a huge fire that enveloped the sage. Ah! A miserable cry was heard. The monstrous fire burned the sage, making him look extremely miserable. One move, and a sage was injured. Everyone was going crazy. This young man was too terrifying. On the other side, they rushed over again. This time, there were two of them. Fu Hongya struck out another two red leaves. One of them had a long sword drawn on it, and the other had a long saber drawn on it. The saber and sword were struck out at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. The two sages vomited blood and were sent flying. This scene was really too shocking. Everyone couldn't believe it. This young man was too terrifying. Each leaf could injure a saint. Just who was this person? Damn it, who are you? The people of Thunder God City roared crazily. The man in white said proudly, I'm Fu Hongya. What? It's you. Everyone was stunned. They didn't know the name Fu Hongya. He was the top genius of Wushuang City, the eldest disciple of the second generation. His strength was so strong that it made people look askance. You're Fu Hongya. An old man stood out. Kid, go away quickly and let your elders do it. "You're not strong enough." This old man was a minor saint. Fu Hongye was powerful, but it seemed that he didn't take him seriously. There's no need for the elders to do it. Fu Hongye's eyes were filled with strong confidence. So what if the opponent was a minor saint? He really didn't take him seriously. "You're courting death." The old man was angry. A dignified minor saint was being looked down on by a junior? Fine. I'll see how powerful the top disciple of Wushuang City is. Buzz. Heaven and earth trembled, and thunder rumbled. The minor saint made his move. He formed a seal with both hands and formed the thunder god's wings, which swept over. It was like two heavenly blades that could destroy heaven and earth. This was a powerful divine ability of the thunder god. At this moment, when it was used by a minor saint, it made everyone's scalp tingle as if they were going to be cut in half. In the face of such a terrifying divine ability, Fu Hongye was fearless. His black technique was flamboyant, and his white clothes were dazzling. He was abnormally calm like a fiend god. With a snap of his fingers, another red leaf appeared in his hand. There was a moon drawn on the red leaf. The red leaf flew out and faced the attack. The moon soared into the sky. It was like a sacred moon on the sea. This was a strange phenomenon of heaven and earth, which shocked everyone. The terrifying moon spun in the sky like a millstone that could destroy the world, directly crushing the thunder god's wings. The two divine abilities collided in heaven and earth. Terrifying energy filled every inch of space. Everyone retreated crazily. It was too terrifying. The moon shattered the thunder god's wings. The old man was shocked. Impossible. The others also went crazy. Fu Hongye was too strong. He could even suppress a minor saint. Go to hell. The minor saint rushed forward. Fu Hongye also roared and charged forward. The red leaf in his hand kept attacking. Every time, it was accompanied by a powerful divine ability. Suddenly, a red leaf shot out and froze the minor saint in midair. Damn it! Confinement, red leaf. Break. The old man kept attacking the void, trying to break free. In the sky, another two red leaves came at him. They turned into two giant dragons and attacked his body. The old man vomited blood and was sent flying backward with a frightened expression. The others were also in an uproar. Chapter 3695. Fu Hongye was really too strong. Was he the top genius of Wushuang City? He was too terrifying. Those experts of the older generation were extremely terrified. Could it be that Fu Hongye was also a minor saint? No one dared to imagine because it was too unbelievable. Fu Hongye said, "Thunder God City, do you think there's no one in Wushuang City?" He directly charged over. "You're courting death." In addition, the people of Thunder God City were also furious. They joined forces to take him down. A great battle broke out again, but this time, with Fu Hongye's participation, they were really powerful to the extreme. Not long after, another minor saint was injured. The people of Thunder God City quickly retreated. The people of Wushuang City charged over, especially Fu Hongye, who took the lead. Not long after, the third minor saint was injured, and the rest of the saints fled back to their own mountains. However, it was not over yet. Fu Hongye went straight to the mountain and killed in all directions. It was simply too unbelievable. Everyone went crazy. He killed his way to the enemy's stronghold alone. Moreover, he had swept through all four directions. He was simply a demon king. The people of Wushuang City were extremely excited. Their Fu Hongye usually looked as gentle as a jade, but when he really fought, he was really crazy to the extreme. A great battle broke out. The law above Thunder God City's stronghold spread, and heaven and earth trembled. It was a terrifying scene of destruction. However, not long after, the entire mountain lit up with countless formations. The mountain peak was sealed. Oh no, they're going to seal the mountain. They must be preparing to summon people to attack Fu Hongye. The people of Wushuang City were also furious. They quickly attacked the formation. However, the formation this time was not so easy to break. For a moment, they were extremely anxious. They could only prepare to ask for help again. The others also felt their scalps tingle. It was over. Fu Hongye was sealed inside. She was in danger now. Yes, No matter how strong Fu Hongye was, he was only one person. He killed his way into the enemy's stronghold alone and was now sealed by them. If Thunder God City summoned more experts from the Saint City, Fu Hongye would definitely be in danger. For a moment, everyone on Dongling Mountain was talking about it. Outside Dongling Mountain, Lin Xian and the others had subdued 4 people from Thunder God City. At this moment, a sage from Peerless City received news of the array formation. Great, our people are here. The people from Thunder God City were defeated. Defeated? We can go back now. These people rose into the air, ready to return. Not long after, they returned to Dongling Mountain. But as soon as they went up the mountain, they felt that the atmosphere was not right. There were discussions everywhere, and from the looks of it, one of the mountain peaks had been completely sealed. What's going on? They hurried back. The elders of Wushuang City said, "Oh no, Hongyi was locked inside. What's going on? Wasn't the crisis already over?" Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu were also surprised. Even the 2 sages who were following him were equally puzzled. Fu Hongye had come and wounded 3 minor saints on her own. Furthermore, she had slaughtered her way through the enemy's forces. The attack directly hit the mountain peak of the other party, sweeping across a large area. However, these people from the Thunder God City were truly too despicable. They actually sealed the mountain, and from the looks of it, Hongyi was trapped inside. Those people must have summoned some strong cultivators. Fu Hongye was in danger. Hearing this, Shen Jingqiu and Lin Xian were completely stunned. What? Could it be that Fu Hongye was the only one who came? Lin Xian was even more shocked. He had seen Fu Hongye before. Naturally, he knew that she was the eldest disciple of the 2nd generation. But he did not expect Fu Hongye to be so powerful that she could injure 3 minor saints on her own. Moreover, she had slaughtered her way to the enemy's stronghold. How powerful was that? But now, she was trapped. No, senior brother Hong Yi is in danger. We have to go and save him. Lin Xian was anxious. The elders also said that we are also preparing to recruit more people, but it will take some time. Moreover, we are also breaking the formation now. Once the formation is broken, we can kill our way in and Fu Hongye can come out. Not good, elders. Our formation has been destroyed. At this moment, an anxious voice came from a mountain peak in the distance. What? The expressions of the elders of Wushuang City instantly changed. Someone has destroyed our formation. Who is it? I don't know. It should be the people of Thunder God City who did it secretly. Now, our people can't teleport here. This time, the expressions of Lin Xian and the others completely changed. This was terrible news. If that was the case, Fu Hongye would be in great danger. Damn it. Let's fight it out. Let's kill them. The eyes of the elders turned red. Fu Hongye was too important to Wushuang City. They could not afford to lose her. Elders, you guys break the formation. I'll go outside and look for something that might be of help. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and said, "This matter started because of him. He could not just stand by and watch." "What are you looking for?" the elders of Wushuang City asked. Lin Xian said, "Let's not talk about this first. I'll try first. You guys should hurry up and break the formation. Sure, you stay here. I'll give you the Heavenly Luo umbrella and the Great Destruction Spear. You can break the formation together. Brother Lin, what about you? You don't have any sacred weapons." Shen Jingqiu was worried. "Don't worry, I'll stay with Little White. I still have the Soul Fixation Pearl and other trump cards." After Lin Xian finished speaking, he rushed into the sky. He was indeed going to do something. He was going to look for something. Lin Xian had 2 killer saint bees in his hands. The thing he was going to look for was the nest of the killer saint bees. In other words, a beehive. If he could get the Peak King, there would be countless killer saint bees. If he could get this thing and throw it on the mountain peak of Thunder God City, then it would be enough. Of course, this matter was very difficult to do. It could even be said to be impossible. However, Lin Xian still planned to give it a try. He took out the black earth from the Great Sage Pagoda. At this moment, the black earth had completely evolved into a sacred weapon. Its power had greatly increased. The black earth turned into a flash of light. Its speed was extremely fast. The speed of a saint artifact spirit boat was truly incomparable. The The starry sky fire was exhausted. Otherwise, Lin Xian could use the starry sky fire to tear open the seal and kill his way to the mountain peak. By controlling the two killer Saint Bees in his hands, Lin Xian finally understood where their nest was. After flying all the way, he finally arrived in the vicinity. Lin Xian saw through the heavenly secret god eyes that this area was basically filled with killer Saint Bees. They covered the sky and the earth. It was very terrifying. He took a deep breath. Damn it, there were so many killer Saint Bees. Even he did not dare to take this risk. He could not subdue them one by one. He guessed that although the killer Saint Bees were powerful, they were bees after all. Since they were bees, they followed the same rules. In other words, there was a queen bee in the hive. It was the queen bee. If he could control the Peking, the other killer Saint Bees would all listen to his orders. Thinking of this, Lin Xian decided to take a gamble. Chapter 3696. Sitting in the black earthly, he sent his soul out of his body and his heavenly fate god eyes into the killer wasp. Lin Xian had taken over the body of the killer wasp. Is not equal to he wanted to use the killer wasp to sneak into the hive and control the wasp king. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The controlled killer Saint Bee took off with the wind and quickly flew into this area. Very good. No one was paying attention to it. Lin Xian successfully entered the hive. The killer wasp needed to provide food, so Lin Xian had already prepared the top-grade flower pollen. He wanted to hand over the food. Sure enough, he got the chance. When it came in front of him, Lin Xian's heart was in his mouth. The killer bee queen's body was huge. It was like a person. The other killer wasp kings were only the size of a finger. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. When the killer wasp king was absorbing the pollen, Lin Xian finally exploded. His heavenly secret divine eyes, along with his powerful soul power, launched his strongest attack. Boom! The killer wasp king was enraged. With a roar, the entire hive shook violently. Thousands of killer wasp kings outside rushed in crazily. Their eyes were red. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. If he failed, he would be torn to pieces by these killer wasp kings. But fortunately, his physical body was not here. Only his soul had entered. His soul had already entered the killer wasp king's body. When the killer wasp kings entered, they could only see the irritable killer wasp king. They could not find anyone. Their faces were full of doubts. Lin Xian was in the killer wasp king's mind. He was trying to take over the killer wasp king's body. If he succeeded, he would have an army of killer wasp kings. However, this was obviously impossible. The killer wasp king's killer wasp king was very powerful. Although it was attacked by Lin Xian, it was impossible to completely take over the killer wasp king's body. Lin Xian could only take a step back. Then, he could only temporarily suppress the killer wasp king's soul. The killer wasp king would listen to his orders temporarily. This way, it would be much easier. However, it was only easier than taking over the body. It was truly thrilling to the extreme. If he wasn't careful, it was very likely that his soul would be destroyed. Fortunately, Lin Xian's soul spirit was strong, and this time, he had brought along the heavenly secret god eyes. Therefore, after expending all of his soul and using his eye technique, he finally managed to suppress the queen bee's soul. The soul of the queen bee fell into a deep slumber. He finally succeeded. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. However, his heavenly fate god eyes had dimmed. Lin Xian was also extremely weak. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to use his eye technique for the time being. However, he was overjoyed. His heavenly secret divine eyes were only weakened, but not injured. He was now in control of the queen bee. Soon, there were fluctuations. Don't worry, it's nothing. It's just that the pollen doesn't suit my taste. Lin Xian released a spiritual fluctuation, and the surrounding killer Saint Bees instantly calmed down. He gave the order again. Gather everyone and enter the beehive. Follow me to attack the enemy. Great Queen Bee, what enemy? The killer Saint Bees were all stunned. A few of them were obviously elder-level bees. Their faces were full of shock. The Queen Bee said, "The pollen this time was poisonous." What poison? Those killer Saint Bees were completely enraged. Their eyes turned red again. Who was it that wanted to poison their queen bee? In an instant, they stared at the little bee. It was the one that carried Lin Xian's soul. However, Lin Xian's soul had already left. That little bee was a puppet. At this moment, it felt an incomparably powerful saint aura. It trembled and its body cracked. Lin Xian continued. It's already under my control. I've also searched its soul and found out that the mastermind is actually someone from Thunder God City. They actually wanted to frame me. Since that's the case, we have to teach them a lesson. What? It's actually Thunder God City. Those elders who were killing the killer saint bees were also stunned. This was a saint city. So what? Another elder said. They've gone too far. Do they really think that we're easy to deal with? Moreover, this was the East Spirit world, not their Thunder God City. Queen Bee, don't worry. We'll gather everyone and kill them all. Soon, sound waves spread out, and all the killer saint bees returned to the hive. The entire hive soared into the sky and turned into a stream of light, rushing outside. Whitey drove the black earth and slowly followed from afar. Two streams of light, one in front and one behind, flew towards East Spirit Mountain. At this moment, everyone on East Spirit Mountain was in an uproar. The people from Peerless City had already started attacking the mountain, triggering countless laws. Heaven and earth were shattered. It seemed that Peerless City had really gone crazy. Of course, Fu Hongye was very important. They didn't need to tell them how he was doing now. He was probably in danger. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't beat so many experts from Thunder God City. It was very likely that he was seriously injured and captured. Everyone was discussing fiercely. They hadn't seen such a scene for hundreds of years. They didn't expect to see it today. Suddenly, someone screamed. Look, what's that? They all turned their heads to look and saw that in the distance, there was a stream of light coming over, accompanied by a loud sound. It was like thunder, very dull. Are those dark clouds? No, damn it, those are bees. Someone screamed. What, bees? Everyone's eyes shone with a cold light as they looked into the distance. In the next moment, their scalps went numb. Killer bees. These are killer saint bees. In the sky, there was more than one. There were tens of thousands of them. Damn it, don't tell me they're out in full force? What? Everyone on East Spirit Mountain went crazy. How is that possible? What happened to these killer saint bees? One had to know that the killer saint bees were extremely terrifying existences in the East Spirit world. No one dared to provoke them in the area they were in. Even some powerful beasts didn't dare to set foot in their territory. When these bees went crazy, they would kill anything in their way. Usually, everyone was in awe of the killer saint bees, so they had always been peaceful. However, they didn't expect the killer saint bees to come out in full force this time. What are they trying to do by coming to East Spirit Mountain? East Spirit Mountain is the territory of the human race? Why are these beasts attacking the human race? Everyone screamed crazily and ran away. Some even picked up their weapons to defend themselves. Some people's bodies were filled with laws as they turned into streams of light and fled into the distance. In short, they didn't dare to stay. The people of Peerless City were also stunned. It wasn't a good thing for the killer saint bees to come out in full force at this time. They didn't have much energy to care about these things now. Elder, what should we do? Should we run? The people of Peerless City were pale. Although they were the experts of Sacred City, they couldn't resist so many killer saint bees. Chapter 3697. The elders of Peerless City had ugly expressions on their faces. Damn it! Are these demonic beasts crazy? Why did they come at this time? They couldn't escape. Hongyi was still inside. They had to break the array to get Hongyi out. These people continued to stay here and attack the array. Under their intense attacks, cracks had already appeared in many places and the array would soon shatter. However, their faces soon turned ugly as they realized that a swarm of killer saint bees was heading in their direction. Damn it, they wouldn't be attacking us, right? The people of Peerless City kept retreating. Xin Jingqiu was also worried. How is Brother Lin? Is there any danger outside? She had the heavenly Luo umbrella above her head and the great destruction spear in her hand. Chiao, don't be afraid. It's me. At this moment, Lin Xian transmitted his voice to Chiao. Shin Jingqiu was stunned when she heard it. Then, she started to look around. Chiao, don't look around. These killer Saint Bees were brought by me. They won't attack you. Hurry up and tell the elders. After Shan Jingqiu heard it, she quickly whispered, Elders, they are here to help us. Don't worry. The elders were shocked and uncertain. It's true. Shin Jingqiu said that Brother Lin was the one who brought them. What? Lin Wudi? That brat. How could he have such ability? These people were stunned. They couldn't believe it. However, they realized that when the killer Saint Bees came near, they didn't attack them. Instead, they attacked the array frantically. They heaved a sigh of relief. Great. They are here to help us. Those killer Saint Bees had red eyes. As they attacked the array, they emitted a terrifying soul fluctuation. Damn Thunder God Chang. How dare you frame our killer Saint Bees? We will fight you to the death. We will take down Thunder God City and make them pay a painful price. A terrifying soul fluctuation resounded between heaven and earth. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? How did Thunder God City provoke this group of bees? The people of Peerless City laughed. Ha ha, the heavens are helping us. Thunder God City, let's see how you will die this time. Thunder God Mountain. Because this mountain was the stronghold of Thunder God City, it was named Thunder God Mountain. At this moment, there were countless thunder gods in the mountains. Lightning crackled around their bodies as though they were a group of thunder gods, surrounding a single figure tightly. They surrounded Fu Hongye tightly. Damn brat, you're too arrogant. They were so angry that they were gnashing their teeth. At this moment, there were already many injured figures on the ground. Blood had dyed the mountain red. To be honest, they were incomparably furious and felt humiliated, because no one had ever dared to attack their stronghold. Now, he was the first one. Furthermore, he was beaten up by a single person. What was even more detestable was that this person was not an expert of the older generation. He was just a second-generation disciple of Wushuang City. The formation flashed, and even more Thunder God Realm experts appeared. They surrounded Fu Hongye and sneered. I admit that you're strong, but you're too arrogant. This is not a place where you can behave atrociously. No matter how strong you are not a match for us. The newly arrived saints were brimming with killing intent. They were indeed angry. If their reinforcements were not in place, the entire mountain would probably be taken down by the other party. Although Fu Hongye was surrounded by so many experts, he was not afraid at all. He stood there with his hands behind his back and looked in all directions. Himph, reinforcements are here? So what? Let's see how you're going to fight me today. As he spoke, another red leaf appeared in his hand. Wherever he looked, those people were so frightened that their eyelids twitched. Although they were angry, they had to admit that this Fu Hongye was really too strong. A single leaf from the other party could transform into tens of millions of spells. It made their scalps tingle. Don't be afraid. He's just bluffing. He's definitely waiting for Wushuang City's reinforcements. Humph, let me tell you the truth. Your Wushuang City's formation has already been destroyed by us. Besides, we've already sealed the mountain. Do you really think they can break in? So, today is the day you die. These people quickly surrounded him. Don't talk nonsense with him. Countless people attacked. Terrifying divine abilities covered the sky and earth as they controlled Fu Hongye to attack. Fu Hongye raised his head and roared. Behind him, the illusion of a huge maple tree appeared. The red leaves on the tree fluttered like the sunset. As it swayed, it brought with it a terrifying law. Fu Hongye attacked aggressively. Every leaf brought with it a flower of blood. There were saints who were constantly vomiting blood and were sent flying. Damn it! I don't believe he can withstand the force of 10,000 lightning bolts when we work together. The people of Thunder God City roared crazily. They combined to form a suppressive law. All the laws overlapped and attacked continuously. Fu Hongye's face turned pale, and he vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. However, his eyes were brighter. The red leaf in his hand was even more terrifying. At this moment, a shattering sound was heard between heaven and earth. It was as if a mirror had fallen to the ground. Then, the formation of the entire mountain range began to split apart. Not good. Our formation is broken. The people of Thunder God City screamed. What are you afraid of? They can't send over the experts. At most, those people will come. If they come, we'll kill them all. The small saints of Thunder God City roared crazily. Their eyes were red. They must kill this Fu Hongye today. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Eastern Spirit Mountain. Previously, those warriors fled in panic because of the arrival of the killer Saint Bees. However, when they ran far away, they found that the killer Saint Bees didn't start a massacre. Instead, they attacked Thunder God Mountain. This made them breathe a sigh of relief. They quietly returned to take a look. Soon, they saw that the formation was broken and countless killer Saint Bees rushed in. Oh God, are these killer Saint Bees helping Wushuang City? These people were stunned. Let's see what's going on. They raised their heads and looked over. At the next moment, they saw that on the mountain peak, there were so many experts of Thunder God City besieging a person. It was a person in white clothes. Although his body was stained with blood and his shoulder was injured, his eyes were incomparably bright. Moreover, every time he attacked, a saint would fall. There were many corpses under his feet. The entire mountain peak was dyed red. The killer Saint Bee was still fighting. He was not dead yet. Instead, he became more and more courageous as he fought. Everyone went crazy. This was simply a miracle. This killer Saint Bee was really too powerful and terrifying. Thunder God City had kicked an iron plate this time. Yes, a killer Saint Bee was already so difficult to deal with, let alone a sky full of killer Saint Bees. Everyone was excited. The people of Thunder God City were disdainful at first, with so many experts rushing over. So what if the other party broke the formation? He was just coming to die. However, when the formation was really broken, they were stunned, because the first to enter wasn't the people of Wushuang City, but the sky full of killer Saint Bees. They were so dense that they covered the entire sky. These people all stopped and looked at the sky with a stunned expression. Chapter 3698. Even Fu Hongye stopped what he was doing. He raised his head to look at the sky with a strange expression in his eyes. Killer bees? And there are so many of them. What's going on? Are these killer bees trying to start a war with the humans? At this moment, a killer bee elder in the sky said coldly, Thunder God City, despicable and shameless. You want to use poison to harm our king. Today, we will fight you to the death. Everyone listen to my order and attack the people of Thunder God City. As the cold voice fell, the eyes of the killer Saint Bees turned red. As if they had gone mad, they turned into streams of golden light and began to attack. The people of Thunder God City below screamed. Many of them were pierced, and some of them were poisoned. They were in a miserable state. This scene was like hell on earth. When the people in the distance saw this scene, they went crazy. God, this is too unbelievable. These killer bees are really attacking Thunder God City. Fu Hongye was stunned. What's going on? At this moment, he received a voice transmission. Senior Brother Hongye, I'm Lin Wudi. These killer bees are summoned by me. Hurry, let's go. I can't control the Killer Bee King for too long. The Killer Bee King was stunned. Then, a smile appeared on his face. Lin Wudi. So it's him. He understood. With a long roar, he rushed through the crowd and tore the void apart. He flew down the mountain. The people of Wushuang City were waiting for him at the foot of the mountain. At the same time, Lin Xian continued to control the Killer Bee King and gave out orders. The war between the Killer Bees and Thunder God City began. The sages of Thunder God City were all attacked. Many of them were stung until their heads were full of bumps. These were not ordinary bees. Every one of them could pierce through their bodies. Even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. Moreover, their foundation might be damaged. Of course, there were also many killer bees that died. In short, both sides were in a frenzy. In the end, the people of Thunder God City couldn't hold on anymore. At first, they wanted to call for more reinforcements to help them. However, they realized that although the reinforcements had arrived, they had angered the killer bees. Therefore, they could only change their strategy. Run. Use the teleportation array to leave. Ka. These people took the teleportation array and wanted to leave. But at this moment, the teleportation array let out a cracking sound as cracks appeared. There was a missing material in the formation, and there was a gap. Who was it? Who dares to destroy our array formation? These people were in despair. Without the array formation, they would not be able to teleport away. What would be waiting for them next? This was the crazy revenge of killing the Saint Wasp. They didn't dare to imagine the consequences. In their panic, they saw a little white monkey holding a corner of the array formation and traversing through the void. Damned Hosey, give me back my formation. Motherfucker, I won't rest until you die. I swear that from now on, I will only eat monkey meat. These people screamed crazily, but there was nothing they could do. The little white monkey was too fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Without the formation, there was no way to teleport. Their fates would be extremely miserable. Sure enough, these people from the Thunder God City instantly received a counterattack. Since there was no way out, the eyes of these people from the Thunder God City had turned red from the killing. Each and every one of them were roaring as if they had gone crazy. Kill. They clashed with the killer Saint Bees. After another half a day, Lin Xian finally couldn't control it anymore. He felt that the soul of the Wasp King was recovering. He gradually couldn't suppress it inside. He knew that it was time to leave. Lin Xian's soul rose into the sky and left the Wasp King's body. Then, he flew down the mountain. His speed was extremely fast. In almost an instant, he arrived at the foot of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, those people from Wushuang City were anxiously waiting. Especially Shen Jingqiu, she was very worried about Lin Xian's safety. Finally, she saw Lin Xian's soul flying back. She immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Big brother Lin, here. She waved her hand to greet him. Lin Xian entered the black earth and fused his soul with his body. In the next moment, he walked out. Let's go. This is not the place to talk. After my soul leaves, the Wasp King's soul will soon awaken. At that time, he will definitely be exposed. Lin Xian called a group of people and quickly left. They returned to Wushuang City's stronghold. But, sure enough, not long after they arrived, an earth-shattering roar came from the Thunder God Mountain. A terrifying aura spread throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Damn it, what's going on? Everyone was terrified. The Wasp King woke up. But when he woke up, he was so angry that he vomited blood. Shouldn't he be in the hive absorbing pollen to cultivate? Why did he come to the Thunder God Mountain? And there was a huge battle? His descendants and subordinates beside him. Why did so many of them die? Stop right there. The Wasp King kept roaring. The people from the Saint Wasp King's side quickly stopped and instantly gathered beside the Wasp King. On the other side, the people from Thunder God City also stopped. Their faces were cold and everyone was injured. They also gathered together and confronted the Wasp King. You killed the Saint Wasp King. Do you really want to fight to the death with our Thunder God City? Don't forget, our Thunder God City is the sacred city. If you provoke us and we send out a super saint, you won't be able to bear it. Do you think we're afraid of you? This is the Eastern Spirit Staircase, our territory. Those Saint Wasp Kings are also full of killing intent. The Wasp King didn't say anything. He really couldn't understand what was going on. Suddenly, he remembered that his soul had fallen into a deep sleep. Moreover, it was when he was eating the pollen. Damn it, he was ambushed by someone. Moreover, he was tricked. This made him roar in his heart. Who was it? Who was using him? He was extremely angry. This time, they had also suffered heavy losses in attacking the Thunder God Mountain. There were many corpses on the ground. He wanted to find the culprit like crazy and tear him into pieces. But when he thought of the possibility that there was another sacred city behind this, he hesitated. If they were to fight again at this time, their losses would be even greater. At that time, they would anger the 2 sacred cities. Even if they were heaven and earth variants and were powerful and fierce, they couldn't bear such consequences. Therefore, he could only suffer this loss. Moreover, he couldn't tell anyone. Otherwise, as a king, it would be shameful for him to be ambushed by someone else. This matter ends here. Both sides can't fight anymore. The Wasp King gave the order and left with the Saint Wasp Kings. Those people from the Thunder God City were so angry that they vomited blood. What the fuck? Ridiculous. They didn't provoke this group of Saint Wasp Kings at all. But such a big battle happened for no reason. Could it be that it was Wushuang City's ghost? It was very possible. Damn it. When did this group of Saint Wasp Kings ally with Wushuang City? When they thought of Wushuang City, these people from the Thunder God City gnashed their teeth in anger. Their losses this time were really too heavy. A single Fu Hongya was enough to make them badly battered. On top of that, the attack from the Saint Wasp Kings really made them suffer heavy losses. Damn it, this matter can't be let go like this. Repair the array formation. We will definitely take revenge for this. These people's eyes were red as they started to repair the formation. Chapter 3699. On the other side, laughter could be heard from Wushuang Mountain. That's great. The people from Peerless City were incomparably excited. Although they also suffered losses this time, compared to Lei Shansheng, it was simply not worth mentioning. Of course, it was all thanks to two people. One of them was Fu Hongya. If it wasn't for him, they would have been seriously injured. The other was Lin Xian. If it wasn't for Lin Xian, the situation would have been worse. Junior brother, thank you so much. Fu Hongya smiled as well. He was very satisfied with this junior brother of his. Lin Xian smiled. Senior brother, you're too polite. I came here to join Wushuang City. In the future, I'll be in the same sect as everyone. Oh right, we haven't completed the third mission yet. Suddenly, Lin Xian thought of something. Xin Jingqiu said too. Yeah, the array is broken. Can we still go back? Don't worry. We've been repairing the array. It'll be done soon. Even if we can't fix it, we can testify that you two came here first. Wushuang City's array was discovered in time. Therefore, it was easier to fix it. It was done in a day. Thunder God City might have to put in some effort. What Whitey stole was the core of the array. It wouldn't be easy to fix it. Let's go. Fu Hongya stood on the array. He called out to Lin Xian and Xin Jingqiu. The three of them took the array and left. When they appeared, they were already back in Wushuang City. Senior brother Fu, how is it? In Wushuang City, the martial artists from Wushuang City were also very anxious. Previously, they had received a call for help from Dongling Mountain. Later, they realized that they couldn't teleport. They thought that the array there was broken. They were very anxious. Fortunately, Fu Hongya came back at this time. The matter has been resolved. Fu Hongya said, "Oh right, these two fellows are here for the third mission. Because of some matters in our stronghold, they should have arrived 5 days ago. Record this down. I can bear witness to this." Yes, senior brother, we understand. The disciples of Wushuang City quickly recorded it. At the same time, they said, "Congratulations, you have successfully passed the third stage. Go and rest first. I'll make the announcement after the third stage is over. However, I am here to congratulate the two of you on passing the test and becoming disciples of our Wushuang City." Although the third test was determined based on time, there was still a time limit. That would be 1 month. If they couldn't come out after a month, they would be eliminated. At that time, they would go in and bring those people back safely. Thank you, senior brother. Lin Xian and Shun Jingqiu cupped their fists, and then they went to rest in a nearby palace. The two of them sat down and began to recover. In the following days, the two of them were very relaxed. From the time the two of them entered the third stage until they came out, it took a total of 15 days, which was half a month's time. Actually, the two of them could have come out in 10 days, but because of the previous battle, they were delayed for 5 days. Even so, he was still the first to come out. Of course, Shun Jingqiu knew that it was because of Lin Xian's help. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to come out so quickly. Moreover, Lin Xian was her husband. She naturally wanted to help Lin Xian become the first. After another 5 days, which was the 20th day, another figure appeared. The person who appeared was Shui Tianchen. After he came out, he realized that there was no one around, and he was very excited. That's great. Could it be that he was the first? Because he didn't see Diling, nor did he see Lin Xian. After him, it was Shi Bufan and Wang Xiaofeng. They didn't take long to come out. They all came out within a day. Shirbufan saw that Shui Tianchun came out before him, and he frowned. Damn it! Did this person surpass him? This made him a little unhappy. Wang Xiaofeng was very excited because she liked Shui Tianchun very much. She looked around and saw that it was only Shui Tianchun. She exclaimed, "Could it be that you were the first? I don't know, but when I came, I didn't see anyone else." Shui Tianchun's voice was trembling because he was too excited. If he could become the first in the third round, it would be an unparalleled glory. Really? Wang Xiaofeng was also very happy. Shirbufan frowned. It shouldn't be. Where's Diling? Where's Lin Wudi? Did they not appear? To be honest, these two people were stronger than them. Shui Tianchun also said that maybe the two of them met inside and had a big battle. Indeed, Diling had always been hostile towards Lin Xian. They knew this, and there was also Yu Qinya. Perhaps a world-shaking battle had broken out, and both sides had been injured. Therefore, the speed of collecting the East Spirit Stones slowed down. If that was really the case, then they were really lucky. You guys come with me to rest. With Wu Shuangcheng leading the way, Shui Tianchun and the others were very excited. They came to a palace nearby. When they opened the door and entered the palace, they were stunned because they saw two people inside. They were very surprised to see Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu. Shui Tianchun's face instantly turned ugly. He thought he was the first, but he didn't expect it to be so, because someone obviously came earlier than them, and it seemed like it wasn't just 1 or 2 days earlier. Lin Wudi was here, then would Diling be far away? He looked around, but he found that there was only Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu in the palace. There was no one else. Just the two of you? Wang Xiaofeng also asked in disbelief. Shen Jingqiu nodded. Yes, it's just the two of us. Brother Lin was the first to arrive. Hearing this, Wang Xiaofeng and the other two sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Wudi was the first again? It was unbelievable. It seemed like Shen Jingqiu was the second. Then what about Diling? Where was Diling? Could it be that he hasn't come out yet? They couldn't believe it. Lin Xian said, I don't know where that guy is. Anyway, I haven't seen him yet. It was unbelievable. Shui Tianchun and the others were stunned. Diling didn't come out again, and he came after them. Could it be that there was an accident inside? They didn't know. Wang Xiaofeng, Shirbufan, and the others were shocked. Shui Tianchun smiled bitterly. But thinking about it, third place wasn't bad. Because under normal circumstances, if Diling and Gue Li both participated, he might not be able to get third place. But unexpectedly, Diling didn't come out this time, and Gue Li didn't participate at all. Of course, there was Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu, these two dark horses. Especially Lin Wudi, he was first in 2 rounds. It seemed that he was also first in the 3rd round. First in 3 rounds, then he would definitely be first in the final round. He would be their chief disciple in the future. Chapter 3700. Shui Tianchun and Shirbufan couldn't believe it. All this time, they had thought that Diling would become the chief disciple. If there was an accident, it would be ghostly. But they didn't expect it to be neither of them. It was a newcomer who had just risen. As a woman, Wang Xiaofeng was more meticulous. She knew that it had become a reality and it couldn't be changed. So she came to Shui Tianchun and said, Shui, we have to change our attitude. We will be disciples of Wushuang City in the future. Then, Lin Wudi will be the head disciple. We have to have a good relationship with him. At least we can't be enemies with him. Shui Tianchun nodded. Don't worry, Sister Feng, I know. He wasn't a fool. Besides, Lin Wudi had won first place with his strength. He didn't dare to have any hostility. Shirbufan was the same. They sat down cross-legged and began to recover. In the following days, more and more people came. More and more people came, but they still couldn't see Diling's figure. They couldn't believe it. Did something really happen to Diling inside? And there was another person who didn't come out. That was Yu Qinya. Yu Qinya was also one of the 8 great prodigies. He was very strong and had recently broken through. Diling didn't come out. Could it be? They looked at Lin Wudi. Was there a battle between them? Lin Wudi won? Or was he attacked by a demon overlord inside? Of the two outcomes, they were more inclined towards the second one, because they couldn't believe that Lin Wuti could resist the joint attack of Di Ling and Yu Qinya. Even with Shun Jingqiu, it would be a draw at most. But now, Di Ling and Yu Qinya's life and death were unknown. The others also noticed it and started discussing among themselves. Many of them looked at Lin Xian with fear in their eyes. Finally, a month's time was up. More than 3,000 people entered, but less than 500 people successfully passed. The others were all eliminated and were listed as honorary disciples. There were also some who felt their scalps go numb. Di Ling and Yu Qinya didn't come out? God, it was too unbelievable. They didn't even have honorary disciples. They were directly eliminated. Everyone was in an uproar. They now knew that Di Ling and Yu Qinya were only able to enter because they received an additional condition, which was that if they succeeded, they could become disciples of the holy city. Once they failed, they would be eliminated and disqualified. It could be said that this was a great risk. However, no one believed that Di Ling and Yu Qinya would fail. Even if he couldn't get first place, it would be too easy for him to pass the third stage. But now, their minds were in a daze. These two people had actually been directly eliminated. Did this have anything to do with Lin Wuti? They didn't really know. In the following time, the people from Wushuang City began to teleport into the East Spirit World to search for those people. Everyone came back one after another. When they found out that they had been eliminated, they were all dejected. 3 days later, Di Ling returned. When everyone saw the Imperial Mausoleum, they couldn't believe it. At this moment, Di Ling's complexion was deathly pale. There was blood on his body, and his clothes were tattered. It was clear that he was seriously injured. What was going on? Why was the Imperial Mausoleum in such a sorry state? What exactly happened? They didn't expect that such a powerful Di Ling would be in such a sorry state. In Water Sky City, Wang Xiaofeng, Shi Bufan, and the other Sky Prides were even more shocked. Indeed, something had happened inside. But what was it? Was he being chased by beasts? Previously, they thought that it was because of Lin Wuti, but Lin Wuti had already come out. Therefore, it should be because of beasts. At this thought, they heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Di Ling was unlucky to have met a powerful monster sage. Shun Jingqiu was also suspicious. However, Lin Xian revealed a cold smile. Others didn't know, but he naturally knew. This wasn't because of beasts, but because of Li Hongxiu. Back then, Di Ling didn't know what was good for him. He sneaked up on him and Li Hongxiu. Therefore, Li Hongxiu chased after him. Who was Li Hongxiu? She was able to leave calmly in front of the 3 grand demons and obtain the heavenly treasure. Her strength was definitely beyond expectations. She chased after Di Ling. How could Di Ling have a good time? Di Ling was probably lucky that he was still alive. After Di Ling came out, his face was gloomy. He looked around the hall and soon fixed his eyes on Lin Xian. The murderous aura on his body was about to explode. Everyone's scalp went numb. Lin Xian sneered. Di Ling no longer had the ability to compete with him. Di Ling had been eliminated. As for him, he was the first in 3 rounds and would become the 3rd generation's chief disciple. The difference in status between the two was like a chasm between heaven and earth. If Di Ling dared to attack, Wushuang City wouldn't agree. Sure enough, when the Wushuang City's martial artists felt the murderous aura of hostility towards Lin Xian, their faces darkened. One of them said coldly, "Di Ling, know your place. You are now a loser. Hurry up and recover. We will send you away when the time comes." These people's voices were cold. A loser, no matter how dazzling and talented he was in the past, they still wouldn't take him to heart. Damn it. Di Ling gritted his teeth. These people dared to treat him like this. He swore that he would make these people regret it. He retracted his gaze from Lin Xian. He knew that now wasn't the time to take action. However, he swore that one day, he would personally trample on Di Ling and make him suffer a fate worse than death. After finding a place, Di Ling began to recover. More and more people were brought back. There were also some people who didn't return. It seemed like these people wouldn't be able to come back. Currently, most of them were found. Some of them were missing. It seemed like they had met with an accident. A Wushuang City's martial artist said in a deep voice, "You can start to recover now." 3 days later, I will send you away. As for those who haven't returned, our martial artists in Eastern Spirit Mountain will continue to investigate. What? The remaining people had met with an accident? Everyone was in an uproar. Shui Tianqing and the others also took a deep breath. What about Yu Qinya? Yu Qinya hadn't returned either. Could it be that he had met with an accident? If that was really the case, then it was truly earth-shattering news. Yu Qinya was one of the 8 great geniuses and the young master of the Rain clan. His identity and status were extraordinary. The fact that he had been eliminated was already shocking enough. Now that he was missing, wouldn't it be even more shocking? The Rain clan probably couldn't take it and would go berserk. Many people present looked at Lin Xian. Because Yu Qinya and Lin Xian were enemies, some people even looked at Di Ling, wanting to ask if he knew the whereabouts of Yu Qinya. However, whether it was Di Ling or Lin Xian, they weren't to be trifled with. They didn't dare to ask. Some people also remembered that there was a piece of news in the Eastern spirit world about the despicable and shameless Yu Qinya. They didn't know what had happened to Yu Qinya. Chapter 37:01. Some people guessed that he probably encountered a powerful demon saint and was killed directly. Only Lin Xian knew that the other party couldn't have come back because he killed him with his own hands. Of course, if he didn't say it, no one would know. 3 days passed slowly. At this moment, the final day had finally arrived. In the starry sky, the huge projection of the 9 heavens was still there, emitting a terrifying aura. There were many martial artists around. They were all waiting patiently at this moment. It should be about time. Yes, I've already received news that the final result will be out in a day or two. These people were even more excited. Among them, many people had already begun to congratulate in advance. Spirit Sealing Star was crowded with people and carriages. Several elders of Spirit Sealing Star were surrounded in the center. Around them were the elders of other families or families. Congratulations, Taoist friends. Your Di-Ling will definitely get first place this time. The chief disciple will definitely be yours. I hope that Taoist friends will help us in the future. I just got a piece of divine metal here. I hope that Taoist friends won't refuse. I have an ancient book here that records a powerful ability. I hope that Taoist friends won't dislike it. These people had already begun to give gifts. If they could get on the good side of Spirit Sealing Star at this time, they would be able to soar in the future. These elders of Spirit Sealing Star were flushed with joy and laughed loudly. Well said, well said. As for the gifts, they accepted all of them, because they were full of confidence. Di-Ling would definitely get first place. Of course, it wasn't just them. For example, there were some powerful people around Demon's heart. After all, the representative of Demon this time was Ghostly. Even if he wasn't as good as Di-Ling, he was definitely the second best. Regarding this, the people of Demon Star were also full of confidence. There was another place, and that was the Rain Clan. At this moment, the Rain Clan was very high profile. Our young Master Qinya will definitely be able to enter the top 5. That was for sure. If he was lucky, he might even be able to enter the top 3. Everyone also saw Yu Qinya's performance. Although he was suppressed by others previously, his potential was unparalleled. For a time, many people also gathered on the Rain Clan's side. I have an ancient book here. I hope that Taoist friends won't dislike it. This is my granddaughter. I'll give her to young Master Qinya as a concubine. She's very good at serving people. Everyone began to give him treasures, and some even gave him women. The elders of the Rain Clan were also extremely excited. Did they see that? This was the strength of their Rain Clan. Apart from the Spirit Sealing Star, the Fiend Star, and a few other powerful forces, who else would dare to contend against the Rain Clan? Don't worry, my Rain Clan will definitely remember you. The elders of the Rain Clan laughed heartily. He collected all the gifts. In addition, other families, such as the Shui family, Shi Bufan's family, and Wang Xiaofeng's family, all received congratulatory gifts. The astrals were the same. At this moment, quite a few people from the spirit race had come as well. Naturally, there were also countless people who came to congratulate him. After all, Shun Jingqiu had gotten second place in the first round. Presumably, the last 2 stages would also be very dazzling. The people of the spirit tribe were also very happy. If their holy maiden could enter Wushuang City, it would be a great help to the spirit tribe. With Qiu Er's talent, she would definitely be able to enter the top 5. She might even be able to enter the top 3. Yes, with her result in the first round, she might even be able to compete for the position of the chief disciple. The elders of the spirit tribe were beaming with joy. However, the others, such as Ling Lianhua and the others, were extremely jealous. Damn it, if the other party successfully entered the holy city and obtained a top ranking, then from then on, they would be completely trampled under the other party's feet. They would never be able to make a comeback. Of course, they didn't dare to go against the other party now. Ling Lianhua's father's expression was also cold. At this moment, he suddenly said that the holy maiden had successfully entered the holy city and had a heavenly talent. Her future husband must be chosen properly. Yes, didn't the rumors say that she had a husband before? I don't think that's true. Who is that kid? How could he be worthy of our holy maiden? When this topic was brought up, many people agreed. They also felt that a person from the first astral realm was worthy of the holy maiden. However, there were also some people who frowned. They couldn't say that. That Lin Wudi couldn't be underestimated. Don't forget that he obtained first place in the first round and even broke the record. This also attracted the support of many people. They could see that Lin Wudi's talent was extremely good. His future achievements were limitless. Ling Lianhua's father sneered. So what? It's just the first round. There are many restrictions. Do you think that Di Ling will let him go in the second and third round? Comparing that kid and Di Ling, who's stronger and who's weaker, don't you know? He's indeed a genius, but what if he's crippled by Di Ling? Once these words were spoken, many elders became silent. Indeed, although Lin Wudi showed that he was a peerless genius, his current strength might not be strong. It was impossible for him to be stronger than Di Ling. If Di Ling were to make a move, there was a possibility that the other party would be defeated or even seriously injured. Seeing that everyone was silent, Ling Lianhua's father sneered. That's why that kid doesn't have any hope. He might even be eliminated. Don't forget that he not only provoked Di Ling, he also provoked the Rain clan. A smart person wouldn't provoke so many terrifying clans at the same time. Once these words were spoken, even those elders who had always supported Xian Jingqiu nodded. That's right. With Qiu Er's status and talent, she must marry the chief disciple. That's right. It's best if she can marry the second-generation disciple. For example, Fu Hongye. In this way, our spirit clan will definitely be worry-free for 10,000 years. Everyone, don't be so short-sighted. Not only Wushuang City, but holy cities can also form marriage alliances. For example, marrying peerless geniuses from other holy cities. In short, we have to make a good choice for the saintess. These people discussed fervently. At this moment, the old ancestor of the spirit clan said that this matter shouldn't be made public. Everything should wait until the final result is out. After all, he was an old fox who had lived for countless years. He had thought of all possibilities and naturally wouldn't say anything in advance. The others actually wanted to hug Lin Xian's thigh because Lin Xian's performance in the first round was indeed extraordinary. However, after looking around, they realized that Lin Xian seemed to be alone. He didn't belong to any force or sect. Hence, everyone could only give up. Such a genius wouldn't be able to achieve great things without a solid foundation and a solid backing. Look, there seems to be movement above the 9 levels of heaven. Someone exclaimed and countless gazes looked over. In the next moment, they saw a huge array flickering in the sky. It was so bright that they couldn't open their eyes. Thank you for your monthly votes. Recommendation votes? Thanking users for their companionship is the longest confession. I'll always reward with you. Users scattered all over the ground. Wounded reward. User. Sunset gift. User Mu reward. User Whirlwind reward. User Buy reward. User Monthly reward. User. Sunset gift. User. Sunset gift. User Baby May reward. User. Sunset gift. User Guangdao reward. User I'm like this. Are you marrying me or not? User Chuan reward. User Wanxiang reward. User Sir Su reward. Chapter 3702. After a long time, the light disappeared. Soon, everyone saw it. They came out. They came out. That's right. They saw the disciples who were taking the test again, as well as the people from Peerless City. They knew that the test was over. The final results were out. That was Water Sky City, right? So handsome. Countless people screamed. There was also Sher Buffon. He was too heroic. Another group of people cried out in surprise. That was Shen Jingxiu, the holy maiden of the spirit race. Her beauty was unparalleled. Countless male martial artists screamed. To be able to marry such a person, their lives were worth it. Indeed, the current Shen Jingxiu was like a fairy, making countless people look up to her. Over at the Rain Clan side, their faces were gloomy. One of them even snorted coldly. This person's figure was graceful, but she wore a veil, so her face could not be seen. Actually, she was Yushirchia. It was just that because of the previous matter, she did not have the face to appear in front of everyone. Therefore, she could only bring a veil over. Originally, she was also a proud daughter of heaven, the pearl of the second star realm. Her limelight was not inferior to Shen Jingqiu's at all. But now, she could only cover her face and stand here, unknown. As for the other party, he was once again dazzling, making countless people chase after him. This disparity was really too great. It made her unable to accept it at all. Don't worry, Shirchia. Let them be arrogant for a while. After Qinya comes out, it will be our Rain Clan's turn to shine. Lin Wudi and Shen Jingqiu cannot be compared to us at all. Those Rain Clan elders were full of confidence. The other party was powerful, but so what? Their Qinya was even more dazzling. Thinking of this, these Rain Clan elders began to search. They wanted to find their young master Qinya, but after looking around, their expressions were stunned. What was going on? There was no young master Qinya? How was this possible? They carefully searched 3 times and discovered that there was no young master. Yushirchia's body trembled. Could it be that her brother failed? She could not accept this matter. The elders of the Rain Clan were similarly unable to accept this. Even the surrounding families and sects that were sending gifts and the martial artists that wanted to hug Qin Yu's thigh were all stunned. What was going on? It couldn't be a mistake, right? How was this possible? The Rain Clan elders hurriedly denied. Apart from our young master Qinya, Di Ling and Ghostly did not come out. Could it be that you also suspect the Imperial Mausoleum? Everyone looked around and found that indeed, they didn't see Di Ling and Ghostly. Thinking of this, they heaved a sigh of relief. Di Ling, that was absolutely impossible. Since Di Ling didn't appear, it meant that Yu Qinya and Di Ling were together. Perhaps, he was an even more core disciple. It was possible that he would be chosen as the disciple of the Sage King. When these words were spoken, the crowd went into an uproar. The eyes of the Rain Clan's elders once again erupted with astonishing radiance. There was indeed such a possibility. Ha 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 ha. They raised their heads and laughed. If they, Yu Qinya, became the Saint King's disciple, they wouldn't be able to compete with the holy maiden of the spirit race. They could easily trample the others under their feet. At the thought of this, the martial artists from the surrounding clans who were trying to cozy up to him became even more excited. This was a golden thigh, and they had to hold on to it tightly. On the other side, the people from the Fiend Star and the Spirit Sealing Star were the same. They didn't see Ghostly or D Mausoleum. However, they also guessed that he might be directly accepted as a disciple of the Sage King. They were extremely excited. In a short period of time, these 3 great powers caused countless people to raise their eyebrows and go crazy over them. Hurry up and hug the thighs of the 3 great clans. They all rushed over. The people from the spirit race frowned. It couldn't be. Could it be that he was really accepted as a disciple of the Sage King? Damn it. How could they be so lucky? There was no other way. D Mausoleum and Gu Li were too talented. They were the top 2 of the 8 great geniuses. But what did this Yu Qinya have? Damn it, could it be that he's more powerful than our holy maiden? These people were so angry that they gritted their teeth. They couldn't accept this at all. At this time, the old ancestor of the spirit race said, "What are you all panicking for? Calm down and wait for the results to be announced." Although he said that, he was also nervous in his heart. If someone really became the disciple of the Sage King, Their identity would be too dazzling. They would be able to compete with everyone else. All right, silence. At this time, an elder from Wushuang City came out and said loudly. His voice spread out in all directions. Everyone quieted down. Countless gazes looked up at the sky, waiting. After 3 rounds of examination, the final results were out. Now, it was time to announce it. A total of 498 people passed the examination and became the disciples of Wushuang City. They will be the 3rd generation of disciples of Wushuang City. The rest will temporarily be in-name disciples. Once they pass the examination, they will become official disciples. Now, I will announce the official disciples. As he said that, the names were read out one by one, resounding through the sky. For those whose names were read out, a person in the sky stood out and looked around. Below, endless cheers and sounds of envy erupted. Did you see that, my son? That's my son. A middle-aged man roared to the sky, tears flowing down his face. The surrounding people were envious. Congratulations, Patriarch Hai. Yes, the Hai family will soar into the sky from now on. The others were incomparably envious. Ha 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 ha, my grandson is really good. Someone laughed loudly. Even though the first rankings were the last. So what? They were already disciples of the holy city. Once they stepped into the holy city, their identities would change dramatically. Therefore, how could these people not be happy? Moreover, it was truly a case of a man ascending to the heavens. As long as someone entered the holy city, their family would immediately be looked upon highly. Countless forces and cultivators would want to follow them and hug their thighs. For a moment, everyone was envious. Damn it, why hasn't it been my grandson's turn yet? The prodigies of our family will definitely be able to enter. These people gritted their teeth and clenched their fists, listening carefully. In the sky, one figure after another stood out. Those families and sects cheered when they appeared. Those whose names did not appear were waiting. They knew that there was still hope. However, when more than 400 names were read out, many of them were in despair. Their names were already so close to the front. Could their prodigies get it? They were very doubtful. In other words, were they eliminated? For a moment, sighs could be heard. Many people cried in despair. Of course, there were also some families who took a deep breath. They were very confident in their prodigies. Perhaps, they would be able to enter successfully and even get a higher ranking. Of course, most of them were onlookers. These people were not assessed by their families, so they were here to watch the show. Hurry up and announce who the first few names are. Chapter 3703. Yes, I think it must be Di Ling. It might be Gue Li. Didn't they all become disciples of the Sage King? These people were too excited. Amongst them, the elders from the Rain Clan, the Demon Star, and the Wind Spirit Star all looked as if victory was within their grasp. What was there to panic about? They would definitely be the last ones to appear. At this moment, the elder from Wushuang City stood up once again and said in a clear voice. Next, it was the core disciples' turn. There were a total of 72 core disciples, and the quota was fixed. However, only 49 people had successfully passed the test and become core disciples. Next up was the core disciples' turn. Although they were all disciples, core disciples and ordinary disciples were completely different. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Core disciples were the geniuses that Peerless City would focus on nurturing in the future. Any family that had someone become a core disciple would definitely be extremely excited, and the scene would be even more spectacular than before. 7th place, Yang Hao. A loud voice rang out as Yang Hao walked out with a glimmer in his eyes. Although it was only 7th place, he was already very satisfied. Before this, he had only been a chapter. Previously, he had already instigated discord and obtained the agreement of many family elders. That was, Lin Xian didn't have the right to be with Shan Jingqiu. As long as he continued to make a fuss about this, he would definitely be able to obtain the agreement of all the elders. However, if Shun Jingqiu insisted on choosing Lin Xian, all the elders would oppose it. This way, the Holy Lady and the spiritual tribe would clash. This was the result he wanted, so he stood up again. Qiu is our Holy Lady, and she has obtained second place. This means that her husband is definitely a powerhouse whose name resounds throughout the world. He isn't someone that any random person can be. Yes, that's right. Lin Wuti doesn't have the right to be with our holy lady. This time, all the elders agreed. Even the spiritual race's old ancestor didn't say anything. First place was Lin Wuti? What a joke. Gui Li and Di Ling hadn't appeared yet. How could it be Lin Wuti's turn? Perhaps Lin Wuti had already been crippled by Di Ling or Yuqinya. The others were also discussing who was first. Some people even said that there might not be first place, but 3 personal disciples. The news spread wider and wider, and finally, everyone believed it. Could it be that Di Ling and the other 2 had really become the disciples of the Sage King and were above all the core disciples? Thinking about this, the Rain Clan's people were very happy. Their faces were filled with excitement. Great! From today onwards, their Rain Clan would be one of the top great clans. Even in the entire second star dimension, they would be an extremely terrifying existence. My backend crashed during the day, so I couldn't update it. Chapter 3704. The people of the Fiend Star and Spirit Sealing Star were the same. They raised their heads and waited for the final result. Countless people were envious. They knew that from now on, these 3 forces would really soar. In the sky, the elder of Wushuang City stood out again and said in a clear voice, "The first place is." Speaking of this, he paused for a moment and looked in all directions. As for the people below, they craned their necks, and their hearts almost jumped out of their chests. First place, Lin Wuti. When this voice came out, everyone was stunned. Their minds were blank and petrified. No one could believe their ears. Before this, they had hundreds of guesses. For example, they guessed that Di Ling would be first, or it might be Gui Li. Later on, they guessed that there was no first place. There were only 3 direct disciples of the Saint King. But now, when they got the result, it was completely different from their guesses. There was a first place, and the first place was someone they did not expect. Lin Wuti. This was too unbelievable. After a long period of silence and petrification, someone finally screamed. Then, everyone was in an uproar. The entire world was filled with all kinds of noises. Some were excited, some were surprised, and some were puzzled. There were even people who roared at the sky. How was this possible? How could Lin Wuti be first? The person who roared was an elder of the Rain Clan. He had already gone crazy. That was the enemy of their clan. How could the other party achieve such a dazzling result? In the sky, the elder of Wushuang City said in a deep voice, "What was impossible? Lin Wuti was first in all 3 tests. He deserved to be first in the assessment. Not only that, but he also became the chief disciple of the 3rd generation disciples." When this news came out, there was another uproar. Chief disciple. This identity card was too important and too dazzling. It was above all the core disciples. One had to know that there was only one chief disciple in each generation. The 1st generation, Linghu Chueshue, and the 2nd generation, Fu Hongya, were extremely terrifying existences. Now, the chief disciple of the 3rd generation had limitless achievements in the future. How was this possible? If he was the chief disciple, then what about Di Ling? The people of Spirit Sealing Star could not hold it in anymore. It was still acceptable for them to let Di Ling take first place. After all, Di Ling could become the personal disciple of the Sage King. He was not in the rankings. However, if he were to become the head disciple, they would not be able to accept it. There was only one chief disciple, and the other party had become the chief disciple. Then what was their imperial mausoleum? That's right. Where's our ghostly? Why hasn't he appeared yet? The people from the Fiend Star also stood out and questioned in a cold voice. The Rain Clan's people also stood out. Where is our young master Qinya? Wasn't he already a direct disciple of the Sage King? Why wasn't he qualified to be the head disciple? Questioning voices rang out one after another, and the others also held their breaths. That's right. What the hell is going on? They need an explanation. The people of the Spirit Clan were also stunned. That little brat was actually first. Their faces were filled with disbelief. At this moment, they felt as if someone had ruthlessly slapped them in the face. Previously, when their holy daughter had obtained second place, they had been incomparably excited. Some people had even suggested that Lin Wudi wasn't qualified to be their holy daughter's husband. But now, Lin Wudi was ranked first and was even the chief disciple. This identity was even more dazzling than their holy daughter. Such a person, was he really not qualified? They didn't think so. Hence, at this moment, their faces were incomparably ugly. There were even many elders who were shocked. This was impossible, especially the elders of the Spirit Lotus clan. What was going on with this little brat? Although his talent was great, his strength wasn't strong. How could he obtain first place? I don't believe it. There must be a problem. Not only them, the surrounding people were also stunned. They really needed an explanation. In the sky, the elders of Peerless City's faces also sank. What? Are you all doubting our Peerless City? We don't dare to doubt, but we want to know where our genius's imperial mausoleum is. That's right, and our ghostly. Our young master Yu Qinya. Where is he now? The elders of Peerless City spoke. Who told you that Yu Qinya had already become the Sage King's direct disciple? As soon as these words came out, it was like 10,000 claps of thunder, causing the Rain Clan's people to be stunned. Their young master Yu Qinya didn't become a direct disciple? How was that possible? Damn it, the difference was really too big. They were previously praised to the skies, but now they fell from the clouds to the ground. This was simply unacceptable to them. Impossible. Qinya didn't become a direct disciple, but he wasn't in the rankings. What was going on? Could it be that he was eliminated? Thinking of this, the Rain Clan's people felt like their brains were about to explode. They simply couldn't accept this fact. The surrounding people were also in an uproar. No way. Could it be that only Di Ling and Ghostly became direct disciples? For a moment, many people looked at the Rain Clan with strange eyes. Even those who saw the treasure before felt extremely regretful. They wished they could slap their own mouths. Damn it, the item was already given out. But did it really cause a misunderstanding? They should still hug Di Ling and Ghostly's thighs. Who told you that the Sage King had accepted a direct disciple? In the sky, the elders of Peerless City spoke again, causing everyone to be stunned. This time's examination only accepted ordinary and core disciples. The Sage King's direct disciples would be selected again in the future cultivation. This time, there were no direct disciples. When this news spread, the people of 9 heavens 10 earths were stunned. There were no direct disciples. This was too inconceivable. Then what about Yu Qinya, Di Ling, and Ghostly? Everyone couldn't believe it. The Rain Clan's people were stunned. The people of Fiend Star and Spirit Sealing Star were also roaring crazily. Our genius? Where is our genius? Silence. In the sky, the Peerless City elders spoke in a deep voice. A terrifying sage might spread throughout 9 heavens 10 earths. All the rankings had been completed. Those who were not ranked were disqualified and had been eliminated. What? Those who were eliminated? Everyone went crazy. Many people directly fainted. On the Rain Clan side, many elders vomited blood. On the Fiend Star and Spirit Sealing Star side, their faces were also pale and on the verge of collapse. Their young master Qinya was eliminated? Damn it, that was impossible. Di Ling and Ghostly were eliminated? How could this be? We don't believe it. The Fiend Star's people roared. The Spirit Sealing Star's people snorted coldly. There must be a problem. Where is our young master Qinya? The Rain Clan's people also roared. Said the elder of Wushuang City. Di Ling didn't come back in time for the third test and was eliminated. Ghostly was eliminated in the second round and was considered a nominal disciple. After half a year, he could participate in the examination again. Chapter 3705. When the news came out, the surrounding people went crazy. Di Ling was really eliminated, and Ghostly was also eliminated. Wasn't this too unbelievable? To be honest, these people felt like they were dreaming because anyone could be eliminated. But how could these two people be eliminated? They were the top 2 of the 8 geniuses, and they were the 2 most likely to become the eldest disciple. But now, not only did they not become the eldest disciple, they did not even become a disciple of Peerless City. They were eliminated directly. Impossible. We don't believe it. The people of Spirit Sealing Star roared crazily. Where is D-Ling? We want to see him. Yes, where's Ghostly? We want to see him too. The people of the Fiend Planet said. They felt that this matter was too strange. D-Ling, come out. In the sky, the elder of Peerless City waved his hand. From the crowd behind, a figure walked out. At this moment, D-Ling was no longer in a sorry state. The clothes and armor on his body had been changed, but his face was still pale. After he walked out, he did not say a word. It was D-Ling. Countless people screamed. The people of Spirit Sealing Star also felt their hearts sink. D-Ling was such an arrogant person. He was usually brilliant, like a god of war. However now, the other party's aura was too weak, his expression ugly, making their hearts sink to the bottom of an ancient land. It was very likely that he was really eliminated. D-Ling, tell us how you were eliminated. Otherwise, others will think that Peerless City is unfair. D-Ling's face was extremely ugly. How could he bear to admit his miserable experience in front of everyone? However, he did not dare to go against Peerless City now. With Peerless City's strength, it was very easy to kill him. He could only obediently cooperate. He took a deep breath and said helplessly, in the third stage, I was chased and did not have time to collect the East Tombstone. Chased? Chased? Everyone's hearts trembled violently. The Imperial Mausoleum was so terrifying, but it was actually being chased by someone from the beginning to the end. He did not even have time to collect the East Tombstone. This was too shocking. The people of Spirit Sealing Star were also stunned. They did not expect it to be like this. If it was any other reason, they would not believe it. But if it was this one, then it could really be explained. D-Ling was powerful, but he was only an early 5th heavenly layer saint. There were many more who were more powerful than him. Moreover, they knew about the East Spirit World. There were all sorts of powerful beings and disciples of the Saint City training there. Perhaps D-Ling was really unlucky and provoked some heaven-defying existence and was being hunted down. Everyone sighed. D-Ling's luck was really bad. That's right, he was simply unlucky to the extreme. Who knew what kind of expert he had provoked? Do you think his pursuit has anything to do with Linwoody? Everyone quietly looked up at the sky. In the sky, the most dazzling person standing at the front was Lin Xian. His body shone with boundless light as he accepted the worship of the crowd. Previously, everyone had different opinions about Lin Xian. They thought that he was talented but weak, and that he would need hundreds or thousands of years to grow. But now, the other party had proven that not only was he talented, he was also strong and had become the eldest disciple of the Shi clan. Did Lin Xian tamper with the Imperial Mausoleum's elimination? They did not know. D-Ling's matter had been explained clearly. As for Ghostly, he was now an in-name disciple and was still cultivating in Wushuang City. Hence, he could not come over. Hearing this, the people of the Demon Star sighed. However, there was still hope for him to become an in-name disciple. In other words, Ghostly could still become a disciple of the Saint City in the future. This made them slightly concerned. However, someone stood out and asked in a deep voice, I want to know, how did Ghostly get eliminated? Ghostly challenged Linwoody in the second round and lost. He was eliminated. The elder of Wushuang City spoke. Everyone was shocked. The eyelids of the people of the Demon Star twitched. Did he lose to Linwoody? Ghostly could not beat Linwoody. The others were also in an uproar. Linwoody was too strong. They now had a deeper understanding of Lin Xian's terror. Wait, that's not right. At this moment, the people of the Spirit Sealing Star stood out. They said that Ghostly was eliminated and became an in-name disciple. Why would our Imperial Mausoleum be disqualified after being eliminated? Wasn't this a little too unfair? That's right. The surrounding people were also in an uproar. This was indeed a problem. Everyone discussed spiritedly. The elders of the Rain clan said, That's right. Where is our young master? Where is he? When was he eliminated? All right, I'll explain it to you. The elder of Wushuang City spoke. He was eliminated because he lost twice. Actually, it was not the third round. In the second round, D-Ling was eliminated and became an in-name disciple. What? D-Ling was eliminated twice? Everyone was shocked. Ling was the #1 genius of the 8 great geniuses. How strong was he? He had actually been eliminated twice. Who was so powerful? The elder of Wushuang City said. In the second round, Ling also challenged Lin Wudi but lost and was eliminated. In the same situation, Yu Qinya challenged Lin Wudi and was also defeated. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Wudi, it was Lin Wudi again. This Lin Wudi was too heaven-defying. Not only did he defeat Gue Li, but he also defeated Ling and Yu Qinya. These were 3 geniuses of the 8 great geniuses. What was going on in the second round? Everyone wanted to know. However, how could the people of Wushuang City reveal the details? If you feel that it was unfair, you can ask all the participants and see if they said it was fair. When these words came out, everyone became silent. That's right. If Wushuang City was really unfair, there would definitely be people who jumped out. However, no one objected. This meant that the process was absolutely fair. If they lost, it meant that their strength was inferior. Although they did not want to believe it, it was the truth. It was an unchangeable truth. The faces of the people from Spirit Sealing Star were extremely ugly. Their geniuses had actually lost twice. It was really too shameful. Ling was also trembling. On the other side, the people of the Rain Clan were also dumbfounded. They were so angry that they vomited blood. That damned Lin Wudi, how could this be possible? They really did not expect that the young master they were so proud of would be defeated in the second round. One had to know that before. They had imagined that their young master could kill his way into the top 3 and even get first place to become the eldest disciple. Later on, they even imagined that their young master could become the Saint King's disciple. But now, their young master had actually been defeated. This was no longer a slap to the face. This was a ruthless kick to their hearts. They could not believe such a huge contrast. Chapter 3706. The surrounding followers of the Rain Clan also had ugly expressions on their faces. Damn it, they had really failed. Yu Qinya had really been eliminated. Damn it, they had hugged onto a huge thigh. How was this a golden thigh? This was a rotten thigh without any hope. In an instant, these people retreated one after another. There were even some who wanted to take back the treasures they had given away. This scene provoked the elders of the Rain Clan even more. Yu Shiqia stood in the crowd, trembling slightly. Although she was wearing a veil, her expression was extremely ugly. Her younger brother had actually been defeated. Furthermore, he had been defeated by Lin Wudi. This was truly an enormous irony. Before this, Lin Wudi had already been the benefactor of their Rain Clan. However, not a single one of them had thought highly of him. They had even ridiculed him, thinking that he was an ant from the first astral realm. However, now, reality had ruthlessly slapped them in the face. It was precisely this ant that had defeated their genius young master. Furthermore, he had even become the head disciple of the holy city. What sort of glory was this? In the sky, the elder of Peerless City continued. Originally, Ling, Yu Qinya, and the others had already lost the qualifications to participate in the third stage. However, these people had joined hands to create trouble. Our Peerless City had given them an additional opportunity to participate in the second stage. If they could successfully pass the second stage, they would be able to participate in the third stage. However, if they failed, they would be disqualified from being a nominal disciple. They would be completely eliminated. Among them, Ling and Yu Qinya had both participated in the second stage. Ghostly had chosen not to participate. Thus, he was still a nominal disciple. In the third stage, Ling and Yu Qinya had both failed. Thus, the two of them were directly eliminated. This was already extremely clear. Now, everyone knew what was going on. So this was the case. No wonder Ghostly was a nominal disciple. Ling and Yu Qinya were directly eliminated. However, where was our young master Yu Qinya? The people of the Rain Clan asked again. Because Ghostly was a nominal disciple, he did not come. However, Yu Qinya was the same as Ling. Why did he not come out? In the sky, the elder of Peerless City said, Yu Qinya had failed in the third stage. After that, we sent people to search for him, but they could not find him. We guessed that he might have fallen in the eastern spirit world. Yuchinya was dead. Everyone was stunned. If Yuchinya's elimination was like an earthquake, then Yuchinya's death was like a storm. In fact, it wasn't just Yuchinya who had lost their lives inside. When they heard that there were more than 100 people, many families collapsed. Not only were their geniuses eliminated, but they had also died inside. The others were also silent. They mourned for these people. However, everyone knew that this was very normal. Since there was a battle, there would definitely be casualties, especially in a training ground like the East Spirit World. It was just that they didn't expect a genius like Yuchinya to fall inside. I don't believe it. The people from the Rain Clan also collapsed. Their genius, the hope of their Rain Clan, actually died inside. This was simply falling from the clouds onto the ground. Instead, he fell directly from the clouds to the 18th level of hell. Yu Shichia's body swayed, and she almost fell. She spat out a mouthful of blood and clutched her chest in shock. Was his brother dead? How could this be? Who killed my brother? The other elders also roared. Who was the murderer? We must tear him to shreds. There were countless experts in the East Spirit World, many disciples of the Holy City, and countless beast saints. Anyone could be the murderer. The people from the Rain Clan were stunned. They didn't know who the murderer was. The others were also in an uproar. It might be a powerful beast. Yes, the beasts there were arrogant and probably didn't put the human race in their eyes. Discussions sounded one after another. The people from the Rain Clan found it hard to accept. Their young master had died, and there wasn't even a murderer. Damn it, it was that brat. It might be that Lin Wudi. A voice sounded, and then countless eyes turned to look at the figure above them. Lin Wudi? Could it be him? The others were also shocked. Tell me, did you kill our young master? The elders of the Rain Clan roared crazily. In the sky, Lin Xian stood there with his hands behind his back. He looked down with a cold smile. He didn't answer. The people from Peerless City beside him covered their mouths and stood out, shouting coldly. What kind of attitude is this? This is the head disciple of our third generation, representing our Peerless City. You dare to berate our head disciple? Do you want to become enemies with our Peerless City? His voice was cold and emotionless. When the others heard it, their scalps went numb. The people from the Rain Clan were also stunned. Even the followers of the Rain Clan opened up a path and distanced themselves from the Rain Clan. What a joke. No matter how powerful the Rain Clan was, they were only a family. However, Peerless City was the holy city. With a Saint King overseeing the city, it was like the difference between a giant dragon and an ant. If Peerless City wanted to exterminate the Rain Clan, it would be very easy. At this time, whoever helped the Rain Clan would be going against Peerless City. No one would be so stupid. The people from the Rain Clan also came to their senses. They were so scared that their bodies turned cold. Damn it, they hated it so much. Lin Wudi was no longer an ant in their eyes. He was the head disciple of Peerless City. His identity was so noble that even their patriarch had to avoid him. After all, they had to be polite. Come back. The patriarch of the Rain Clan said coldly. They didn't dare to fall out with Peerless City. Otherwise, they would be annihilated. The people from the Rain Clan retreated unwillingly. However, no one dared to shout again. However, they swore in their hearts that they would definitely take revenge. At this time, Lin Xian, who was in the sky, spoke. To be honest, I'm also heartbroken that Chinya fell in the Eastern Spirit World. After all, he was also a heaven's pride, someone who could have become my fellow disciple. However, it's a pity that his luck wasn't good. As for why you didn't suspect me, I can understand. That's because there is hatred between us. I once helped your Rain Clan. You repaid my kindness with enmity. However, I won't pursue this matter. However, I'm not only representing myself, but also Peerless City. Therefore, I hope that you and the Rain Clan can correct your attitude. It doesn't matter if you insult me, but if you dare to insult Peerless City, I'll definitely fight you to the death. Pooh. The people from the Rain Clan below were so angry that they vomited blood. Many elders fainted from anger. The people in the surroundings also had different expressions. It seemed that this Lin Wudi was not only powerful, but also very smart. With a few simple words, he directly pointed out the Rain clan's despicable and shameless behavior. As for him, he displayed magnanimity. Following that, he pointed out Shinya's identity and swore to protect the honor of Peerless City. In an instant, he changed from a suspect to an outstanding genius with a boundless future. Moreover, he was the head disciple of Peerless City. As for the Rain clan, if they dared to play any tricks, Peerless City would definitely take action. Chapter 3707. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Rain clan? He didn't care about them anymore. If these people dared to touch him, he wouldn't even need to do anything. Someone else would take care of them. The people of Peerless City were also satisfied. Lin Xian had said that Yu Qinya's death was an accident, and he had defended Peerless City. They were naturally satisfied. The people of the Rain clan were disheartened. The people of Spirit Sealing Star were indignant. This was supposed to be their glory, but it had been given to someone else. Di Ling was trembling with anger. However, he was no longer a match for Lin Xian. He wanted to break through. He wanted to become stronger. He believed that he would be able to trample Lin Xian under his feet again. The eyes of the people from the fiend planet flickered. This was really unexpected. They didn't expect a dark horse to appear. It seemed like they had to warn Ghostly to be careful. Lin Wudi was too terrifying. The other clans and sects were also warning their juniors not to go against Lin Wudi. The people of Spirit Tribe were also silent. They had been disdainful of Lin Wudi before. However, he was too dazzling now. The old ancestor of Spirit Tribe snorted. Why aren't you talking? Weren't you good at arguing before? You're too young. You can't judge people accurately. From now on, you're not allowed to go against Lin Wudi. If I find out, I'll expel him from Spirit Tribe. The others were scared stiff. Yes, old ancestor. We'll definitely do that. Even without the old ancestor's warning, they knew that they couldn't provoke this person. The old ancestor was still worried. As for Chiu and the young people, let them make their own decisions. Understood? Understood. We understand. The elders nodded their heads quickly. Ling Huanhua's face was pale with fright. Ling Huanhua's father lowered his head, not daring to say anything. Next, it was the grand entrance ceremony. The Holy City's recruitment of disciples was an extremely important matter. Therefore, the ceremony had to be announced to the world so that countless clans and sects would worship it. This way, it could strengthen the Holy City's reputation and strengthen their power. Sure enough, at this moment, countless people presented treasures one after another, congratulating him. Among them, the most dazzling one was Lin Xian. As the head disciple, he was the center of attention. From today onwards, the name Lin Wudi would resound throughout the second astral realm. Over at the Rain clan side, the people who had presented the gifts earlier all gathered around. Well, hurry up and return the treasure I gave you. Fellow Taoist, I'm too poor right now. I don't have anything to give to Peerless City. Therefore, I think it's better if you return the godly medal that I gave you. Granddaughter, come back quickly. It's best if you become Lin Wudi's concubine. Voices sounded one after another. The elders of the Rain clan fainted from anger once again. It was a grand entrance ceremony. Countless people prostrated themselves in worship. In the sky, 498 people stood there. Behind them were the official disciples, and further ahead were the 49 core disciples. Standing at the very front was Lin Xian. The whole ceremony not only conferred status, but also conferred rewards. Lin Xian took first place in all 3 tests and obtained 3 Tao comprehending tea leaves. This made countless people jealous. Even the eyes of those small saints turned red. This was truly a rare treasure. Its effect on comprehending the great Tao of heaven and earth was too obvious. They couldn't wait to snatch it. Of course, they didn't dare to do so. Apart from that, there were also a lot of rewards, such as divine abilities, cultivation methods, martial arts, armors, and weapons. There were all kinds of cultivation pills and resources. At this moment, they were arranged in a row. Apart from that, Lin Xian also had an extra unparalleled sword. This was a sacred weapon, a treasured sword. It was forged based on the real Saint King's weapon, the unparalleled sword. There were a total of 3 swords. The chief disciple had one each. In other words, Ling Hu Chueshue, Fu Hongye, and Lin Xian each had one. This was not only a sacred weapon, but also a symbol of status. After Lin Xian respectfully received it, he hung it on his waist. He raised his head and let the countless rays of light shine on his body. From now on, he was a member of Peerless City. With his status, even the patriarch of a clan like the Rain Clan had to be respectful to him, let alone those elders. His opponents in the future would be the geniuses of other saint cities. Apart from the normal rewards, the treasures of the surrounding clans, sects, and experts were also piled up like a mountain. After a few days, Peerless City would distribute these things to Lin Xian and the others as rewards. It had to be said that becoming a disciple of the saint cities was really great. Just these resources were enough to make countless saints jealous. With Lin Xian's status, the resources he would receive in the future would probably be more than the entire Rain Clan combined. This was the strength of the saint cities. Everyone was overwhelmed with emotions. They thought that in the future, this matter would definitely spread throughout the entire Second Star realm, because it was too legendary and too shocking. However, they didn't expect that at the last moment of the disciple acceptance ceremony, there would be an unforeseen event. In the distance, there was a crack in space. A formation flickered in the sky. Someone was about to be teleported over. And from the looks of it, it wasn't a single-person teleportation, but a group teleportation. Who would be so generous to set up such a terrifying spatial teleportation formation? The people of Peerless City also stopped what they were doing and turned their heads to look in front. The elders of Peerless City frowned. Looking at the formation, it wasn't weak at all. They wondered which saint cities it was from. However, the other party came at this time. Wasn't it too arrogant? Were they trying to go against Peerless City? The faces of the others also changed. Who was it that was so arrogant? Finally, they saw countless people descending. Accompanying them were extremely terrifying thunder and laws. They covered the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Everyone's bodies instantly tensed up. What a terrifying aura of thunder. Moreover, it wasn't just one person, but countless people. Were these people from the Thunder God City? Many people screamed because they guessed that the ones who dared to do this should be the saint cities. And the only ones who had such a violent aura of the Thunder God City could only be the Thunder God City. However, why did the other party come at this time? They didn't know. However, the faces of the people of Peerless City changed. Even Shun Jingxiu and Lin Xian frowned. Others didn't know, but they knew. In the Eastern Spirit World, their Peerless City and Thunder God City had a huge battle. In that battle, they had obtained a complete victory. Many people from the Thunder God City had died, and countless saints had been injured. They knew that Thunder God City wouldn't let this matter rest. However, they didn't expect the other party to come at this time. Be careful, the other party didn't come with good intentions. At the same time, send a message to the saint cities to get some elders and experts to come over. The elders of Peerless City hurriedly gave the order. The martial artists of Peerless City started to move quickly. Soon, the teleportation formation of Peerless City flickered and people were teleported over. Chapter 3708. Many elders walked out, each with a strong aura. Moreover, Fu Hongye was here too. Not only him, but he also brought a group of second-generation disciples. Heavens, something big is going to happen. The surrounding worshippers were dumbfounded. Could it be that the 2 saint cities were going to fight? If that was the case, it would be more shocking than the death of Yuchinya. Their hearts were beating wildly. If something went wrong, they would run away immediately. After the people of Thunder God City were teleported out, the few elders who were leading them laughed out loud. They brought their people and flew quickly in the air, heading over here. On the side of Peerless City, a few elders gathered together and asked in a loud voice, "Friends of Thunder God City, what are you here for?" "Of course, we're here to congratulate." The people of Thunder God City laughed. "Today is the day of Peerless City's disciple recruitment. We're here on the orders of Thunder Sage King to congratulate Peerless City for accepting a genius disciple. Come, bring the gifts." The few elders waved their hands, and the disciples of Thunder God City behind them took out their gifts. Treasures were piled up like mountains. The others were stunned. Here to congratulate? Was it really that simple? Even the people of Peerless City frowned. The other party was only here to congratulate? What a joke. If others believed it, then so be it. If they believed it, then they were fools. Previously in the East Spirit world, the battle was so fierce. Now that the other party was smiling, there must be something wrong. The others did not know and thought that the two great sage cities had a good relationship. However, at this moment, the elders of Thunder God City said that other than congratulating, they also brought some of the young fellows of Thunder God City. When these young fellows heard that Peerless City had a lot of geniuses this time, they were very excited and wanted to spar with each other. They wondered if the friends of Peerless City would give them face. Hearing this, the surrounding people were in an uproar. They wanted to spar? Many people's eyes lit up, and some of them even frowned. Indeed, things were not that simple. To spar during such a grand entrance ceremony, this was not a simple competition. They were here to cause trouble. Because once the new disciples of Peerless City were defeated, it would be a slap to the face. The whole Second Star Realm would know about it soon. As a holy city, face was very important. If they were slapped in the face at this time, the reputation of the holy city would be severely damaged. When the people from Peerless City heard this, they frowned. Sparring? As expected, these people were up to no good. An elder from Wushuang City stood out. They could exchange pointers, but not now. Now is the most crucial moment of our Wushuang City's entrance ceremony. If everyone wants to exchange pointers, we will arrange a competition in the future. In the future? But these little fellows can't wait any longer. Moreover, we came from far away. I heard that there are quite a few geniuses from Wushuang City this time. If he entered the holy city and went into seclusion for 8 to 10 years and did not come out, then it would really be a pity. That's right. Senior, we're really just sparring. We won't go all out. Senior, don't worry. In front of everyone in the world, I, Thunder Saint City, will still give you face. At this time, a few disciples from the opposite side walked out. Although their expressions were respectful, their tone was not very polite. I heard that there's a person called Lin Wudi in this exam. He's very powerful, and I want to experience it for myself. Another person walked out. When this person appeared, many people cried out in surprise. A level 5 sage. This person's strength was even stronger than D-Ling. He actually wanted to challenge Lin Wudi? Could it be that there was some hatred between the two? After all, it was normal for there to be competition between the holy cities. However, to challenge someone by name was not normal. There must be some conflict between the two sides. As soon as this was said, countless people started discussing. Many people looked towards Wushuang City. Would the people from Wushuang City agree? Many people shook their heads. Not necessarily. If they agreed at this time, it would be fine if they won. However, if they lost, it would be very embarrassing. Not necessarily. They were already being shouted at to this extent. If they still did not make a move, then they would be ridiculed even more. That's right. Also, look at how aggressive Lei Shuncheng was this time. He definitely had a way to make Wushuang City make a move. The battle between the two holy cities would definitely be exciting. It would definitely be more exciting than the previous exams. That was for sure. These people were all excited. In the previous 3 rounds, they had only seen the first round. It was not fun at all. Now, if they could see the genius disciples of the holy cities fight, then they would not have come in vain. Of course, there were also some big families that were very worried, because their genius disciples had just entered the holy cities and were about to be challenged. If they were defeated, it would be a huge blow to them. There were also some people who were very excited. Their faces were filled with excitement. For example, the Rain Clan. Originally, they looked as if they were struck by lightning. However, at this moment, they revealed a sinister expression. Challenging Lin Wudi? That's great. I'll let the geniuses of Thunder God City kill Lin Wudi. I want to see this brat's body being torn into pieces with my own eyes. They wish they could kneel down right now and beg the people of Thunder God City to make a move. On the other side, the people of Fiend Star and Spirit Sealing Star were also gloomy. After all, Lin Wudi had also defeated their genius in the second round. If someone could teach him a lesson at this time, then it would be for the best. This brat was definitely going to die. Di Ling snorted. A level 5 sage was extremely powerful. He could not even contend against him without the ancient bronze corpse. How could the other party contend against him? Moreover, this was not an ordinary level 5 sage. This was a heaven's pride of Thunder God City. A heaven's pride that could fight across realms. The people of Wushuang City also frowned. Lei Chong. They did not expect that the one who stood out to challenge was Lei Chong. This was not a new disciple. The other party was a veteran genius of Thunder God City. He was very famous. Many of them knew him. For such a person to challenge a new disciple, this was not deliberately looking for trouble. It was a provocation. Therefore, they wanted to refuse. However, they knew that Lei Shunqing would not let this matter go. After all, the conflict between the two parties was very intense. Perhaps the other party still had some tricks up his sleeve waiting for them. Moreover, they were from the holy cities. Did they need Thunder God City to give them face? So it was Lei Chong. Mr. Lei, if you want to spar, you can. Why are you looking for our new junior brother? How about this? I'll spar with you. A person walked out. This was a second-generation disciple. His body was emitting a terrifying light of laws. That's right. A veteran disciple wanting to challenge a new disciple who had just entered the holy cities. This was somewhat inappropriate. When did Lei Shunqing become so cowardly? The second-generation disciples of Wushuang City also spoke coldly. When the others heard this, they went into an uproar. What? This Lei Chong was actually a veteran genius? Some people exclaimed. I've heard of him. He is very powerful. Why is he fighting against Lin Wudi? Chapter 3709. Lei Chong said coldly, I'm not interested in challenging you second-generation disciples. I only want to challenge Lin Wudi. Although he's a newcomer, his strength is very powerful. I've already seen it in Dongling World. However, because of some unexpected things, I didn't have the chance to personally experience his skills. Now, I want to have a real contest with him. Lin Wudi, do you dare? Lei Chong's eyes were filled with cold-killing intent. He was indeed here to provoke. He was here to ruthlessly slap his face. Previously, at Dongling Stairs, he had already fought with Lin Xian. Lin Xian had killed his younger brother, and he would definitely avenge this grudge. That day, he had brought over a dozen cultivators with him, wanting to torture Lin Xian to death. However, he didn't expect that Lin Xian had a kind of poison in his hands. Not only did they not kill him, but they were also instantly defeated by him. This was simply a great humiliation. Therefore, at this moment, he must properly torture his opponent to death in front of the whole world. You want to challenge me? Sure, but I'm the chief disciple. Not just any random cat or dog can challenge me. Let your chief disciple come. The people of Thunder God City were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. Damn, were they actually looked down on? The corners of the surrounding people's mouths twitched. Cat or dog? Lei Chong was a top genius, a fifth heaven saint. If this was a cat or dog, then what were they? Lei Chong was also furious. Damn brat, you're courting death. He roared, and the 9 heavenly thunder descended. Hey, why are you angry? Didn't you come to congratulate me? It's very impolite to be angry in our territory. Lin Xian said again. I'm not talking about you guys. It's just a metaphor. Don't take it personally. Pooh. The people of Thunder God City were once again injured. They were about to bleed. Damn, why does this guy look like he's asking for a beating? Especially Lei Chong. He was so annoyed that he couldn't wait to go up and slap him to death. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was unperturbed. He didn't have the slightest intention to make a move. The elders of the Thunder God City also gave Lei Tsong a look, telling him not to be impulsive and to let the new disciples go first. Soon, a few new disciples from Thunder God City walked out. They had just joined Thunder God City not long ago. Us new disciples can challenge the geniuses of Peerless City, right? A man walked out with lightning circling around his body. As he jumped, he brought with him a violent and destructive power. I'll do it. The genius disciples of Wushuang City could not take it anymore. They were arrogant and unruly to begin with. Now that they were able to join the holy city, they were even more proud and arrogant. Now that someone had provoked them in public, and more than once, how could they tolerate it? Thus, very soon, someone stood out. However, he still asked the elder of Peerless City. The elder of Peerless City glanced at him and nodded slightly, expressing his approval. The person who came out was one of the core disciples, and his strength could be considered formidable. Furthermore, they also wanted to see how strong the newcomers from Thunder God City were this time, since they dared to behave atrociously in their Wushuang City. Was the battle about to begin? The surrounding people were all stunned. They didn't think that the two great sage cities would really compete with each other. This was truly an exciting piece of news. For a moment, countless people were incomparably excited. Two genius disciples of Holy City walked out. Without any nonsense, they directly started fighting. On the opposite side, the genius disciple from Thunder God City was very powerful. He was an early-stage fourth heaven person. The lightning on his body was very terrifying. It made many experts of the older generation cry out in surprise. Was this the strength of a disciple from Holy City? They were really too strong. However, the genius from Wushuang City was also very impressive. He was also an early-stage fourth heaven person. He held a long saber in his hand and swept it in all directions. Every time he swept it, the sky would collapse and the earth would crack. The battle between the two was very exciting, causing countless people to cry out in surprise. It seemed that they were unable to determine the winner and loser. Why don't they have a match with me? At this time, a person from Thunder God City walked out. This person was tall and had a pair of thunder wings on his back. He was from the 10,000 ancient races. Obviously, the other party was not human. He was from the Thunderbat race. This kind of Thunderbat race was originally a thunder race. Now that they had joined Thunder God City, they were even more powerful. The moment he appeared, a vast power swept out in all directions. Many people's faces changed. Even the people from Peerless City had serious expressions on their faces. Too powerful. However, there was still someone who walked out. I'll do it. The person who walked out was shining brightly like a sun. He was Yang Hao, one of the 8 great heavens' prides. Now, he was ranked 7th among the core disciples. Because the person who walked out was very strong, he had no choice but to take action. The people from Wushuang City breathed a sigh of relief. With Yang Hao's strength, he should be able to resist. The surrounding people cried out in surprise. Heavens, is Yang Hao going to take action? Isn't it too early? Don't underestimate the other party. Thunder God City's inheritance was very long, more than 10,000 years. Its foundation was above Wushuang City. And this genius from the Thunderbat race was a mid-stage fourth heaven person. He definitely had something to rely on. Yang Hao's strength was definitely comparable. Boom. The expert from the bat race sneered and took action. Yang Hao also roared in anger. His palm formed a seal, turning into a huge sun that descended from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them fought fiercely. All kinds of laws spread between heaven and earth. Fortunately, this was the outer region of the starry sky, which was wide enough. Otherwise, the world below would have been destroyed. The crowd watched the battle nervously. The battle between the two sides was very intense. Not long after, the outcome was decided. The first battle was between two early-stage fourth heaven people. The genius from Wushuang City was injured. On the other side, the people from Thunder God City didn't have it easy either. Both sides were injured. It seemed like they were evenly matched. How about a draw? The elder from Wushuang City asked. The people from Thunder God City snorted and didn't say anything. However, it seemed like it would be hard to tell who would win if the battle continued. The first round was a draw. Too exciting. Too exciting. The surrounding people couldn't help but scream. It was rare for them to see such a battle. After all, the divine abilities of these geniuses were terrifying. Moreover, their battle experience was unparalleled. Some people who were unconvinced thought that their geniuses could also enter Wushuang City. Why were they eliminated? However, after watching the battle, they knew that the gap was too big. Those who could enter Holy City, even if they were ranked at the bottom, were the top geniuses. They were far from what they imagined. The second battle was also decided. Yang Hao was injured. Many parts of his body were charred black. He was struck by thunder. However, he didn't care. Instead, he raised a smile. That was because the opponent's thunder bat was more seriously injured. Its body exploded once. Chapter 37:10. Come back. You've lost this round. The elder of the Thunder God City looked at the Thunder Bat and spoke in a deep voice. His expression was somewhat unsightly. He did not expect that Lei Bat would lose. Lei Bat said, "Old Zhang, I haven't lost yet. I can still fight." However, the elder was not willing. Those who fought were all geniuses. If they were careless and died, or if their foundation was damaged, the loss would outweigh the gain. Left with no choice, Lei Bat could only clench his teeth and walk back. On the other hand, the people from Peerless City cried out in shock. They finally won a round. Let's see if the people from Thunder God City still dare to be arrogant. Sure enough, the people from Wushuang City were more powerful. Many people exclaimed and were incomparably excited. However, there were also some experts who shook their heads. They could not come to a conclusion so early. There were many people from Thunder God City. They were afraid that the competition would not end so easily. Sure enough, 3 people from Thunder God City walked out, and 3 people from Wushuang City accepted the challenge. The result was shocking. Wushuang City only won 1 round and lost the other 2. This caused Wushuang City's morale to suffer a blow. Countless people exclaimed. On Thunder God City's side, a smile appeared on their lips. Competing with them? They were still far from it. This time, they were here to teach Wushuang City a lesson and let them know what a veteran sacred city is. Old Zhang, what should we do? Are they still clamoring for us to fight? The people from Wushuang City asked. Those elders also frowned. These people from Thunder God City were too arrogant. That's right. Their disciples had already joined Sacred City for a period of time. On our side, we haven't even entered the sect yet. We'll be at a disadvantage if we fight. That's right. Those people from Thunder God City could not be called as new disciples because they had already cultivated for a long time. On their side, they had not even entered the sect yet. If they continued to fight, it would probably involve the top few core disciples. These were all important targets to nurture. If they were to lose at this time, it would be a huge blow to their confidence. Elder, it's fine. Let us do it. Shi Bufan said in a deep voice. Xin Jingqiu, Zhishui Tianqin, Wang Xiaofeng and the others also said, we can also fight. We're not afraid of losing. It's not that I don't trust you, but the risk is too great. The people on their side have all cultivated the sacred city's secret technique. Moreover, this time, they didn't send their core disciples to the front. If you go into the water, the gains won't make up for the losses. Indeed, if the other party was also one of the top few, this battle was not impossible. After all, if he won, he would instantly become famous. However, if the other party was just an ordinary disciple who had been in the holy city for a long time and cultivated a secret technique, they could bully the core disciples who had just entered the holy city. If he were to lose, he would become the laughingstock of the world. However, if he didn't fight, he would be ridiculed by others. These elders decided to let the second-generation disciples take action. They would find a way to divert the flames of war to the previous generation disciples. It could preserve these new disciples. Initially, the human roots of the Thunder Divine City did not want to do this. They were here to attack Wushuang. How could they fight with the second-generation disciples? They wanted to trample these disciples who had yet to join the sect under their feet. It would be best if their Tao hearts crumbled. Let me do it. Just as Peerless City was in a difficult position and everyone was shocked, thinking that Peerless City would be suppressed by Thunder God Chang, Lin Xian spoke up. He wanted to participate. No, you can't participate. The elders of Peerless City immediately shook their heads. What a joke. Even top core disciples like Shui Tianqin and Shen Jingqiu were not willing to participate. How could they let Lin Xian, the top disciple, participate? You can't go. It's too risky. They're trying to provoke you. Yes, you have to cherish your reputation now. If you want to fight, wait until you join the holy city and cultivate our secret technique. Then, You can fight with him in the future. The elders tried to dissuade him. The second-generation disciples also said, yes, junior brother Lin, you can't be impulsive. Lin Xian said, this happened because of me. If I were to back down now, I wouldn't be able to answer to myself. Moreover, I believe in advancing courageously. Since I dared to use the name Invincible Lin, I am ready to fight at any time. Moreover, with the performance of the East Spirit World, don't you guys believe in me? Lin Xian looked around. The people of Peerless City were silent. Yes, this Lin Wudi was special, but they still didn't want to take the risk. Don't worry, Elder. I'll give you my head to guarantee that I won't lose. If I lose, I won't be the top disciple anymore. The people from Peerless City sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Shui Tianchun, Shi Bufan, and the others were shocked. They could tell that Thunder God City was aggressive. Even if they were to participate, they wouldn't have the confidence to win. In fact, they didn't even have half the confidence. But now, Lin Xian actually said that he wouldn't lose. How confident was that? And if he lost, he wouldn't be the top disciple anymore. Wasn't that a military order? But the elders still wanted to say something, but a figure said, let him try. Everyone turned around and realized that the one who spoke was Fu Hongye. They were shocked. Senior brother Fu is here? Seeing Fu Hongye nodding, the elders were silent. Fu Hongye and the others had absolute faith in Lin Xian. Since Lin Xian had said so, it meant that Lin Xian was very confident. All right, then you'll go. But be careful. Be careful of Lei Chong. Don't go against him. Don't worry, Elder. I know what I'm doing. Lin Xian nodded. He walked forward with a cold smile. Don't fight with Lei Chong? Although he said that, who knew what would happen if they really fought? It was fine if he didn't provoke Lei Chong. If Lei Chong dared to jump out, he wouldn't mind stepping on this old genius. On the other side, Thunder God City looked determined. They felt that their goal was about to be achieved. The surrounding warriors were in an uproar. Could it be that Thunder God City was going to slap Peerless City's face today? Just as the crowd was discussing anxiously, a figure walked out from the crowd. Why is it him? Tianya, who is it? Am I seeing things? Many people started screaming because they realized that a figure was walking out. But this figure shouldn't have appeared. Lin Wudi, why is he here? Yeah, he's the chief disciple. His identity isn't ordinary. If he loses, Peerless City's face will be completely lost. Peerless City shouldn't let him participate in the battle. Cries of surprise rang out one after another. Everyone knew this simple logic, but why was Peerless City doing this? Even the people from Thunder God City were stunned. Lin Wudi? They rubbed their glasses. Am I seeing things? In the next moment, they were ecstatic. This is great. Is Lin Wudi going to fight? Their hearts were beating wildly. If they could defeat Lin Wudi, it would be comparable to all their previous achievements. This was the most crucial battle. They had to trample this new chief disciple under their feet. 5 chapters. Please recommend, vote, subscribe, collect, tip. Chapter 37:11. I'll go. Lei Chong was too excited. His figure flashed and he was about to rush up, but he was stopped by the elder beside him. Don't be impulsive. You'll scare him away if you go up. Let's find someone to test his skills first. It's best to let him win 1 or 2 rounds and then confuse him. Let him think that he can stand until the end. At that time, you can make a move. Thunder. Good. Lei Chong laughed. Everyone in Thunder God City laughed. The opponent is definitely dead. First, 2 4th Heavenly Layer Sages were sent out. Soon, 4th Heavenly Layer Sages from Thunder God City walked out. Everyone below was discussing. This Lin Wudi, what kind of strength does he have? He's just an early 3rd Heavenly Layer Sage. How can he become the head disciple? Don't worry, we'll be able to see his true strength in a while. Many people were excited. There were also some people, such as the Spirit Clan, who didn't believe it. They even thought that Lin Xian was able to obtain this position because their scientists secretly helped him. The Rain Clan was gnashing their teeth. It would be best if the people from Thunder God City killed him on the spot. The people from the Fiend Star and the Spirit Sealing Star were also gloating. If something happened to Lin Wudy at this time, it would be for the best. Di Ling's expression was cold as he gnashed his teeth. He couldn't wait to go up and kill the opponent himself. Come, kid. Let me see what kind of strength you have as the #1 person. The people from Thunder God City hooted. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. An early 4th heavenly layer. Such a person dared to deal with him? Ignorant of life and death. At the back, the people from Peerless City were also stunned. What's going on? Why would the other party send such a person to fight? They were puzzled. An early 4th heavenly layer sage wasn't weak. In the outside world, he could definitely sweep away everything and make countless people tremble. However, in the Holy City, he wasn't the strongest. He was the middle power. In their opinion, to deal with a head disciple like Lin Xian, the other party would definitely send a late 4th heavenly layer or even a 5th heavenly layer sage to kill him in one blow. They were already prepared to deal with all kinds of dangers at any time, but they didn't expect the other party to send such a person. The battle ended quickly. Lin Xian was victorious, and the 4th heaven sage was defeated. The crowd below cried out in alarm. Fighting against someone of a higher cultivation level? These people were all crazy. Could it be Lin Wudy? Normally, even if a genius was able to surpass a level, it would only be by a small realm. For example, when an early stage cultivator fought against a middle stage cultivator, how could a 3rd heaven cultivator fight against a 4th heaven cultivator? This was something that only top geniuses could do. Next, another level 4 expert made his move. In the end, he was still defeated. Even those people from the Thunder God realm clasped their fists and said, "Young Master Lin's strength is something we admire." However, following that, the people from Thunder God City started to attack again. This time, it was a middle stage 4th heavenly layer cultivator, who was also defeated. Thunder God Chengdu had lost 3 matches in a row. It could be said that his momentum had been suppressed to the extreme. On the side of Peerless City, although they were excited, the elders were frowning. What was Lei Cheng doing? The faces of the people below were filled with shock. Lin Wudy was too strong. However, the elders were also puzzled. It shouldn't be like this. These people were much weaker than Di Ling. Di Ling was a late-stage 4th heavenly layer cultivator with countless divine abilities. But he still couldn't defeat Lin Wudy. How could the people from Thunder God City not understand this point? Not good. I'm afraid it's a trap. Some people were shocked. The elders of Peerless City also thought of this point. They first used 3 victories to confuse Lin Xian, making him lose his mind with victory. Then, they would use the real killing move. If it was really like this, then Thunder God City was too despicable and vicious. They wanted to stop it, but at this time, the people from Thunder God City started to move. 3 victories were enough to confuse this kid. Next, he would be miserable. The people from Thunder God City sneered in their hearts. The martial artist who went up was also a middle stage 4th heavenly layer sage, but this was only his cultivation on the surface. His real cultivation was at the late stage 4th heavenly layer, and he had already cultivated Thunder God Cheng's secret technique. His strength was definitely incomparably strong. Moreover, he attacked the opponent unexpectedly, so he definitely wasn't prepared. "Young Master Lin, please advise me." The person who walked up had a human face, but his ears were pointed. Clearly, he wasn't from the human race, but one of the 10,000 ancient races. His name was Panma. Panma had a smile on his face at this moment, looking like he was just exchanging pointers. However, he was sneering in his heart. "Kid, let me personally trample you under my feet. When the time comes, I want to see what kind of expression these people from Peerless City will have." "Well said." Lin Xian nodded slightly, as if he wasn't prepared at all. Both sides exchanged blows, and the fight was earth-shattering. However, from the looks of it, Lin Xian still had the upper hand. Panma bitterly persevered, and he could be defeated at any time. Everyone was shocked. This Lin Wudy was very strong. However, those elders from Peerless City felt their hearts beating wildly. On the side of Thunder God City, they revealed a trace of malevolence. It was about time. At the 20th move, it looked like Panma was going to be defeated. However, at this time, his palms suddenly formed a seal. Countless laws condensed in his hand. forming a treasure bottle. That was a purple treasure bottle. It was sparkling and translucent like a precious jade. On top of it, there were flames and lightning revolving around it. Thunder God City was famous for its lightning laws. Those who entered Thunder God City would cultivate this lightning law. Of course, it was impossible for a sage to only have one law. Especially some top geniuses, they would have 2 or 3 laws in their hands. Lightning was just one of them. For example, the treasure bottle in Pan Ma's hand not only had lightning laws, but also fire laws. When this purple treasure bottle appeared, a violent aura filled the 9 heavens and 10 earths, causing many people to tremble. Even those late-stage 4th heavenly layer people's faces changed drastically. Damn it, what's going on? This aura? What's going on with this person? There's a problem. At this moment, everyone was stunned. This was definitely not an ordinary middle-stage 4th heavenly layer. This was a powerful genius, and he had a terrifying divine ability in his hands. It's over. Lin Wuti is going to be in danger. On the side of Peerless City, their faces also changed. Damn it, purple lightning treasure bottle. This was a great divine ability. Lightning and fire intertwined, and the violent power surpassed everything. Thunder God City was too despicable. They were extremely anxious. Lin Xian must not be careless. Shi Bufan and the rest were also extremely nervous. Would Lin Wuti be defeated? If it was a head-on battle, he would definitely not. However, if it was a surprise attack, he would definitely be injured. Brother Lin. Shen Jingqiu's heart was extremely nervous. Kid, go and die. Pan Ma took out the purple lightning treasure bottle and aimed it at Lin Xian. Purple lightning and terrifying flames intertwined, forming a ray of light that rushed forward. Heaven fell and earth cracked. Not good. The power was above their imagination. Everyone screamed. Lin Xian's eyes also burst into a cold smile. Was he finally going to make a move? Chapter 37:12. He seemed to be careless, but he had always been careful because he knew that Thunder God City would never let him go. Finally, he felt the danger. This purple lightning Aquarius was indeed very strong. However, it was impossible to injure him. With a wave of his hand, the stellar transposition was executed. The mysterious power caused this terrifying divine ability to deviate from its direction. It flew to his left. With a swoosh, the meteor shower sank, and countless black holes appeared. This terrifying power shocked everyone. However, everyone's expression was extremely strange. Even the people from Wushuang City were stunned. The people from Thunder God City were also stupefied. What was going on? That place was very far away from Lin Xian. Even if there was an impact, it would only be the aftermath of the energy. It wouldn't be able to injure him. Pan Ma was also stunned. What happened? How could he miss? Lin Xian pretended to be scared. He heaved a sigh of relief. Aya, what a terrifying power. I didn't expect you to be a hidden expert. However, your eyesight doesn't seem to be very good. You can actually miss at such a close distance. I have to say, I really admire you. Lin Xian looked worried and scared. Then, he looked very impressed. This made Pan Ma so angry that he almost vomited blood. Damn it, he roared, and the purple lightning Aquarius attacked again. However, these attacks also missed. Lin Xian just stood there and waved his finger. Those light laws left his body as if they were purposely avoiding him. In the starry sky around him, various black holes appeared as if they were going to devour the world. What's going on? Everyone was stunned. Lin Xian smiled. Seems like your eyesight is really bad. Damn it. How is this possible? Pan Ma was also stunned. My eyesight is bad? What kind of joke is this? Even if I'm blind, it's impossible for me to miss just by using my soul. What's going on? The elder from Thunder God City asked. Pan Ma said, I don't know how strange this kid is. I'll try to get closer. He quickly flew forward. The purple fire Aquarius in his hand flickered with terrifying light. Buzz. Lin Xian punched out. The great dragon sword spirit let out a resonant roar as it punched out, causing the heavens and earth to shatter. With a bang, The purple flaming bottle was shattered. Not good. Pan Ma's expression changed drastically. He wanted to retreat, but the punch was too sudden. Furthermore, he was closing the distance between him and his opponent. He was completely unprepared. In a hurry, his treasured vase was shattered, and he could only use his hands to block in front of him. The precepts of fire and the precepts of thunder intertwined on his arms like two heavenly shields, trying to block the punch. With a boom, he felt as if a huge mountain had crashed into him. Then, his arm was directly broken and twisted in a strange position. Not only that, but the power wasn't done yet. It rushed directly into his body. His internal organs were all shattered. His body also caved in, and many large cracks appeared. Lin Xian withdrew his hand. He stood there, an expanse of primal chaos in front of him. Natural laws pervaded the air, leaving one shaken. The surrounding people were stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to suddenly make a move. Moreover, it was such a powerful blow. He crippled a hidden expert on the opposite side. Your eyesight is really bad. You don't even know how to dodge such a big fist, Lin Xian said indifferently. What was going on? The surrounding people went crazy. The elders of Wushuang City heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that they were overthinking. This kid was much smarter than they thought. Did he win? One punch. The people of Wushuang City were shocked. Shi Bufan's hair stood on end. He was also a close combat expert, but that punch just now made him feel as if he was facing a great enemy. Fortunately, he wasn't Lin Xian's opponent, but his companion. Big brother Lin Xian is too awesome. Shin Jingqiu cheered. On the opposite side, Pan Ma stood up in the ruins with difficulty. At this moment, there were still large cracks on his body. Although they were healing, it was still a shocking sight. Especially half of his body, which was dyed red with blood. His face was even more ferocious. Damn kid, you tricked me. He wasn't a fool. He naturally knew that the other party had hidden his strength before. When he was careless, the other party launched a surprise attack. As expected, he fell into the trap. Lin Xian laughed. If you want to play, I'll naturally play with you. However, if you want to say that I'm sinister, it's a bit too much. Didn't you want to use the same method to deal with me? Damn it. Pan Ma's pupils shrank. The faces of the people of Thunder God City instantly darkened. Their plan was completely exposed in front of the other party. Not only that, the other party actually beat them at their own game and seriously injured one of their geniuses. Damn it, this kid is really too despicable. At this moment, the people of Thunder God City felt that they were slapped in the face. Pan Ma, come back. Since you're already exposed, it's useless to continue fighting. Pan Ma was unwilling. However, when he moved his body, all his internal organs were bleeding from pain. He knew that he was injured and couldn't continue fighting. With a dark face, he returned to the camp. Lin Xian asked indifferently, "Does your Thunder God City still have anyone to teach? If not, then I'll go back. We still have to continue with our initiation ceremony." Lin Xian looked like he was about to leave. No, the people of Thunder God City were anxious. It wasn't easy to get the other party to come out. How could they give up such a rare opportunity? Since the conspiracy didn't work, then let's do it openly. Elder, let me go. Lei Chong couldn't bear it anymore. He didn't wait for the elder to speak and directly rushed over. The people of Thunder God City wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. The surroundings were in an uproar. Lei Chong wanted to go himself? Heavens, isn't this too inconceivable? Lin Wudi definitely wouldn't fight. That's for sure. Lei Chong wasn't a newcomer, but a disciple of the previous generation. Moreover, his strength was shocking. A fifth-layer saint, that kid couldn't possibly fight someone 2 levels above him. Kid, do you dare to fight with me? I'll give you a handicap of 1 hand. Lei Chong descended from the sky and looked down at Lin Xian. It's you. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. You lost to me, and you still have the face to challenge me? Previously in the Eastern Tomb world, I defeated you with 1 move. Lin Xian's voice spread out, causing an uproar. What? Lei Chong was defeated by him. Defeated in 1 move. Impossible, right? Everyone went crazy. Lei Chong was in existence even more terrifying than Di Ling. Moreover, his divine abilities were incomparably terrifying. Those older generation experts weren't his match. However, he was actually defeated by Lin Wudi. This Lin Wudi was too heaven-defying, right? Impossible. That Lin Wudi must be bragging. That's right. This was a provocation. He was deliberately provoking the other party. Some people didn't believe it. However, there were also some older generation experts who sucked in a breath of cold air. It was very likely to be true. Did you forget that Lei Chong directly challenged Lin Wudi as soon as he arrived? There was no enmity between the two sides. Why would he challenge him? When these words came out, those who didn't believe it felt their scalps go numb. Indeed, this possibility was very big. They really couldn't believe that a third-layer saint could defeat a fifth-layer saint in one move. Chapter 37:13. Lei Chong was enraged when he heard that. Lightning surged all over his body. Kid, you're talking nonsense. I was careless when you used poison. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard that. Could it be that Lei Chong had really suffered in the hands of Lin Fan? If an expert loses, then so be it. There's no such thing as carelessness. Lin Xian shook his head. You have a bad mentality. If I defeat you again this time, will you vomit blood in anger? For your safety, you'd better step down. He waved his hand impatiently. Lei Chong was furious. He gritted his teeth and white smoke came out of his nose. Say that after you defeat me. He turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed over. So fast. Before the crowd could see clearly, Lei Chong had already arrived beside Lin Xian. Not good. The expressions of the peerless city elders changed drastically. Lei Chong doesn't know the rules. Some of the second-generation disciples were about to attack, but at that moment, Lin Xian roared. I'm not afraid of you. His voice shook heaven and earth. The laws of the five forms rushed out from his body and collided with the opponent's lightning. A terrifying explosion shook the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Many people were stunned and almost fainted. Some even knelt on the ground in fear. The surrounding spectators retreated crazily. It was not that there had never been a battle between geniuses before, but it was so thrilling. The moment the two of them attacked, they could not withstand it. There's no need to attack first. That kid should be able to do it, Fu Hongye said. The second-generation disciples of Peerless City were stunned. Can he really withstand it? They did not quite believe it. In front of them, Lei Chong used his ultimate move. The terrifying aura of the Tao of Lightning trembled. The sharp sword in his hand swept in all directions. Lin Xian used his fists and legs. Every kick caused the earth to shatter, and every punch caused heaven and earth to shake. He smashed onto the sword chi, causing the sword chi to be blown away. None of them could get close to his body. The two of them were extremely fast. Wherever they passed, the void would constantly crack. None of them were intact, as expected of a fifth heaven sage. He's really too strong. The other geniuses were also shocked. Shi Bufan, Ji Tue, Tianqing, and the rest looked as if they were facing a great enemy. They felt that they had no chance of winning against Lei Chong. Di Ling was also horrified. If he did not send out the ancient corpse, he would not be Lei Chong's opponent. However, what made them even more terrified was that Lin Xian was actually able to contend with someone like Lin Xian. Not falling into a disadvantageous position, it was really too shocking. Was this the strength of the number one? Was this the battle prowess of the chief disciple? It was really too shocking. At this moment, all the suspicions they had towards Lin Xian had disappeared without a trace. He was like a tyrannosaurus in human form. His opponent was too strong. So strong that even Lei Chong's face was filled with shock. He didn't hold back. With his combat strength, he could contend with a fifth-layer saint in the middle stage. But now, a third-layer saint was actually locked in a battle with him. He felt humiliated. Damn it. Go to hell. Lei Chong roared. His palm was filled with laws, forming a lightning cane. He slammed it down. It enveloped Lin Xian below. Lin Xian was still not afraid. His 9-yang divine body emitted light, and the black Qilin tattoo on his body did not let out any Qilin roar. He used his strong physique to resist the opponent's thunderous palm. No way. Why didn't he dodge? Many people saw this scene and their eyes were wide open. Even the experts of the older generation felt their scalps go numb. In the face of such a shocking attack, they had no choice but to temporarily avoid it. But now, Lin Wuyi actually faced the attack head-on. Was his physique that strong? Wushuang City's people were worried. The Rain Clan's people were ferocious. Great. This kid is an idiot. Let him die. The Thunder God City's people were also roaring. This kid was too arrogant. In their opinion, the opponent's battle prowess was strong, but his defense could not keep up. This was a fifth-layer Saint's attack. If the opponent was hit head-on, he would definitely be torn apart. Boom. The sound of the earth shaking resounded. The thunder palm ruthlessly fell, completely enveloping Lin Xian. Ha ha ha. The Rain Clan's people and the Thunder God City's people all let out carefree laughter. Lei Chong also had a sinister expression. Had he finally personally dealt with the opponent? But soon, he was stunned. Something was wrong. His thunder palm was torn apart, and a figure rushed out. He broke through. The opponent came out. How was this possible? Everyone was stunned. Lei Chong was dumbfounded. The Rain Clan's people were ashen. Even the Wushuang City's people were stunned. Previously, they were sweating for Lin Xian. But now, it seemed that their worries were unnecessary. Lin Xian's physique was not inferior to a fifth-layer saint. Kill. Lin Xian clenched his left hand into a fist. His right hand drew a sword of law and slashed out. Terrifying sword chi weaved between heaven and earth. It made Lei Chong retreat step by step. Lei Chong roared, "Get lost." He opened his hands. Thunder slowly rolled down, forming a sea of thunder. Lin Xian retreated. His body was trembling, but he was not injured. The strength of his physique was beyond everyone's imagination. Thunder God's finger. Lei Chong launched another attack. He finally displayed the Thunder God's completion, an extremely terrifying divine ability. This was a powerful divine ability, the Thunder God's finger. The law of thunder filled the sky. The void split open, and a finger of thunder with mysterious patterns fell from the sky, pointing at Lin Xian's body. Not good. This is a peerless divine ability. Many people cried out in alarm. The Thunder God City's people clenched their fists. Had he finally displayed his ultimate skill? The Wushuang City's people became nervous again. This kind of ultimate skill was something they had to face with full concentration. Buzz. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Golden light erupted from his eyes, turning into a Qilin shield, blocking in front of him. The Thunder God's finger collided with the black shield, producing a shocking sound. The void shattered, spreading out in all directions. Could it be blocked? Everyone was shocked. In the next moment, they realized that it was blocked. What kind of shield is that? Is it a saint weapon? It doesn't look like it. It's a divine ability. Everyone was stunned. Isn't this divine ability too terrifying? It's an eye technique. Shui Tian Qin's pupils shrank. He was too shocked. He was an expert in eye techniques. Naturally, he could feel the aura of the Qilin shield. He also knew how to use an eye technique to defend himself. However, compared to Lin Xian's Qilin shield, it was too weak. Not only was this guy's physique strong, but his soul was also terrifying. Lei Chong was thoroughly enraged. Black wind danced wildly, his eyes were like lightning, and the law of thunder kept surging out from his body. Apart from that, he also displayed the law of wind and the law of gold. The three great laws were displayed together. It was unparalleled. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Lei Chong was too strong. However, after a long battle, Lei Chong kept vomiting blood. One of his arms was even destroyed. Chapter 37:14. Lin Xian was even more powerful. His fighting strength had reached the extreme. The great dragon sword spirit roared, causing Lin Xian's every move to be extremely powerful. Lei Tsong was beaten to the point of vomiting blood. With another long roar, Lin Xian turned into a sword light. He was like a giant dragon, like a Qilin, traversing through the sky. He directly tore Lei Tsong into pieces. Everyone was dumbfounded. Being injured and being torn apart were two different concepts. Being injured might be a light injury, but having one's body explode was definitely a serious injury. Sure enough, the people from Thunder God City could no longer remain calm. Lin Wudi's strength was out of their expectations. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. Lei Chong was completely enraged. He couldn't tolerate being injured by an ant. Thunder and lightning intertwined on his body. He took out a whip that had flames dancing on it that could burn everything. Many people screamed. This weapon was definitely a sacred weapon. Buzz. The sacred weapon, Raging Inferno Divine Whip, lashed out in all directions, shattering the void. Lei Chong's power rose again. Damn it. Despicable. You actually used a sacred weapon. The people from Wushuang City roared crazily. This Lei Chong was a fifth celestial layer. Did he really need to use a sacred weapon to deal with a third celestial layer? He was simply too shameless. The people from Thunder God City also lost face. It was no longer a matter of victory or defeat, but they were thoroughly humiliated. One must know that there was a difference of 2 realms between the two sides. Logically speaking, they should be able to kill each other in one move. But now, they were actually defeated. Moreover, they were forced to use a sacred weapon. If they still couldn't win, then their face would be completely lost. Elder, don't we need to stop him? The people from Thunder God City asked. They were very worried. Those elders said, no need. Lei Chong was already angry. With his means and the sacred weapon, he could definitely win. That kid shouldn't be able to hold on for long. In their opinion, how could a third celestial layer sage have such strength? He must have taken some kind of pill in advance. Did he use a sacred weapon? Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. How could he not have a sacred weapon? He had more than one saint artifact in his hand. However, he did not use any of them. Instead, he drew the unparalleled sword from his waist. This was the saint artifact that he had just obtained. It was also a symbol of his status. I'll use the unparalleled sword to defeat you. Lin Xian held the long sword in his hand as sword intent erupted from his body. Streaks of dragon-shaped sword chi danced in the sky, tearing the world apart. At this moment, he was truly like a sword god, attacking powerfully. Why do I feel that he has become even stronger than before? Everyone's hearts were pounding as they watched. This kid couldn't be a peerless swordsman, right? Everyone was shocked. Following that, they discovered that, as expected, Lin Xian's every strike was extremely powerful. After 5 strikes, the Raging Inferno Divine Whip was sent flying. One of Lei Chong's arms was cut off. After another 3 slashes, Lei Chong's head was chopped off. Defeated, Lei Chong was seriously injured by someone again. Everyone was shocked. The ones who had been defeated before weren't that strong. However, after bringing out his sacred artifact, Lei Tsong was defeated even faster. Do you still want to fight? Lin Xian asked. Lei Chong's arm and head flew back and reconnected. His face was extremely dark. His body was fuming with anger. He couldn't do anything to the other party. He roared to the sky, his lungs bursting with anger. At the back, the elders of Thunder God City saw this scene and also said, Lei Chong, come back quickly. They could see that Lei Chong was no match for the other party. Although they didn't know what was going on, they would only be embarrassed if they continued to fight. Lin Xian also waved his hand and said, I've already said that you're no match for me. You couldn't beat me in the East Spirit world. It's funny that you still want to fight. Now you know how powerful I am. I advise you to go back quickly if you don't want to die. Sigh, why is it so difficult to find an opponent? Lin Xian sighed, looking like a lonely expert. This scene made Lei Chong so angry that he was about to collapse. The others also looked strange and wanted to go up and kick him a few times. Let me see how strong you are. On Thunder God City's side, another person walked over. Lin Xian frowned. He could see that this person's strength was about the same as Lei Chong's. When he came, the other party's elders secretly gave him a few things. It should be a sacred tool. Damn it, do these guys really think that I'm easy to bully? They still want to fight with me? His face became gloomy. He was thinking whether he should be more ruthless and kill 1 or 2 of them here to intimidate them. It would also let everyone know that he, Lin Xian, was not someone who could be bullied by just anyone. The people of Wushuang City also frowned. They felt that it was not good to continue like this. Perhaps someone had some powerful trump cards. If they hurt Lin Xian, it would be really bad. They decided to make a move. At this time, a stream of light came from afar. At the same time, a cold snort sounded. Thunder God City was really shameless. They challenged again and again. How many sacred tools did they bring this time? The voice sounded between heaven and earth. Everyone was in an uproar. The people of Thunder God City changed their faces. Who dares to slander our Thunder God City? Go to hell. An elder shouted coldly and attacked the stream of light with his palm. However, that light figure dodged and turned into a woman. Thunder God City, you dare to make a move against me? Do you want to die? This voice was incomparably arrogant. It made everyone's scalp numb. There was actually someone who did not put Thunder God City in his eyes. Who was it? Thunder God City was also angry. They were already very sullen today. They were actually beaten up. Now, there was someone who dared to go against them. That elder also stood out. Who is it? Don't know life from death. Get over here. He was incomparably powerful. He wanted to kill this arrogant person with a slap. I'm here for you. Come and try to touch me. The voice rang out again. At this moment, everyone turned their heads to look. They saw a beautiful woman standing there. Her jade face was incomparably cold. Her pair of phoenix eyes were filled with biting cold killing intent. That elder laughed sinisterly and was about to make a move. However, he was stunned in the next moment, because he saw something on that girl's body. It was a jade pendant. At the same time, his scalp numbed. It's you. He was so frightened that his whole body trembled. He quickly cupped his fist. So it's Fairyly. My mouth is cheap. Slap me. He did not dare to say anything else and directly retreated. The others were even more stunned. Fuck. Who is this girl? She could actually make an elder of Thunder God City so afraid. Some disciples of Thunder God City were unconvinced and wanted to go up. They felt that the girl was very young. She was only in her 20s. What qualifications did she have to be arrogant? However, the elder of Thunder God City was so angry that he vomited blood. Shut up. Get over here. Do you want to die? The elder of Thunder God City secretly transmitted his voice. He was the little princess of Divine Silkworm Ridge. Her father was a sage king. What? Everyone's scalp went numb. Someone from Divine Silkworm Ridge. Moreover, her father was a sage king. Her identity was so big that it was frightening. It was no wonder that the other party did not place their Thunder God City in their eyes at all. In fact, even their elders had to be respectful toward them. These martial artists of Thunder God City did not dare to be presumptuous anymore and retreated one by one. This scene caused the others to be even more shocked. They were all curious. Who is this young girl? Chapter 37:15. When Di Ling saw this woman, his body also trembled. Fear appeared in his eyes. Damn it, it's her. He subconsciously took a few steps back. The elders of the spirit sealing star beside him asked, What's going on? Do you know her? Di Ling gritted his teeth. His face was cold, but he didn't say anything. He remembered the terrifying experience. In the 1 month in the East spirit world, he was chased by this woman. She was too strong. He was chased all over the world. If he didn't have the ancient bronze corpse, he would have died in there. But even so, his ancient bronze corpse was still smashed into pieces. It's you. Lin Xian was stunned. Wasn't this Li Hongxiu? He had met her in the East spirit world before. They were plotted against, and then she went to kill Di Ling. He didn't expect her to appear here again. Moreover, he felt that this woman wasn't simple. She didn't put Thunder God City in her eyes. Her identity was frightening. You're not bad, kid. You're actually the eldest disciple. Li Hongxiu looked at Lin Xian and said with a smile. Lin Xian was surprised. Why are you here? Li Hongxiu said, I heard that Wushuang City had an entrance ceremony. I thought it was fun, so I came to take a look. In the distance, the elders of Wushuang City quickly came over and cupped their hands. Greetings, little Princess Divine Silkworm. All right, no need for so many rules. Li Hongxiu cupped her hands. She didn't seem to like this title. Lin Xian was surprised. Heavens, did the elders of Wushuang City have to bow? What was the origin of this woman? In the distance, Shui Tianqian, Shi Bufan, and the others were shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to know such a terrifying person. Xin Jingqiu gritted her teeth. There was a trace of jealousy in her eyes. In the surroundings, the experts of the other families were even more horrified. The two elders of the great sage city treated her with respect. This was enough to explain the problem, especially the Rain clan, who was crazy. They were trembling in fear. Damn it. Why? Why did that kid have such a terrifying person beside him? They were about to go crazy. Why did the ant that they looked down on exceed their imagination time and time again? Yu Shiqie's face was also full of despair. To be honest, she was about to collapse. Previously, although Lin Xian had saved her, she did not take it to heart because she felt that her future husband would definitely be favored by the heavens. At least, the imperial mausoleum was like this. Therefore, even if the family really wanted to do something back then, she wouldn't have taken a fancy to Lin Xian. But now, she wanted nothing more than to slap herself. The spirit of the mausoleum was very strong. In the end, he was still eliminated. And the man that she had looked down on was now incomparably dazzling. Even Shun Jingqiu, who used to be as famous as her, was now far ahead of her. Now, there was a peerless beauty that even frightened the elders of the holy city. Furthermore, this beauty had a mysterious relationship with Lin Xian. How could she not be shocked? Lin Xian, come back. Let's finish the entrance ceremony first, then I'll lead you back to Peerless City. The elder of Wushuang City said. Lin Xian nodded and then looked at Li Hongxiu. I still have business to attend to. I won't accompany you for now. He followed the elder and stood back. The entrance ceremony continued. Li Hongxiu walked over and watched from the side. She originally thought that it would be fun, but now it seemed that it was just some red tape and not much fun. The second-generation disciples of Peerless City were also shocked. They were all guessing who this person was. Wasn't he too bold? Some people were even unconvinced. At this moment, Fu Hongye walked over. You're really a troublesome little ancestor. I'll recommend you 2 fun worlds. Why don't you go and explore them? Li Hongxiu glanced at Fu Hongye. The two seemed to be very familiar with each other. She shook her head. Forget it, you lunatic. The places you go are all places with fierce battles. I'm not going. Moreover, I recently found a very interesting person. I think he can stir up the second astral realm. She looked at Lin Xian with a strange light in her eyes. Fu Hongye also nodded and said, You're right. I have the same idea too. Junior brother Lin might really be able to stir up a storm. It's time to change some things. Why? Do you want to be on the list? Actually, I also want to be on the list. However, I'm still a little short. I need some opportunities. That place will soon be open. When I go to that place, I'll make a breakthrough. Li Hongxiu said. Fu Hongye said, I've already been to the place you're talking about. I don't plan to be on the list you're talking about. That's no longer meaningful to me. As for the higher ranking list, it's just a ranking. The most important thing is one's personal strength. I can still laugh at the world without being on the list. Oh, you people from Peerless City are really... Li Hongxiu didn't know what to say. Fu Hongye said, Why don't you just say it? How should I put it? As for your 2 eldest disciples, that Linghu Chueshue is a sword maniac. You're also a cultivation maniac. You only want to improve your personal strength. You don't even fight for the important lists. Peerless City's reputation isn't very high outside. This has a lot to do with you. You're right about this. Fu Hongye didn't want to refute. They were all focused on Dao. They didn't really want to fight for the opportunity to show their faces on some of the important rankings. So he said, Isn't junior brother Lin coming? He'll fight for the things that we don't fight for. Is that so? You're quite good at reading people. There's nothing wrong with that. Once the title of Lin Wudi is released, those people will come personally even if he doesn't want to fight for it. Lin Wudi is indeed an arrogant name. I wanted to beat him up the first time I heard it. The disciples of Peerless City were shocked as they watched the 2 of them chat. She was definitely a terrifying woman to be able to chat with their second-generation disciple for so long. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others completed the complicated entrance ceremony. They were officially the third-generation disciples of Peerless City. Next, the elders of Peerless City gave them about an hour to gather with their families, because some of them might have entered the sacred city and would be in seclusion for a long time. They all returned to their families and began the hour of gathering. On Lin Xian's side, there were no clans or clans. However, there were countless experts and clans flocking over. I have a treasure here for young Master Lin. I hope you won't treat me as an outsider. Young Master Lin, this is my granddaughter. She's a very good maid. You can take her with you and use her as a maid. Young Master Lin, this is a divine sword for you. These people were all here to give him a treasure, but to be exact, they were here to hug Lin Xian's leg. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.